Chapter 21:13. Suddenly, Xiaohua remembered the oath that Zhong Haoren made to him, and then looked at Zhong Yuehan thoughtfully. Zhong Yuehan was pretty, and she looked like she was used to ordering Zhong Haoren around. Although Xiaohua was here and she had changed to be respectful, she didn't take Zhong Haoren's carefulness seriously. "I've been thinking too much." Xiaohua laughed in his heart and helped Zhong Yuehan up. "Zhong Yuehan, this Xiao was just passing by and happened to meet Zhong Haoren. This Xiao didn't know what he said. This Xiao didn't have any heaven-mending pill, and I didn't know that the Imperial Thunder Sect had such a miraculous pill. This Xiao just thought it was a coincidence." Zhong Yuehan was very disappointed, and she couldn't hide the deep sense of loss between her eyebrows. However, Xiaohua immediately changed the topic. "However, since the heavens let this Xiao pass by and meet two fellow Daoists, this Xiao might want to take a look. Perhaps the heavens have already given this Xiao a method to cure you? Senior Xiao, please be merciful." Zhong Haoren couldn't help but salute from the side. "Yes, Senior Xiao, please help." Zhong Yuehan couldn't help but feel hopeful. Although Xiaohua was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was from the Imperial Thunder Sect, which was 100 times stronger than the Zhong family, right? And Xiaohua waved his hand, turned his head and asked, "Zhong Haoren, what is this place?" "Senior Xiao, this is the Orchid of the Valley Courtyard, a place where the disciples of my Zhong family reflect on their mistakes." Zhong Haoren smiled apologetically. "At the same time, there are also some old and weak people who are recuperating here." "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua nodded and said, "Zhong Haoren, you go out first. Wait for this Xiao to take a look at Zhong Yuehan's injuries, then we will make a plan." "Yes, this junior will go out now. This junior will guard the door." Zhong Haoren didn't dare to say anything, and carefully walked out and closed the door. Xiaohua glanced around and said, "Zhong Yuehan, close your eyes as if you're cultivating." "Yes, this junior understands." Zhong Yuehan obediently sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Xiaohua first scanned Zhong Yuehan with his divine sense, and then stretched out his left hand, 2 fingers strangely placed on Zhong Yuehan's wrist. Xiaohua himself also sat down cross-legged. He actually used the Huangqi technique. After a while, Xiaohua furrowed his brows and withdrew his finger. Immediately after, another strand of true origin flowed into Zhong Xiuhan's meridians. However, just as the true qi began to circulate in Zhong Xiuhan's meridians, a feeling of enlightenment, or perhaps a sense of déjà vu, spontaneously arose. It was as if he had treated such damaged meridians before. "Meridian nourishing pill." Xiaohua almost groaned. A familiar pill and pill recipe appeared in his mind, and even more pill refining techniques and pill recipes gradually flashed in his mind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly let go of his hand. He closed his eyes and carefully captured the memories that flowed like a fountain. Zhong Yuehan waited for a long time, but seeing that Xiaohua didn't do anything, she unconsciously opened her eyes. When he saw Xiaohua's expression, he thought that Xiaohua was thinking carefully. Therefore, she didn't dare to make a sound and only waited patiently by the side. After about half an hour, Zhong Haoren, who was outside the hut, was somewhat impatient. After all, Xiaohua only wanted to see what the situation was and didn't say that he could definitely cure it. Just as Zhong Haoren was worrying about his gains and losses, he heard Xiaohua call out from inside, "Zhong Haoren, come in." Zhong Haoren heard Xiaohua's indifferent tone and felt that there was nothing special. He unconsciously became happy. He pushed open the door and quickly walked in. He bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, this Xiao has already seen Zhong Xiuhan's meridians." Xiaohua looked at the cultivator whose eyes were filled with joy and said with a smile, "Although the situation is very bad, this Xiao has some confidence." "Really?" Zhong Haoren was ecstatic when he heard this. His knees went soft and he was about to kneel in front of Xiaohua. And Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and stopped Zhong Haoren from kneeling. He looked at Zhong Xiuhan again. "However, I can't treat it right now." "But?" Zhong Haoren asked anxiously. "This Xiao still has some things that I haven't gathered." Xiaohua said indifferently, "What does Senior want? This Junior will help you find it." Zhong Haoren patted his chest and said, Xiaohua held his chin with his hand and looked at Zhong Haoren. He seemed to have made a decision. He patted Zhong Haoren's shoulder and said, "Come with me, I will explain it to you." Zhong Haoren looked at Zhong Xiuhan and followed Xiaohua out. However, after a moment, Zhong Haoren came back in a daze. His eyes were blank and he slightly avoided Zhong Xiuhan's gaze. "Haoren, what's wrong? What did Senior Xiao say?" Zhong Xiuhan said with some worry, "Is Senior Zhao's request too high?" "No, no." When Zhong Haoren heard this, the worry on his face disappeared. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhao's request is very simple. You don't need to think too much. Senior Xiao said that it won't take long, at most a month, to cure your meridians." Really? Zhong Xiuhan was overjoyed and almost jumped up from the ground. "So, I can continue to cultivate?" "Of course." Zhong Haoren nodded affirmatively. "Thank you, Haoren." Zhong Xiuhan excitedly hugged Zhong Haoren and nestled her head on Zhong Haoren's chest. If it was before, Zhong Haoren would definitely be dizzy and might even fall on the ground in joy. But this time, Zhong Haoren's face only reddened for a moment and a trace of a bitter smile hung on his mouth. He stretched out his stiff arm and his trembling hand stroked Zhong Xiuhan's beautiful hair. Zhong Xiuhan felt Zhong Haoren's action, and how could she still scold him? She only tightened her hands and firmly hugged Zhong Haoren's waist. At this moment, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the small room and a trace of a smile flashed on the corner of his mouth. This smile had an indescribable meaning. Meridian Nourishing Pill. It's a pill that specializes in repairing meridians and dantian. The main ingredients are crimson pearlgrass and scarlet flamegrass. Xiaohua's smile flashed and a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, obviously, just based on the names of these two spiritual herbs, Xiaoyu continent definitely doesn't have them. However, these two kinds of spiritual herbs, as well as some supplementary spiritual herbs, are in my mind. Just now, I roughly searched through the space and unexpectedly, there are ready-made spiritual herbs. Moreover, they are also very old. It seems that they were born from the seeds of the 100 herbs gate that won't germinate. This means that the meridian soothing pill should be able to be refined successfully. However, whether or not it can completely repair Zhong Xiuhan's meridians, I don't have much confidence. Of course, if the meridian soothing pill is effective, then it would be the heaven-mending pill that they speak of. If something happens when Xue Xue is building her foundation, then this pill will still be useful. Chapter 21:14. It seems that this meridian nourishing pill or heaven-mending pill must be refined this time. Xiaohua made up his mind and returned to the cave. Seeing Xiaohua return, Xue Xue naturally asked again. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told her the story. Xue Xue was already very surprised that Xiaohua could refine the heaven-mending pill, but after thinking about it again, she realized that the heaven-mending pill was far inferior to Xiaohua's sudden inspiration. "Husband, I really don't know how to envy you." Xue Xue smiled bitterly. "You have to know, you have just reached foundation establishment. If you were at spirit severing stage at this time, I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Although that is an ancient magical ability, there are still some relics in the cultivation sects and some mutated magical abilities. For example, some deducing money is to sprinkle a handful of money left behind from ancient times on the ground and use some special magical abilities to deduce what will happen. Husband, you don't need to do anything and can sense what is going to happen." "Maybe." Xiaohua scratched his head. He couldn't tell Xue Xue about the Buddhist sect, so he couldn't explain the sensing of the Buddha's relics. However, Xiaohua still said, "In that case, I will start refining the heaven-mending pill. You and I have stayed here for a long time, let's change places and go to Orchid of the Valley courtyard. Zhong Tianyao will never think of that place." "Anything is fine." Xue Xue smiled sweetly. "With husband's arrangement, anywhere is fine." Then, Xue Xue said apologetically, "Husband, actually, I'm afraid I'm afraid I've delayed your cultivation." "What do you mean by that?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xue Xue said, "Husband is now at the middle stage of foundation establishment, so you should cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, husband can refine pills by himself, so you don't need to rely on the sex supply. Taking pills while improving your cultivation, the late stage of foundation establishment is just around the corner. And you, for me, ran so far and involved so many trivial matters. How can you improve your cultivation? Hehe, Xiaohua smiled and reached out to hold Shue's soft hand, and said warmly, for men, some things can't be done, and some things must be done. Accompanying my wife to cultivate is what I must do as a husband. As for cultivation, can't you see that your husband has already refined the brilliant flower pill? Are you taking it every day and cultivating every day? When Shui heard this, her heart was as sweet as honey. She clenched her fists and said, I always feel like I'm a burden to my husband. Otherwise, my husband would be able to go further. However, there were times when she thought, if cultivation was like this, so what if I didn't build my foundation? If we walk like this for the rest of our lives and look at the sea for the rest of our lives, wouldn't it be more beautiful? It's better not to build a foundation? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He knew that Shui seemed to be very afraid of foundation establishment. She was afraid that she would lose her life if she didn't pass, so she didn't dare to enter foundation establishment. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, husband refined this heaven-mending pill for wife's sake. Wife, and husband is only saying in case something happens to wife, this heaven-mending pill can also be useful. Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but she still smiled and said, husband, aren't you cursing me? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's leave. Okay. As Xiaohua spoke, he put away the rabbit spell formation and brought Shui to the mountain peak where Zhong Haoren made his wish. He released the puppets and opened 2 caves on the stone wall. Then, he set up the rabbit spell formation and protected these 2 caves. Only then did he start refining the meridian nourishing pill in one of the caves. The technique used to refine the meridian nourishing pill was completely different from the Dawn Rain continent. All kinds of spells were used, and they all faintly stirred up changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were even some sounds of wind and thunder. This made Xiaohua quite puzzled, because in his memory, there weren't so many strange phenomena. However, in any case, Xiaohua started refining the meridian nourishing pill. His memories regarding alchemy also increased, and his alchemy technique also neared perfection. At the same time when Xiaohua was refining the pill, Zhong Yejing was flying out of Zhongling Mountain Villa with a tall and sturdy cultivator. That cultivator's face was unruly, and his slender eyes were very disdainful. From time to time, he would reveal an impatient expression. Brother Dong, Zhong Yejing saw this situation, and there was a trace of worry on her face. She said in a low voice, this matter concerns the rise and fall of my Zhong family. It's very important. You have to listen to sister's arrangements. Okay, that cultivator was Zhong Yedong. With an impatient expression, he flicked his sleeve and said, you've said this countless times since we left the villa. I naturally know what to do. Zhong Yejing was also helpless. At this time, the Zhongling Mountain Villa was in a state of unrest. Everyone else was on guard, afraid that Xiaohua would suddenly kill his way into the villa. No one dared to leave without permission. Only she and Zhong Yedong were temporarily unable to help, so they were sent out by Zhong Tianyao. Their purpose was very simple, and that was to leave Zhongling Mountain Villa to look for help. There were many cultivation families in the south of Meng country, but there weren't many families with profound cultivation who had reached the Golden Core realm. And the closest families to the center of Yun City were the Fei family of Ji City and the Qin family of Fan City. These 2 families' patriarchs, Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai, were already in the early Golden Core realm, which was the same as Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Tianyao wanted to capture Xiaohua, or even kill him, but he couldn't do it alone. Therefore, he set his sights on the 2 nearby cultivation families. After flying for several hours, a hot aura began to appear in front of them. A red mountain range appeared in front of them. Zhong Yejing knew that this was the Red Crane Mountain where the Fei family of Ji City was located. Brother Dong, Zhong Yejing said in a low voice, but before she could finish, Zhong Yedong sneered, Are you the brother or am I the brother? Do I need you to remind me again and again? After entering Red Crane Mountain, I'll just treat myself as a mute, okay? That's not necessary. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, Brother Dong, just don't get angry. How can I not get angry? Your words made me angry before I even entered the mountain. Zhong Yedong said angrily. Seniors, where did you come from? Did you come to pay a visit to my Fei family? While they were talking, several aura refining disciples on duty flew over and asked with a bow. Damn it, if I didn't come to pay a visit to your Fei family, why did I come to this Red Crane Mountain? Zhong Yedong's words made Zhong Yejing feel helpless. Seniors, where did you come from? Why did you come to my Fei family? Fortunately, Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong were foundation-building cultivators, so how could the aura-refining disciples dare to be disrespectful? They didn't dare to take Zhong Yedong's words seriously and still asked respectfully. We're disciples of Yun City's Zhong family. We came to Red Crane Mountain this time because we have an important matter to discuss with your family's patriarch. Please inform him. Zhong Yejing knew she had a request, so she didn't dare to be negligent. She stepped forward and said in a warm voice. The disciple on duty was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, It's not that Junior doesn't want to inform seniors. If it was someone else, it would have been fine, but Patriarch has been discussing tool refining techniques with Fan City's Qin family's patriarch these past few days. He's already told us not to meet ordinary people. Zhong Yejing understood that the so-called ordinary people must be cultivators below the Golden Core realm. However, Zhong Yedong sneered and said, What do you mean ordinary people? I've traveled a long way just to pay a visit to old Master Fei, so how did I become an ordinary person? If I had nothing to do, who would come here? It's so hot here, how can it be more comfortable than my Zhongling mountain villa? Hee, senior, please turn back. The disciples on duty didn't seem to give Zhong Yedong any face and refused politely with a smile. Zhong Yedong waved his hand and was about to use a confinement technique. Zhong Yejing panicked and quickly stood in front of Zhong Yedong. She really didn't want to come out with Zhong Yedong, but for their safety, Zhong Tianyao made this arrangement. However, she didn't expect him to attack an aura-refining disciple the moment he saw the Fei family's disciple. How was this the attitude of someone who came to ask for help? Brother Dong. Zhong Yejing clapped her hand and took out an arrow token. She said angrily, Do you recognize my Zhong family's patriarch token? Zhong Yedong's face tightened, and he hurriedly stopped and respectfully saluted the arrow token. Zhong Yedong greets patriarch. Brother Dong, fortunately, you know that seeing the patriarch token is the same as seeing the patriarch. Zhong Yejing snorted and no longer paid attention to him. She turned to the disciple on duty and said, This is my Zhong family's patriarch token. My Zhong family has indeed encountered a crisis. If the patriarch wasn't in the mountain villa, he would have come long ago. Please take the patriarch token and report to him. So it's like that. The disciple on duty obviously knew the importance of the patriarch token. He stretched out his hand and took the arrow token. He smiled apologetically and said, In that case, please wait for a moment. This junior will go and report to him. Thank you. Zhong Yejing nodded. After the disciple flew away, the other disciples smiled apologetically and said, Seniors, please follow us. Please wait at the mountain gate. Fei family's Mount Feiha had earth fire. Below the mountain range, crimson flames surged. It was similar to the Flame Forest Mountains. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong followed the disciples to the mountainside. A huge rock was emitting a faint heat. At this temperature, there was no green vegetation. Similarly, brown thorns covered the entire Mount Feiha. Not long after, two early-stage foundation-building cultivators flew over together with the Zhong family's patriarch token in their hands. Seeing the two cultivators with the same cultivation level as her, Zhong Yejing was delighted. She knew that Fei Xiqing had agreed to meet them, so she sent the two cultivators to welcome them. Fellow Daoist Zhong, please. The two cultivators flew over and politely handed the Zhong family's patriarch token back to Zhong Yejing. They smiled and said, I am Fei Ming, and this is my junior brother, Fei Yulian. The two of us are here to welcome the two fellow Daoists under the orders of the Patriarch. Well said, well said. Zhong Yedong finally smiled. Zhong Yejing took the token and returned the greeting. Thank you, fellow Daoists. Then, Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong followed the two Fei family disciples into Mount Feihe and arrived at the Fei family's guest hall. The Fei clan was different from the Zhong clan. They didn't build their foundation in the manner. Instead, they used Mount Feihe as their base. They opened up a cave on Mount Feihe and built their pavilions along the mountain. This guest hall was located in a rather large cave. Chapter 21:15. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian chatted with Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong while the low-level disciples served them tea. In the beginning, Zhong Yejing was still very polite, but after 2 hours, she became somewhat impatient. After all, they had already been out for several days, and Xiaohua would sneak attack Zhongling Mountain Villa at any time. Every sneak attack would inevitably take the lives of dozens of people. Zhong Yejing could not wait any longer. She couldn't wait to invite Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai to Zhongling Mountain Villa and capture Xiaohua. In fact, it was a bit strange. If Qin Kai wasn't at Feihe Mountain, Zhong Yejing would have invited Fei Xiqing and Dao Fanqing, and it would take much longer than now. However, since Zhong Yejing already knew that Qin Kai happened to be at Mount Feihe, she could invite both of them at the same time and save a lot of time. She already had the idea of going back immediately. Therefore, this small wait would seem very long. Fellow Daoist Fei. Before Zhong Yejing could speak, Zhong Yedong spoke first. He had been patient before, but now he couldn't help it. What's wrong with your Fei family head? Why hasn't he come out yet? I'm still waiting to go back. Fei Ming and Fei Yulian were obviously stunned. They looked at each other, and Fei Yulian said indifferently, "How would I know what the family head is doing? He is a golden core cultivator, and he doesn't need to tell others what he does. Since he wants us to accompany him, we will accompany him. If fellow Daoist Zhong is impatient, you can go. Regardless of whether fellow Daoist Zhong stays or leaves, my Fei family welcomes you." But Zhong Yedong slammed his hand on the chair and said angrily, "Fei Yulian, is this how your Fei family treats its guests? What's wrong with my Fei family's hospitality?" Fei Yulian also stood up and said coldly, "My Fei clan will treat any cultivator who is polite and courteous with respect. My Fei clan will also not treat anyone who is rude and rude with respect." "You brat, you dare to call me rude?" Zhong Yedong was angry. He slammed his hand as if he was going to take out a yellow talisman. Zhong Yejing was anxious. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Brother Dong, don't forget the family head's orders." But Zhong Yedong's face was red, and his veins were bulging. "But what? My Fei family doesn't treat you with respect?" Fei Yulian sneered and said, "I didn't say that fellow Daoist Zhong was rude. Why did fellow Daoist Zhong walk into the trap yourself?" "Hee, fellow Daoist Fei, please don't blame me." Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. "Brother Dong is also anxious. What you don't know is that my Zhong clan has encountered difficulties. If we delay for even half a day, I'm afraid that dozens of lives will be lost. So, I hope that fellow Daoist can make an exception. Please ask the Fei family's elders to come out." Zhong said Yulian was Yulian, and Yulian Yan. "Oh." Fei Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhong Yedong. Zhong Yedong was panting heavily and looked at him coldly. "You can't do that. I'm afraid people will say that my Fei family treats our guests poorly." Fei Ming waved his hand and refused. "Don't say that. This is I's goodwill. It has nothing to do with hospitality." Zhong Yejing smiled and stuffed the storage pouch into Fei Ming's hands. Fei Ming accepted it after a slight decline. Then he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhong, please wait a moment. Family head and senior Qin have talked for a long time. I'm sure your mouth is dry. This humble Daoist will go serve tea and see if the two seniors have time." Zhong Yejing was overjoyed. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Fei." Fei Ming and Fei Yulian stood up and looked coldly at Zhong Yedong, who was still standing there. They turned around and left the guest hall. After the two left, Zhong Yejing sighed and said, "Brother Dong, sit down. People have to lower their heads when they're under someone else's roof. The two elders will be here soon. Don't say anything else." Zhong Yedong didn't say anything and sat silently on the chair. Another hour passed by, and two divine senses suddenly swept in from outside the guest hall, locking onto Zhong Yedong and Zhong Yejing in an instant. The divine senses were very powerful, and Zhong Yedong and Zhong Yejing immediately understood that two Golden Core Realm seniors had come out. They didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately stood up from their chairs and walked quickly to greet them. Sure enough, as soon as the two of them took 2 steps, 2 cultivators in fiery red Daoist robes fluttered in. The first was a thin and tall old man with a goatee, small eyes, and a face full of wrinkles. He was Fei Siqing, the family head of the Fei family. Behind him was a middle-aged man with bright eyes, a red face, and a full beard. He was Qin Kai, the family head of the Qin family. Junior greets Senior Fei and Senior Qin. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yejing hurriedly stopped and bowed. Fei Siqing waved her sleeves in response. Qin Kai ignored her and followed Fei Siqing to take a seat at the head of the table. "Fellow Daoist Fei." As soon as Qin Kai sat down, he immediately smiled and said, "The artifact refining method fellow Daoist spoke of is truly a unique one. I really hadn't thought of it before. If this method is successful, our 2-sex artifact refining efficiency will increase by 40%. Isn't this all thanks to fellow Daoist Qin? If fellow Daoist Qin didn't show me the Qin family's refining method, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend such an uncommon method. Haha, it's all thanks to fellow Daoist Fei. I only get 30% of the credit." Qin Kai laughed and said, "It seems that the Fei family and the Qin family will be closer in the future." "That's right. In the southern part of Meng country, only our 2 families can refine. If we cooperate, we will both benefit. If we don't, we will both suffer." Fei Siqing also smiled. Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong still stood there respectfully, not daring to take a seat. They could only listen to the two chatting, not daring to interrupt at all. As for Zhong Yedong, his eyes were staring at the ground, no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, Fei Siqing seemed to be thirsty. She looked up and said, "Why hasn't the boy who serves tea come yet?" When she looked up, she saw Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong. Therefore, Fei Siqing asked faintly, "What happened in the Zhong family? Why did Zhong Tianyao, who has always looked down on our refining family, send the 2 of you here?" Zhong Yejing didn't dare to neglect Fei Siqing's question. She hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Junior Zhong Yejing of the Zhong family of Yun City greets Senior Fei. What's the matter?" Fei Siqing said faintly, but her eyes were fixed on Qin Kai. "Senior, please know that our Zhong family has encountered an extremely difficult matter." Zhong Yejing told them about the matter that Zhong Tianyao had instructed her to do. Then she took off the storage pouch from her waist and handed it over. She smiled and said, "This is a token of my appreciation for inviting the 2 seniors over. I hope that the other seniors will kindly accept it." Chapter 21:16. A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fei Siqing didn't look at the storage bag. She frowned and shook her head. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect isn't in the country of Xi, it's still one of the biggest sects in the country of Xi. It's far from being comparable to the cultivation families in Meng country. Your Zhong family has provoked such a disaster, yet you still want us to get involved. I haven't lost my mind yet. How can I get involved in this matter? Don't you think so, fellow Daoist Qin? Qin Kai became even colder and snappily said, "Fei Siqing, I came to your Mount Feihe to exchange my refining experience. If the disciples of the Zhong family want to find me, they naturally have to go to Fan City. How can they find me here? When you were talking just now, I was thinking about the technique just now and didn't hear a single word. Fellow Daoist Fei, please continue. Just pretend I'm not here." Zhong Yejing, did you see that?" Fei Siqing laughed. "It's not that I don't want to help the Zhong family, but I don't have the ability." Besides, how can an early Foundation establishment cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect be old Devil Zhong's opponent? In my opinion, that old Devil Zhong has some ulterior motives. He wants to use this to trick us into entering your Zhong family's Zhongling mountain village. How can I be fooled? Senior Fei, what do you mean by that? Zhong Yedong couldn't help but shout. What happened in my Zhongling mountain village is the truth. This junior saw it with his own eyes. Xiaohua's flying speed is extremely fast, like a ghost, and his methods are extremely ruthless. Dozens of people in my Zhongling mountain village have already died. If not for this, why would we come here to beg the two seniors? The Zhong family, Qin family, and Fei family are all cultivation families in Meng country. If the Imperial Thunder sect bullies my Zhong family, they might bully the Qin family and Fei family in the future. The attitude of the two seniors really makes this junior disappointed. If this matter is spread out, who knows how the nearby cultivation families will deal with the two seniors? Moreover, the two seniors should first take a look at my Zhong family's intentions. If you are not satisfied, without waiting for Zhong Yedong to finish, Fei Xiqing swung her sleeve and slapped Zhong Yedong's face. Fei Xiqing's face was somewhat gloomy as she scolded, "Ignorant child, what do you think we are? You actually dare to bargain in front of this old man? Do you think you are Zhong Tianyao? Even Zhong Tianyao wouldn't dare to be so blatant." "That's right," Qin Kai said indifferently. "The two of us won't go, so what? Even if your Zhong clan spreads this news, who will be the one losing face? If he couldn't even catch a Foundation establishment cultivator, how could Zhong Tianyao still have the face to live in Meng country? Even if someone is making things up about me, I'll send that person to your Zhongling villa. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble for the Imperial Lightning sect." "Seniors," Zhong Yejing hurriedly said, "that's not what I meant." Where are all the disciples in charge of receiving guests? Fellow Daoist Fei, you need to properly educate the disciples of Mount Feiha. Qin Kai sneered, "It's hard for this old man to even drink spirit tea." With that, Qin Kai got up and walked outside. Fellow Daoist Qin, don't worry. This old man has a new spirit wine here. I'm afraid you haven't tasted it before. Why don't you give it a try?" Fei Xiqing also stood up and said with a smile, "Oh, what spirit wine? Old Fei, you actually have a spirit wine that this old man doesn't know about?" Qin Kai's eyes lit up, but his voice was already far away. "Brother Dong." Zhong Yejing looked at Zhong Yedong, whose face was green and red, and stamped her feet, not knowing what to say. "Now, what should we do?" Zhong Yedong, seeing that he had messed up the matter, was somewhat at a loss. "I didn't mean to say that, but when the words came out of my mouth, I just blurted it out." Zhong Yejing sighed. She really didn't understand why the patriarch wanted Zhong Yedong to come with her. Wouldn't any other person be stronger than him? Was it just because the two people's names were similar? "Let's go, what else can we do? We can't just let the Fei clan's disciples kick us out." Zhong Yejing snappily got up. "They dare." Zhong Yedong stiffened his neck and said, "Why wouldn't they dare?" Zhong Yejing said, "Didn't you see that Xiaohua, who treated my Zhongling villa as an uninhabited place? If you have the ability, capture Xiaohua. I will go back and squat at the mountain gate. Let's see how powerful that Xiaohua is." Zhong Yedong said excitedly. Sure enough, when Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong left the guest hall, no Fei clan's disciples came to greet them. Even when they flew away from Feiha Mountain, only the disciples on duty looked at them from afar. When Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong returned to Zhongling Villa, they carefully reported the ins and outs of the matter to Zhong Tianyao, who was guarding the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't scold Zhong Yedong, but nodded casually and said, "You have worked hard. You have rested for a few days, but I'm afraid you will have to go again." "Ah?" Zhong Yejing was slightly taken aback, but she didn't dare to ask any questions. She bowed respectfully and left. Zhong Yedong really did as he said. He flew to the entrance of the villa, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, waiting for Xiaohua. "Third brother, what do you think?" After Zhong Yejing and Zhong Yedong left, Zhong Tianyao asked faintly, Fei Xiqing and Qin Kai, those two old ghosts. Are there any problems? After listening to Zhong Tianyao question, Zhong Peiyuan was very hesitant. His eyes flickered slightly and he didn't answer for a long time. What? Third brother, you have been traveling outside for decades, searching for materials for our Zhong clan's ancestral artifact. You have come into contact with many cultivators. Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts? Zhong Tianyao said unhappily. Sigh, I'll let the clan head know. Zhong Peiyuan smiled bitterly. If the boy hadn't left Zhongling Villa, Yun City, or even Meng Country, the boy would have immediately said his thoughts. But after seeing all kinds of people, experiencing all kinds of scams, and experiencing all kinds of people's hearts, the boy didn't dare to say anything. The most unpredictable thing in this world is not the cultivation method, the method of making talismans, or the method of refining pills, but the human heart. The human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. The boy doesn't know what the heavenly Tao is, but in the boy's opinion, the human heart is as deep as the heavenly Tao. Zhong Tianyao nodded and said with satisfaction, what you said is very good. Actually, even I can't judge whether Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing have any bad intentions. Zhong Peifu, who was beside him, said curiously, Clan head, the boy thought that it would be enough to send Jing alone. He even thought that Jing and Dong could find one person each. But the clan head insisted that Jing and Dong should go together and invite people one by one. I remember that the clan head once said that Dong's temper is irritable. He wanted to test the Fei clan and Qin clan's attitude to see if they had anything to do with this matter. If they even tolerate Dong's temper, then they must have some ulterior motives. We can't let others take advantage of us for nothing. But now, Dong and Jing have been chased out. Doesn't this mean that these two clans have no ulterior motives towards our Zhong clan? They are afraid that the clan head will plot against them. So that's what I was thinking. Zhong Tianyao stroked his beard and said with a smile, but think about it again. The Qin clan and Fei clan don't have any particularly close relationship with our Zhong clan. If they have something to ask of our Zhong clan, then they will definitely have a way to deal with my plans. If they come to our Zhong clan, wouldn't that be too abnormal? Even if it's you won't come at once, right? Zhong Peifu was dumbfounded. He shook his head and said, if the clan head says so, then we really can't judge. We can only wait for Xiaohua to do whatever he wants, or we can give him the thing that he wants. How can we give it to him? Even if that thing is useless to us, we definitely can't give it to him. Zhong Peiyuan snorted coldly. If we give it to him, then we are giving our Zhong clan's face to him, allowing him to trample on it as he pleases. Besides, how should we calculate the lives of these dozens of Zhong clan disciples? But if we don't give it to him, we can't capture him, and we can't ask the other two golden core cultivators to help the clan head. What should we do then? Zhong Peifu asked back. Zhong Peiyuan let out a long sigh. He was also speechless. Xiaohua's flying speed was indeed formidable. The entire Zhongling mountain villa was so big. Although there were some formations protecting it, it was different from the mountain protecting formation of the cultivation sections. Xiaohua could easily break through it as if there was nothing there. Zhong Tianyao, a golden core cultivator, couldn't catch him at all. Only 3 golden core cultivators formed a triangle and trapped Xiaohua. Then they could succeed. Actually, it's still a little strange. Zhong Tianyao didn't make any judgment and suddenly said, Qin Kai, that old ghost, usually stays in Fan City and doesn't come out. Why did he suddenly go to Mount Feihe during this period of time? From what Jing said, it seems that he's working together with Fei Xiqing to refine some kind of magic tool. Zhong Peiyuan reminded. Yes, that's very strange. Zhong Tianyao nodded. The two clans are both refining tools, and they're usually competing with each other. Small grudges constantly exist, and the two of them don't have any good expressions when they meet. Now that they're together, that Fei Xiqing even gave Qin Kai some spiritual wine. Could it be that Mount Feihe has some use for Qin Kai? Zhong Peiyuan probed. Then, or maybe, the two clans obtained some kind of secret tool refining technique together? Zhong Peifu also reminded. A smile appeared on Zhong Tianyao's face. He pointed with his hand and said, "That's right. Since the two clans are busy refining tools, I'm afraid they don't have the time to scheme against my Zhong clan. This old man can also invite the two clans without worry. But if the two of them have some kind of scheme, they'll definitely be together." Zhong Peiyuan was still frowning. "They're obviously together. It's too strange. What's real is fake, and what's fake is real." Zhong Tianyao laughed. "I'm afraid it's because of this that I believe that the two of them definitely don't have any designs on my Zhongling villa." But Zhong Peiyuan was still worried. "My Zhong clan has been hiding for many years. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian.com. Chapter 21:17. Sai, that thing is the foundation of our Zhong family's future in Meng country. Naturally, we have to protect it well and not let others get it. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. If it wasn't for the boy's negligence, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't have found it." Zhong Peifu said somewhat dejectedly. "It's fine. Xiao Hua only knows that it's a place for refining equipment, but he doesn't know what's inside." Zhong Tianyao waved his hand and said, "Moreover, he's just a cultivator from Shi country. If we capture him, we'll kill him without waiting for him to speak. Even if the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples find him, can they still deny the crime of killing dozens of our Zhong family's low-level disciples? Then do we still need Jing to go to Mount Feiha?" Zhong Peiyuan asked. Zhong Tianyao shook his head and said, "Not for the time being. Qin Kai and Fei Siqing are refining equipment, so they don't have the mind to care about anything else. Didn't you hear what Jing said? He didn't even take the storage bag. He didn't plan to come at all. Otherwise, the things inside would be enough for him to be tempted." "Boy understands." Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu nodded. "Hurry up and patrol during this period of time. Don't add any more lives," Zhong Tianyao ordered. After the two of them left, Zhong Tianyao frowned again. He sat on the chair and sank into deep thought. Unknowingly, dozens of days passed. It was another moonless night. The entire Zhongling villa fell into an extremely tense atmosphere, because everyone knew that the last two times Xiao Hua entered Zhongling villa to kill people, it was at this time. If there were no accidents, he would come again tonight. Even Zhong Yedong, who was sitting at the entrance of the villa, had cold sweat in his palms. The night wind was bleak, and the sound of cicadas was terrifying. However, Xiao Hua, who everyone was waiting for, was sitting cross-legged under a willow tree. In front of him, there was a person kneeling. It was Zhong Haoran. "Zhong Haoran, have you decided? You won't change it?" Xiao Hua said indifferently. Without any hesitation, Zhong Haoran nodded and said, "That's right. Senior, you've already told me about it dozens of days ago. Over the past few days, I've already thought it through. Although I don't know why you're doing this to me, I'm willing to take this risk for Senior Sister to continue cultivating. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that this heavenly mending pill is too strange. Someone has to pay the price for it. This is the rule of using the heavenly mending pill." Xiao Hua sighed. Senior Xiao, you don't have to feel troubled," Zhong Haoran comforted. "Junior knows that such a heaven-defying thing is not easy to deal with. Junior will not let Senior take any more risks. Junior has already thought of all the possible disasters when Junior was praying. And you've been kneeling and praying on the mountain peak these past few days. This Xiao has also seen it clearly." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "For you to kneel and pray to this Xiao every day, this Xiao will also do his best. In that case, I beseech Senior Xiao to take action." Zhong Haoran knelt down once again. "All right." Xiao Hua flicked his large sleeve, and Zhong Haoran's entire body was unable to move, as if he was frozen. Then, he heard Xiao Hua's heavenly voice in his ears. "Zhong Haoran, from now on, you can't speak and you can't transmit your voice. This is the price you have to pay for using the heavenly mending pill." Zhong Haoran had already thought about it for several dozen days, but he had never thought that the price would actually be like this. However, when he thought about how he could still cultivate, still build his foundation, and still stay by Zhong Xiuhan's side without breaking his limbs, so what if he could not speak? Zhong Haoren wanted to nod his head, but his entire body did not have the slightest bit of strength, nor the slightest bit of magic power. After a moment, Zhong Haoren did not see any movement from Xiaohua. Zhong Haoren's magic power recovered, and he could also move his body. Zhong Haoren hurriedly said, "Senior Xiao, He originally wanted to say that he was willing, but when he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. A burst of Wuya sounds came and entered Zhong Haoren's ears. This is my voice? Zhong Haoren thought in his heart. However, his expectation and joy hid his disappointment. Because at this moment, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a slightly red medicinal pill. Is this the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Haoren took the heaven-mending pill and looked at the medicinal pill that did not have any medicinal fragrance and did not have any special phenomenon. He was bewildered but still spoke out of habit. Then he pointed his finger at the medicinal pill and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, you can give this medicinal pill to Zhong Xiuhan now. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Haoren put the heaven-mending pill into a jade bottle, kowtowed again, and quickly entered the orchid of the valley courtyard. Zhong Haoren, I hope you have good luck. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. Today is the day this young master will go and harass Zhongling Mountain Villa again, but for you, this young master will stay. If something happens to Zhong Xiuhan, this young master's reputation as the heaven-mending pill will be ruined, right? Then, Xiaohua flew up and chased after Zhong Haoren like a gust of wind. Peng ping, peng ping. Zhong Haoren walked to the front of Zhong Xiuhan's hut and raised his hand to knock on the window. In the past 10 days, because of Xiaohua's guarantee and Zhong Haoren's comfort, Zhong Xiuhan's mood had been relaxed, and she could sleep normally at night. Zhong Haoren's arrival did not attract her attention. Who is it? Zhong Xiuhan woke up and asked curiously, Is it Haoren? However, the familiar simple and honest voice did not ring out, and it was still the sound of knocking on the window. Who is it? Zhong Xiuhan shouted vigilantly. At this moment, the knocking stopped. Damn Haoren, what kind of joke are you playing with me? Zhong Xiuhan opened the door slightly and saw Zhong Haoren standing in front of the window with a smile on his face. She immediately laughed and scolded. I already agreed, and you still didn't say anything? Do you want to die? Zhong Haoren did not answer and clapped his hand, took out the jade bottle, and handed it to Zhong Xiuhan. This is the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Xiuhan was stunned and immediately became overjoyed. She snatched the jade bottle, removed the cork, and poured out the heaven-mending pill. Is this the heaven-mending pill? Zhong Xiuhan looked at the ugly pill and somewhat doubtfully looked at Zhong Haoren. Zhong Haoren did not speak and raised a finger to his lips and made a gesture of breathing, indicating for Zhong Xiuhan to speak softly. This pill is so strange, there is no medicinal fragrance at all. Senior Xiao is not mistaken, right? Zhong Xiuhan did not seem to notice Zhong Haoren's strangeness and muttered in a low voice, Don't you think so? Zhong Haoren's face revealed a smile, and he nodded slightly, as if he had a card up his sleeve, but he still did not speak. What? Damn Haoren, why are you so strange today? Why are you not saying a word? Zhong Xiuhan finally noticed Zhong Haoren's silence and asked in a low voice, In the past, it was always you who spoke, and I listened. Why are you not saying a word today? Could it be that you are mute? Chapter 21:18. Zhong Haoren still didn't speak. He shook his head slightly, looked left and right, then put his index finger to his mouth, indicating for her not to make a sound. Then he pointed at the chaotic heavenly pill in Zhong Yuehan's hand and pointed at her mouth, indicating for her to take it as soon as possible. Xiaohua in the distance understood that Zhong Haoren wanted Zhong Yuehan to take the chaotic heavenly pill before she noticed his abnormality, so that Zhong Yuehan wouldn't refuse to take the chaotic heavenly pill because of him. Maybe my way of thinking is a bit too cruel? A trace of regret formed in Xiaohua's heart, but then Xiaohua smiled and said, How can one achieve a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Zhong Haoren, if this delays you, this Xiao will bear all the consequences. It can also be considered as you bowing down to this Xiao and letting this Xiao understand the price of some things. On the other side, Zhong Yuehan was indeed focused on the chaotic heavenly pill as Zhong Haoran expected. She had been looking forward to this item for who knows how many days. Seeing that she was about to resume her cultivation, how could she pay attention to anything else? I'll take it now. Zhong Yuehan smiled until her eyes became two crescent moons. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. Haoran, you have to protect me. Zhong Yuehan said tenderly with a rare look of attachment. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. Then I'll take it? Zhong Yuehan smiled. Zhong Haoran didn't speak and nodded slightly. Seeing that Zhong Haoran still didn't speak, Zhong Yuehan felt a bit strange. Zhong Haoran was a bit anxious at this time. He pretended to look to the side and pointed at the pill. Zhong Yuehan seemed to understand something and didn't ask anymore. She walked to the side of the hut and sat cross-legged, then swallowed the chaotic heavenly pill in one gulp. When the chaotic heavenly pill entered her stomach, it immediately turned into a hot flow and rushed into Zhong Yuehan's meridians. The broken meridians were gradually repaired as if they had met with sweet dew. Zhong Yuehan hurriedly used the heart technique that she hadn't used for a long time and moved the warm flow into her meridians bit by bit. Zhong Haoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Zhong Yuehan had taken the pill and a white mist had appeared on top of her head. He extended his hand to wipe away the layer of sweat on his forehead. It was just as Xiaohua had expected. He was really afraid that Zhong Yuehan would not take the heaven-mending pill because of the price he had to pay. Unlike the silence in the Orchid of the Bells courtyard, several screams rang out in succession within the Zhongling mountain villa. Several batches of disciples on duty, led by Zhong Yu, Zhong Yejing and the others, quickly rushed to several places. The entire Zhongling mountain villa immediately descended into chaos. However, what was different from the previous two times was that this time, there was no Xiaohua's arrogant voice, nor was there any flying shadow. What method did Xiaohua use? Zhong Tianyao's divine sense swept across the entire Zhongling mountain villa, but he actually didn't see Xiaohua's figure, causing him to be even more shocked. Not only was this bastard able to avoid this old man's capture, he was even able to avoid this old man's divine sense. It seems that he intentionally revealed himself the previous two times. What should we do? Right at this moment, someone shouted at the entrance of Zhongling Villa, "Where do you think you're going?" It was actually the sound of Zhong Yedong. It's Dong to. When Zhong Tianyao and the others heard this, their figures hurriedly flew up and flew towards the entrance of Zhongling Mountain Villa. However, Zhong Yedong wasn't at the entrance of the villa. Zhong Tianyao's divine sense chased after him, and he saw Zhong Yedong's figure rapidly chasing towards the west. However, there was nothing in front of Zhong Yedong that his divine sense could see at all. Just as Zhong Tianyao was about to fly over, Zhong Yedong stopped, scratched his head and looked around, and then scratched his head in confusion. Zhong Tianyao knew that Zhong Yedong had already lost Xiaohua. Zhong Tianyao released his divine sense and carefully searched Zhong Yedong's surroundings again. There was nothing unusual, so he retracted his divine sense. At this moment, Zhong Yedong also flew back. "Greetings, Patriarch." Zhong Yedong saw Zhong Tianyao and bowed respectfully. "And you saw Xiaohua?" Zhong Tianyao asked, "Why didn't he attack you?" "Boy, I didn't see him either." Zhong Yedong shook his head and said, "Boy only saw a black shadow that was a foot-long flash in front of Boy, and Boy immediately chased after it. That black shadow flew extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was far away. Boy could still see it earlier, but in just a moment, that black shadow flew away. He couldn't find it anymore." "Xiaohua is actually good at hiding?" Zhong Tianyao was even more shocked. "He flies extremely fast and can hide, even this old man. I'm afraid I can't catch him." "But from what Boy saw," Zhong Yedong said anxiously, "that black shadow doesn't seem to be a human shape. I'm afraid it's not Xiaohua, right?" "Dom, can you see clearly?" Zhong Peiyuan asked. Zhong Yedong shook his head. "Boy can't see clearly, so I can't be sure." "Sai, Dong, Since you can't see clearly, don't talk nonsense. You're a foundation establishment cultivator, which is the same as Xiaohua's cultivation. Even if you're slightly weaker, Xiaohua doesn't dare to stay, afraid that your entanglement will attract patriarch. His flying technique is extremely fast, and he can hide. How can you see his true face? Zhong Peiyuan sighed. But Zhong Yedong still wanted to say something, but he saw Zhong Yu and the others flying over from the villa. Zhong Tianyao no longer paid attention to Zhong Yedong, turned his head and said, "How are the casualties?" Zhong Yu's expression was extremely ugly and said in a low voice, "This subordinate roughly looked. There are already more than 50 people in the few places where there were only screams. There are still other places that haven't been checked, but according to Xiaohua's vicious methods, there must be places where they were killed before they could even make a sound." "He's really crazy, really inhumane," Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. "Isn't it just because of something? This bastard actually—" "Sigh, old third." Zhong Peifu sighed and said, "That thing must be extremely useful to him. If he obtains it, his abijna will definitely increase greatly. Who knows, he might even be able to reach golden core and nascent soul. With such a temptation, what can he not do? Didn't you see that day? Huan Feng? If we don't give it to him, he'll really attack the family head and all of us." Wasn't Xiaohua the other day different? If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation base isn't high enough, he would have made a move long ago, right? Zhong Peiyuan sneered. Zhong Tianyao gritted his teeth, feeling truly powerless in his heart. It seemed that ever since he cultivated to golden core, he had never been so passive. Only now did he know that compared to a cultivation sect, he was truly aggrieved as the family head of a cultivation aristocratic family. This also made him even more determined to rely on the newly discovered refining method to bring the Zhong family step by step onto the path of a cultivation sect. Take a look at the number of casualties first. Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, then turned his head and said to Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu, "The two of you, come over here and discuss how to invite Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing." Zhong Ling Mountain Villa gradually calmed down, but Zhong Xiuhan of the Lily of the Valley courtyard was like an ant in a steamer. The medicinal power of that heavenly mending pill was so strong that it far exceeded Zhong Xiuhan's expectations. It actually repaired her meridians, which she thought would take several days to repair, in just 6 hours. Moreover, while Zhong Xiuhan was in ecstasy, the remaining medicinal power still remained. Zhong Xiuhan didn't stop at all, immediately activating her mental cultivation method to refine the remaining medicinal power. Just after activating her mental cultivation method for a great cycle, Zhong Xiuhan suddenly discovered that there were signs of condensation in her true qi. She was finally going to build her foundation again. But at this time, Zhong Xiuhan's mentality was like, once bitten by a snake, 3 years afraid of ropes. Worried about her gains and losses, she didn't dare to activate her mental cultivation method again. "Quick, continue cultivating." Xiaohua's indifferent voice sounded. "Yes." Seeing Xiaohua, a foundation-building cultivator, by her side, Zhong Xiuhan's heart was greatly relieved. Her heart calmed down, and the speed of condensation in her true qi became even faster. "Quickly take the foundation-building pill?" Xiaohua slightly frowned. At this time, Zhong Xiuhan bitterly smiled and said, "Senior Xiao, Junior's 2 foundation-building pills have already been used up. Right now, I don't have any foundation-building pills on me." Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched. His mind turned again, and he looked at Zhong Haoran. Zhong Haoran didn't hesitate at all. He clapped his hands, and the 2 foundation-building pills were placed in front of Zhong Xiuhan. "Haoran, you are so good." Zhong Xiuhan affectionately looked at Zhong Haoran again. "No need to be so affectionate," Xiaohua whispered. "Zhong Xiuhan, come with me. This place is not suitable for building your foundation." After saying that, Xiaohua unceremoniously lifted his hand and flew out with Zhong Xiuhan like the wind. He directly flew towards the mountain peak that Zhong Haoran was praying to the heavens. Seeing Xiaohua take action, Zhong Haoran naturally felt relieved. He activated the flying talisman tail and flew towards the mountain peak with Xiaohua. But Xiaohua's speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Zhong Haoren was left far behind. When Zhong Haoren flew to the peak of the mountain, he saw that Zhong Xiuhan was sitting on the stone slab that he usually knelt on. She had already reached the end of building her foundation. That's right, she actually built her foundation on the stone slab that Zhong Haoren usually knelt on. This was probably done by Xiaohua on purpose. Sensing that Zhong Xiuhan's faint pressure of building her foundation was slowly withdrawing, Zhong Haoren's eyes were moist. He knew in his heart that this was Zhong Xiuhan's lifelong pursuit. It was also because of her strong and competitive nature that she failed to build her foundation last time. And this time, because of Xiaohua's help, she succeeded in building her foundation. Where is Senior Xiao? Zhong Haoren immediately looked around, but there was no trace of Xiaohua at the peak of the mountain. Haoren! Zhong Xiuhan withdrew her pressure. Her face was red from excitement, and her eyes couldn't hide her pride. Seeing that Zhong Haoren had arrived at the peak of the mountain, she jumped in front of Zhong Haoren and threw herself into his arms. She smiled and said, "You are so good. If it wasn't for you, how could I find Senior Xiao? If it wasn't for you, how could I build my foundation? This heaven-mending pill really lives up to its name. Not only can it repair my meridians, it can also help me build my foundation." Zhong Xiuhan fell into Zhong Haoren's arms and breathed in Zhong Haoren's scent. She was somewhat intoxicated as she spoke. However, after talking to herself for a long time, she didn't hear Zhong Haoren's response. She unconsciously raised her head and her scarlet lips curled up. She scolded, "I built my foundation, aren't you happy? Is it because my cultivation is higher than yours that you don't want to talk?" Chapter 21:19. Zhong Haoren had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was neither sadness nor regret. He just smiled, pointed to his mouth, and opened his mouth to say a few words. Zhong Xiuhan was shocked and hurriedly broke free from Zhong Xiuhan's arms and shouted, "Damn Haoren, don't scare me. You really can't speak? Quick, tell me what's going on." Immediately, Zhong Xiuhan woke up and turned to look for Xiaohua. "Senior Xiao, Senior Xiao." Zhong Haoren pulled Zhong Xiuhan's sleeve and shook his head slightly. "Haoren, tell me, what's going on?" Zhong Xiuhan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Zhong Haoren did not look depressed. He patted his hand and took out a small jade slip from his storage bag. He had some divine sense now, but it was very weak. He could only write a few words. However, the matter was very simple. He could explain it in a few words. "Haoren, you sacrificed so much for me." Zhong Xiuhan looked at the jade slip and the tears on her face fell. She hugged Zhong Haoren again and kissed his lips fiercely. Zhong Haoren was so happy that he almost fainted. He could not even stand steadily. After a long while, Zhong Xiuhan suddenly woke up and said anxiously, "Yes, Haoren, since it's Senior Zhao's idea, let's go and beg Senior Xiao, ask him." Zhong Haoren shook his head slightly. "Alas." Zhong Xiuhan was also disappointed and said in a low voice, "This matter. Senior Xiao wants us to swear that we can't leak it out. What is he planning to do?" Zhong Haoren did not answer. Instead, he pointed to Zhong Xiuhan's mouth and signaled her to swear. Zhong Xiuhan nodded and swore very meekly. Only then did Zhong Haoren smile. "However, my meridians have been repaired, and I have built my foundation. Naturally, I have to return to Zhongling Mountain Village. If others ask, I have to give an explanation." Zhong Xiuhan thought for a moment and said, "I can only say that I met a senior. I don't know his name and he gave me the heaven-mending pill." Zhong Haoren nodded. Xiaohua did not say anything. Casually making up a cultivator was in line with Xiaohua's idea. "But Haoren, what about you? What should I say?" Zhong Xiuhan was somewhat embarrassed. Zhong Haoren smiled as he took the jade slip and wrote a few words. "Well, that's the only way." Zhong Yuehan nodded. "Qigong deviation is the best explanation. Let's go, Haoren. Let's hurry back to Zhongling Mountain Villa." Zhong Yuehan smiled and said, "I've just built my foundation, so I still need to stabilize my realm. Only when I return to the manor can I find senior sister and senior brother to give me some pointers. Then, she held Zhong Haoren's hand and kissed his cheek sweetly. Don't worry, Haoren, I will never forget you. Zhong Haoren nodded happily, and the two of them activated their flying talismans and flew toward the Zhongling mountain villa. After the two of them left, Xiaohua's figure appeared on the top of the mountain. He looked at the stone slab that Zhong Haoren was kneeling on, which was also the stone slab for Zhong Yuehan to build her foundation. His face showed a thoughtful expression. It's strange. Why would I suddenly have the idea of testing Zhong Yuehan? Could it be that it was also on a whim? However, it's hard to figure out what method to use. Fortunately, there's this acupoint sealing technique. I used an extremely weak amount of earth crystal Yao milk on the mute acupoint. The restriction technique is also hidden. Even Zhong Tianyao might not be able to discover it, right? Zhong Haoren is just an aura refining disciple. How could Zhong Tianyao make a move? Zhong Haoren, this earth crystal Yao milk is the same as the clear flower pill in my meridians back then. It's a test, but it's also a chance. I will not let down your sincere heart. Then, Xiaohua used the earth escape technique and entered the cave where Xue Xue cultivated. While refining pills, he also consumed pills and continued to cultivate. Zhong Yuehan and Zhong Haoren returned to Zhongling Mountain Villa. When they saw the desolate state of the villa and the terrifying aura, they couldn't help but be shocked. They stopped a disciple and asked, and the two of them turned pale with fright. What they didn't expect was that the culprit who turned Zhongling Mountain Villa into such a state and poisoned hundreds of people in Zhongling Mountain Villa was their benefactor, Xiaohua. How is this possible? Zhong Yuehan whispered, Last night, wasn't he at Orchid of the Valley Courtyard? It's impossible for him to come to Zhongling Mountain Villa. But then, Zhong Yuehan hesitated again. But his cultivation level is very high, and his flying speed is also very fast. When I took the heavenly pill, he could have flown to Zhongling Mountain Villa. However, Zhong Haoren's face was full of determination. He absolutely didn't believe that Xiaohua, who took out the heavenly pill so easily, could actually poison hundreds of people to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak and couldn't defend Xiaohua. And even if he could speak, who would listen? An aura-refining disciple who disappeared from Zhongling Mountain Villa for dozens of days and no one cared about him, he really was a small person with little power. Just then, a few early-stage foundation establishment senior brothers walked over. The one in the front was a rather scholarly disciple with delicate features. When he saw Zhong Yuehan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, Yuehan, you've also built your foundation? Didn't your meridians break and go to Orchid of the Valley Courtyard to recuperate? I'll let senior brother Qingpa know. Zhong Yuehan smiled like a flower. I had a fortuitous encounter and met a strange person. Not only did he give me a pill to connect my meridians, but he also helped me build my foundation. Oh, this is really a joyous occasion for my Zhongling Mountain Villa. Zhong Qingpa clapped his hands and said, My Zhong clan has been sobbing for the past dozens of days. It's rare for there to be any good news. However, Junior Sister Yuehan, your foundation establishment realm seems to be unstable. You still need to cultivate carefully. It can't be delayed. Yes, I also know that. Didn't I hurry back to the villa and ask senior brothers for guidance? Zhong Yuehan smiled apologetically. Oh, Zhong Haoren? Another foundation establishment disciple looked at Zhong Haoren and said, Where have you been these days? Why didn't I see you? Zhong Haoren's face showed embarrassment. He bowed and pointed at his mouth, shaking his head slightly. What's going on? The disciple was at a loss. Junior brother Zhong was so diligent in cultivating that he went mad. His mouth can't speak for the time being. Zhong Yuehan explained in a low voice. I see. Zhong Qingpa nodded and said, Cultivation is something that can't be achieved without taking small steps. You can't be impatient. Haoren, you have to take this as a warning in the future. Zhong Haoren nodded respectfully. Oh, Junior Sister Yuehan, now that you're also in the Foundation establishment realm, you don't have to call Zhong Haoren Jr. brother anymore. Just call him Martial Nephew. Zhong Qingpa smiled and said, when you stabilize your realm, you still have to leave your natal spirit tablet in the ancestral hall. This is an honor that only the Zhong clan's Foundation establishment disciples can have. Yes, I understand. Zhong Yuehan looked at Zhong Haoren apologetically and said in a low voice, if you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Com. Chapter 2120. Let's go and report the good news to Granduncle. Zhong Qingpa said with a smile, Granduncle and the others will definitely be happy that Zhong family has a disciple who has reached the Foundation building realm at such a critical time. Zhong Haoren silently watched Zhong Xiuhan leave. It was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, Zhong Haoren felt at peace because he believed that Zhong Xiuhan was just helpless. Once she stabilized her realm, she would definitely come to find him. Thus, Zhong Haoren turned around and went back to his room. Zhong Haoren was a direct disciple of the Zhong family. Unlike the low-level disciples in the medicinal garden, he had his own place to cultivate. This place could be considered safe. The previous 2 attacks that killed hundreds of people didn't involve this place. Therefore, no one cared too much about Zhong Haoren going out for dozens of days. However, the 2 deaths now involved most of the Zhongling mountain village. The place where the aura refining disciples cultivated began to become restless. All kinds of terrifying and uneasy auras filled the air. The aura refining disciples were all in danger, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were careless. If it were any other time, Zhong Haoren's so-called loss of speech caused by qi deviation would definitely be comforted by his fellow disciples. There would even be more enthusiastic senior sisters who would look for some solutions. But at this time, Zhong Haoren was first greeted with indifference, then astonishment, and finally, ridicule. Hee, Haoren, I really didn't expect this. First there was Zhong Xiuhan, and now there's you. Both of you cultivated desperately for the sake of building your foundation, but now, your cultivation hasn't improved at all. That one became a cripple, and you became a mute. How sad. What do you know? I just got the news from the master that Zhong Xiuhan has now turned from bad to good. Not only has her meridians been repaired, but she has also built her foundation. She's now our martial aunt. She's already built her foundation, so why would she go back to the Zhongling mountain village? Isn't it good to hide in the orchid of the valley courtyard? At least Xiaohua didn't appear there. Oh, right, Zhong Haoren, you seem to have a good relationship with Zhong Xiuhan. Could it be that you were with Zhong Xiuhan for the past 10 days? Look, you're already like this. Not to mention that she hasn't built her foundation, even a normal aura refining disciple wouldn't take you seriously, right? That's right, a toad lusting after a swan's meat. I have such thoughts too. All kinds of words floated in Zhong Haoren's ears. Zhong Haoren was speechless again. There was only a bitter smile on his face, and in the end, there was even some coldness. It was as if he was using another pair of eyes to coldly watch everyone's performance. The Zhong clan's master who was guiding Zhong Haoren's cultivation naturally knew about Zhong Haoren's situation. He painfully inspected Zhong Haoren's body, and sure enough, it was as Xiaohua had expected. They simply couldn't discover Xiaohua's forbidden technique, and it was also impossible for them to know the root cause of Zhong Haoren's muteness. Not to mention that Zhong Haoren was an aura-refining disciple, his master wouldn't directly report this situation to Zhong Tianyao. Now was a special time. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense, and they all hoped that Xiaohua would be executed so that they could escape with their lives. Zhong Tianyao also didn't have the heart to do chores. Therefore, Zhong Haoren's matter was like a small wave in the river, and after a slight surge, it disappeared. However, Zhong Haoren was somewhat puzzled about the fear of the Zhongling mountain villa's disciples. Because he had interacted with Xiaohua before, he knew Xiaohua's kindness. Since Xiaohua was willing to take out the heaven-mending pill for Zhong Xiuhan, he naturally wouldn't casually kill the Zhong clan's disciples. Besides, Xiaohua was with them the entire night during the recent dark of the moon. Where would he have the time to come to the Zhongling mountain villa to kill people? Unfortunately, Zhong Haoren couldn't speak now, so he naturally couldn't defend Xiaohua. Zhong Haoren also believed that the truth would come to light one day. He only needed to wait, and when that day came he would definitely defend Xiaohua. Unfortunately, reality was always cruel. Zhong Haoren calmly faced what had happened, but the changes in the situation were far from what he could have predicted. Just before the day he had to defend Xiaohua had arrived, he had already noticed another change. And this change was something he didn't expect, or rather, something he had never thought of. Zhong Xiuhan had already failed to build her foundation once, but this time, her foundation building was very smooth. Moreover, with the medicinal efficacy of Xiaohua's heaven-mending pill, her realm after building her foundation was very stable. She only needed a few days of meditation to come out. The first thing Zhong Xiuhan did after coming out was naturally to look for Zhong Haoren. In fact, Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren lived very close to each other in the beginning. There were many aura refining disciples in the Zhongling mountain villa, and these aura refining disciples were divided into male and female groups to be managed. It was precisely because Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren originally had a close relationship that the two of them were put together when they traveled to the country of Xi last time. Contrary to Zhong Xiuhan's expectations, her appearance in front of the aura refining disciples actually caused a sensation. Many of her old acquaintances flattered her in front of her, and all of their praises were piled up in front of her, as if she was the darling of the heavens. The previous coldness when her meridians were completely destroyed was completely swept away. This was beyond her expectations, and it made Zhong Xiuhan feel like she had returned to her hometown with honor. A kind of floating and fluttering atmosphere had always been permeating around her. And this kind of overflowing atmosphere and feeling of contentment actually made her unable to open her mouth to look for Zhong Haoren, and she couldn't even open her mouth to find an excuse to leave. Only when the sky turned dark did Zhong Xiuhan slightly collect her mood. Before she left, she casually asked about Zhong Haoren's situation. The aura refining disciples all had a mysterious expression on their faces, and they quietly whispered in her ear, "Martial Uncle Xiuhan, you don't know. Zhong Haoren is now a mute, he can't say a single word. Moreover, he can't transmit his voice. Think about it, this kind of disciple, how can he still have a future?" According to the teacher, the possibility of him entering the foundation building realm is also very small. Your martial uncle, have you ever heard of a foundation building cultivator who can't be mute? Which gold core cultivator is a mute? There were also disciples who flattered her, "Martial Uncle Xiuhan, we know you want to help Zhong Haoren because of your old friendship, but you have to think about it carefully. You are now a martial uncle in the foundation building realm. How can you be together with Zhong Haoren, a mute cultivator? You may be shameless because of your old friendship, but our Zhongling mountain village still cares about our reputation, and you foundation building cultivators also care about your reputation. Tisk, don't talk nonsense." Although Zhong Xiuhan disdained the words of these former sisters, and she knew the real reason why Zhong Haoren was a mute, but these words did sound reasonable. After hesitating for a while, she still couldn't find any reason not to look for Zhong Haoren. Zhong Haoren's hut was usually not lively, but it wasn't deserted either. However, when Zhong Xiuhan came, it was absolutely deserted. The situation was the same as what Zhong Xiuhan encountered at her former sister's place. A group of aura refining disciples respectfully saluted her when they saw her. After she casually greeted them, they saw her go to look for Zhong Haoren, and their eyes were full of surprise. This surprise was definitely not a kind of compliment, but a kind of admiration. It was more like a sudden realization and a kind of ridicule. These gazes made Zhong Xiuhan's heart, which had just convinced herself, ripple again. However, when she saw Zhong Haoren and his indifferent look, an indescribable feeling suddenly rose in Zhong Xiuhan's heart. It seemed that this junior martial brother, who had followed her for many years, hadn't grown up yet. The attachment that she had just borne before had long disappeared. The sense of security that she urgently needed from Zhong Haoren had also disappeared after she returned to the Zhongling mountain village a few days after she entered the foundation building realm. In particular, when she opened her mouth, Zhong Xiuhan felt that she didn't know how to address Zhong Haoren. Today, she had played the role of martial uncle enough. Haoran, are you okay? Zhong Xiuhan said this with some regret in her heart. She hadn't seen Zhong Haoran for a few days, so what was wrong with him? Or perhaps he was mute, so how could he be okay? You tell me about it with the jade slip. Zhong Xiuhan knew that Zhong Haoran couldn't answer her question. Zhong Haoran nodded, took out a jade slip, and handed it to Zhong Xiuhan. Oh, I'm fine. Zhong Xiuhan scanned it with her divine sense and said with a smile, the teachers were very surprised that I could enter the foundation building realm, so they specially examined me. You don't know how shocked they were at that time. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were also wide open. They couldn't believe that my meridians were repaired so perfectly. Did you know? Haoran, the heavenly pill's reputation is really not just for show. Not only are my meridians repaired, but they are also bigger than before. I heard from the teachers that my magic power will definitely be higher than those of the same level in the future, and I have a higher chance of entering the Golden Core realm. Haoran, there are very few female cultivators in our Zhong family who enter the Golden Core realm. The teachers said that if nothing unexpected happens, I will be the first female cultivator to enter the Golden Core realm in thousands of years. After Zhong Xiuhan finished speaking, he said very gently, Haoran, this is all thanks to you. However, I also swore a heart oath that I can't tell anyone. So, Zhong Haoran listened patiently, and his eyes flashed with understanding. At this time, he very considerately stretched out his index finger and quietly placed it beside Zhong Xiuhan's mouth. Haoran, you're so nice. Zhong Xiuhan's body stiffened, and then she snuggled into Zhong Haoran's arms. However, Zhong Xiuhan clearly felt that the warmth on Zhong Haoran's body was far from what it was a few days ago, and she even felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. This feeling made her feel very uneasy. Yes, she had just benefited from Zhong Haoran. How could she suddenly become so unfamiliar? This unfamiliarity was caused by the environment of Zhongling Mountain Village, the difference between foundation establishment and qi refinement, the difference between gratitude and love. How could Zhong Haoran have thought that in just a few days, Zhong Xiuhan's heart would change so much? It was even more impossible for him to know that the woman in his arms was thinking about so many things. The two of them met for a very short time, and they parted after a while. Zhong Xiuhan did not set a time to meet Zhong Haoran again, and only said that she would come to see him when she had time. At the same time, she also hoped that Zhong Haoran could continue to cultivate and enter the foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Chapter 21-21. According to Zhong Haoran's thinking, although there was no agreement, but once I have time, wasn't that any time? But he was wrong, very wrong. Zhong Xiuhan's once I have time was actually more than 10 days later. And the second meeting was even shorter. It seemed that Zhong Xiuhan was cultivating some kind of technique. They only spoke a few words, and then left in a hurry. There was no then. Because, in the blink of an eye, it was the third dark night. According to the pattern of Xiaohua's attack on Zhongling Villa, this night was bound to be a bloody night, a night where dozens of people lost their lives. If it wasn't for Zhong Tianyao order, the low-level disciples of Zhong clan would probably have fled from Zhongling Villa. After all, it was really terrifying. Xiaohua didn't ask the cultivation of his opponents, and killed them all with poison. Moreover, the number of people increased each time. Who knew whose turn it would be this time? Different from the vigilance of Zhongling Villa, Xiaohua was sitting in the cave with his eyes closed, meditating. He was taking medicinal pills and refining the earth crystal Yao milk. It was a rare leisure time, and the little bit of resentment in his heart towards Zhong clan had decreased by a lot. Xiaohua even wanted to put it aside first and not push Zhong Tianyao too hard. He would wait for another opportunity to go to Zhongling Villa to look for those 2 gold sheets. But at this moment, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, I've harassed them for many days. If I don't go, wouldn't they say that I started strong but ended weak? Besides, how is Zhong Haoran and Zhong Xiuhan's situation? It's been almost a month. I have to go and take a look. Husband? You went out again? Shui Shui smiled. She naturally knew that Xiaohua went against Zhong Tianyao for her. She knew Xiaohua's cautiousness and her flying speed, so she naturally wasn't too worried. But Zhong Tianyao was also a gold core cultivator. If he really lowered his face and chased after Xiaohua, it would be difficult to deal with him. Then, once a month. Not too much and not too little. Xiaohua said with a smile. This time, I'll go and have a chat with old ghost Zhong. If he can take a step back, I'll give him some face as a gold core cultivator. I heard that the materials he used to repair his ancestral artifact were forcefully taken away by someone else. I'll see if I have any and give him some. Take it as a sign of good karma and show some appreciation for the previous 2 disturbances. Shui Shui smiled sweetly. This mistress knows that husband is soft-hearted. This matter has actually been delayed 3 times. It seems that Senior Zhong has really angered you. Of course. Xiaohua nodded and said, it doesn't matter if they threaten this husband, but if they threaten this husband's family, this husband will definitely not let them do as they wish. Husband, come back soon. Shui Shui nodded. I can already feel it. It seems I'm about to reach foundation establishment. Ah? Very good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, then this husband will not go anywhere, I will stay here to protect you. Hee, how can it be so fast? Shui Shui pushed Xiaohua and said, this concubine only has some feeling. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, even so, I still can't be careless. What kind of heaven-mend pill is this? Take it. If there's anything wrong with foundation establishment, take it without delay. As he spoke, Xiaohua gave the heaven-mending pill to Shui Shui. Shui Shui looked at the pill without any medicinal fragrance and curled her lips. Husband's pills are all strange. Other heaven-mending pills overflow with medicinal fragrance, but yours is better. It's so ugly that no one would want to take it. A good pill doesn't show its appearance. If it shows its appearance, it won't be good. Xiaohua patted Shui Shui's face and said with a smile, wife, don't worry. One day, your husband's pill will definitely be hard to find in Xiaoyu continent. You're shameless. Shui Shui took the heaven-mending pill and ridiculed Xiaohua. Immediately, Xiaohua escaped from the cave and flew towards Zhongling Mountain Villa. Just as Zhong Xiuhan thought, Xiaohua flew to the vicinity of Zhongling Mountain Villa in a moment. However, when he approached Zhongling Mountain Villa, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. A feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Could it be that old ghost Zhong has some powerful method? Xiaohua was stunned. He immediately released his Buddhist sense and carefully checked. Why is this old ghost Zhong still guarding the ancestral hall? Could it be that there's something in the ancestral hall that can't be seen? Xiaohua looked for a long time and didn't find anything wrong. Thus, he boldly laughed and said, today, this young master doesn't plan to destroy your family's spiritual plants. I'm only here to discuss conditions with you. There's nothing to be afraid of. Xiaohua flew to the sky above Zhongling Mountain Villa and said loudly, Zhong. Senior, this Xiao greets you. Boom, a burst of chaotic noise. Xiaohua's voice was like water falling into a pot of oil. In an instant, the entire Zhongling Mountain Villa was in chaos. Haha, this young master's fame is actually so great. Xiaohua's little tail actually stood up and he said with a smile, this way, I'm afraid old ghost Zhong will have to compromise. Xiaohua, you actually dare to appear in front of this old man. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Zhong Tianyao swept his divine sense and also flew out. His face was very gloomy as he stood in midair. All of you, shut up. Haven't you seen the world? Zhong Tianyao was furious again and shouted at his feet. It's just a foundation establishment disciple from the Imperial Thunder sect, and you're already so flustered. If other people saw this, wouldn't you lose face for my Zhong family? Under Zhong Tianyao's accumulated might, the noise instantly disappeared. Senior Zhong, Xiaohua didn't want to waste any time and bowed. Have you thought it through? This time, this Xiao came with great goodwill and wanted to make this deal with Senior Zhong. Of course, this Xiao also heard some rumors and knew that Senior was in a bad mood that day, so this junior had a misunderstanding. This junior has also thought it through. If senior is willing, this junior can discuss with senior and take out more materials. Unfortunately, without waiting for Xiaohua to fully express his sincerity, Zhong Tianyao angrily rebuked, "Xiaohua, are you making fun of this old man? If you were sincere, I'm afraid the sun would have risen from the west. If you were sincere, how could you be so ruthless? My Zhong family has hundreds of lives. Although they are all unranked cultivators, but they are also people, the direct descendants of my Zhong family. Moreover, there are also a few dying children. Can you really do it?" Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, "This Xiao only took some spiritual herbs from your Zhongling mountain villa. It's not worth a few spirit stones. Moreover, the place where you refine the tools, pay." How could Zhong Tianyao let him continue speaking? With a wave of his hand, a magic treasure that looked like a deer's antler appeared and shouted, "Don't try to quibble. If you still think you're a man and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, then don't run away. This old man will avenge the hundreds of lives of my Zhong family." Chapter 21-22. Ouch! Xiaohua suddenly remembered the scream he heard last time and hurriedly waved his hand. "Senior Zhong, I'm afraid you misunderstood. I've never killed a single person from your Zhong family. What I did was..." How could Zhong Tianyao listen to Xiaohua's explanation? With a wave of his magic weapon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered over. Several powerful currents of air were born from the antlers, and like a large open hand, they pounced towards Xiaohua. Within a few dozen meters of Xiaohua, countless tiny whirlpools suddenly condensed and gradually rotated, and began to attack Xiaohua from all directions. Alas! If he didn't know before, Xiaohua would have chosen to fly away without hesitation. After all, there was no reason to fight a golden core cultivator head-on. But now he couldn't leave. He had to think about whether he should stay and explain to Zhong Tianyao. But at this moment, in a corner of Zhongling Mountain Villa, a black shadow flew up from the ground. This black shadow flew very slowly, and it seemed that its cultivation wasn't high. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that it was Zhong Haoran. Xiaohua nodded inwardly, knowing that Zhong Haoran was explaining for him. "Get down." Just as Zhong Haoran flew up, Zhong Peiyuan, who was standing at the side, immediately stopped him and scolded angrily. "You're just a little kid, what are you showing off for?" Zhong Peiyuan used a confinement technique, and Zhong Haoran fell to the ground, unable to get up again. "Where's Zhong Xiuhan?" Naturally, Xiaohua also thought of Zhong Xiuhan. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to look for Zhong Xiuhan, because the angry attack of a golden core cultivator wasn't easy to deal with. Xiaohua had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it. Moreover, Xiaohua also forgot that he made Zhong Xiuhan swear that he couldn't say anything about seeing him. He was now somewhat trapped in a cocoon of his own making. "What? Senior Zhong, you want to bully the weak?" Xiaohua's heart tightened, but he still looked relaxed on the surface. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out, and the faint golden light flashed in everyone's eyes. "When you killed over 100 people of my Zhong family, why didn't you think of bullying the weak?" Zhong Tianyao sneered, and the antlers in his hands slashed down without restraint. This Xiao has already said that this Xiao definitely did not kill a single person from your Zhong family. This Xiao naturally has evidence in my hands." Xiaohua urged his magic power and flicked his sleeves. A huge amount of magic power was generated, and the vortex that was swarming towards Xiaohua was destroyed by Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi scattered in all directions. At the same time, Xiaohua's soaring dragon scissors slashed through the air. The golden light was dazzling, and the many streams of air that could tear flesh apart were cut in half. The remaining power of the soaring dragon scissors hadn't dissipated, and the magic treasure of the antlers was also slightly lifted. "Universe Creator?" Zhong Tianyao's eyes narrowed. "You're actually related to Scarlet Island? However, no matter what your background is, you will not be able to escape from my hands tonight. I would like to see what qualifications a foundation establishment cultivator like you has to challenge me." The antlers in Zhong Tianyao's hand trembled slightly. Immediately after, his magic power surged again, and a shadow flew out from the antlers, smashing towards Xiaohua with the force of 1,000 caddies. Just as the shadow flew out, it had an astonishing aura, as if it was suppressing Xiaohua's entire body. The true essence that was originally flowing like mercury actually began to stagnate, and Xiaohua's magic power was also somewhat lacking. This old ghost seems to be going all out. Xiaohua understood in his heart, but he was still somewhat puzzled. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu were not far from him. If it was any other day, they would have already rushed out, but today, it was somewhat strange and they didn't come forward. Could it be? Old ghost Zhong has other plans? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the warning signs from before and immediately urged his magic power. He pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors slashed towards the antler's shadow. At the same time, his figure leaped, and he flew out of Zhongling Mountain Villa. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The soaring dragon scissors' golden light struck the shadow, and unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal and stone colliding. The soaring dragon scissors was struck back, and the shadow also swayed twice. In the end, it gradually dimmed and disappeared in midair. Hiss! Zhong Tianyao sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood the power of Xiaohua's soaring dragon scissors. However, when he saw Xiaohua escape, he didn't chase after him. He raised his hand and actually released the pressure of a golden core cultivator. He coldly said, "Xiaohua, little brat, you only know now that you want to leave, don't you think it's too late?" Following Zhong Tianyao's sneer, he released his pressure. Inside Zhongling Mountain Villa, in front of Xiaohua's fleeing direction, two similar pressures appeared. Along with the pressure, it was actually Qin Kai and Fei Siqing. Golden core cultivators. Shock flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. He really didn't expect Zhong Tianyao to hate him so much that he actually invited two golden core cultivators to kill him. Seeing three mountain-like pressures rushing towards him from three directions, and that pressure enveloped his entire body, a sense of powerlessness and helplessness rose from his heart. Fight. Xiaohua forcibly restrained the shock in his heart, and made a decision in his heart. Being besieged by three golden core cultivators was definitely more difficult than being chased by a nascent soul cultivator last time. Xiaohua patted his forehead and released his own pressure. Unfortunately, his pressure could only block one of them. The feeling of being imprisoned in his heart was still there. Fortunately, at the same time Xiaohua released his pressure, his body trembled, and the phoenix Dharma body also rushed out of his body. A resonant phoenix cry resounded through the entire night sky, and its aura soared into the sky as it diffused, resisting the remaining two pressures. At the same time, Xiaohua also used the heaven-concealing art, and his body swayed within the pressure, barely able to resist it. Ouch! Not only was Zhong Tianyao surprised, even Qin Kai and Fei Siqing were greatly surprised. These three people had a good idea. They thought that if they only surrounded Xiaohua, he would have nowhere to go. Wouldn't the Jindan pressure of the three people suppress Xiaohua to death? The three of them simply didn't need to use any transcendence energy to capture Xiaohua. But just when Zhong Tianyao was surprised, he saw Xiaohua's body suddenly swim like a fish, and under the pressure, he suddenly rushed into the sky. He wants to escape. Fellow Daoists, help me! Zhong Tianyao sneered in a low voice, and with a short shout, he flicked his big sleeve. In the sky, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 feet was suddenly swept up, and thumb-sized wind blades were formed, coordinating with Zhong Tianyao's technique. Qin Kai stretched out his hand, and a spark flew into the air. That spark flew faster than Xiaohua, and with a light, peng sound, it exploded into thousands of even smaller sparks. These sparks were embedded in the many wind blades. The wind and fire rotated, and the momentum was extremely fierce as it enveloped Xiaohua's body. What a ruthless method, Xiaohua sneered. He understood in his heart that these wind and fire blades not only had extremely strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they also had extremely great strength and extremely sharp sharpness. Any one of them could break through a cultivator's defense and directly penetrate into the body if they hit a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, this didn't count as anything. What made Xiaohua suffer the most was that Zhong Tianyao and Qin Kai's technique had already sucked away the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua. Other than using his own true essence to generate transcendence energy, Xiaohua simply couldn't borrow the slightest bit of spiritual energy from the outside world. The true essence of a golden core cultivator condensed in the golden core was completely dozens of times more powerful than the true essence of a foundation establishment cultivator. The transcendence energy they could generate in a short period of time was also dozens of times more than that of a foundation establishment cultivator. In this kind of situation, Xiaohua was completely at a disadvantage. Zhong Tianyao and the other two's plan was meticulously planned. Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua be a simple foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua waved his hand and the earth shield technique was first produced. An earthen yellow brilliance of several tens of feet in size flashed, blocking Xiaohua's head. Rumble! A wave of rumbling sounds immediately came out. The earthen yellow brilliance only lasted for a moment under the wind and fire blades before loudly dispersing. Less than 40% of the wind and fire blades still smashed down like a storm. Although Xiaohua's earth shield technique collapsed under the wind and fire blades, Xiaohua's transcendence energy was already enough to shock Qin Kai and the others once again. He couldn't help but look at Fei Xiqing. His gaze was very obvious. Didn't you say that Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast? He looked at Fei Xiqing again and saw that she was also frowning slightly. It was unknown what she was thinking about. Go! Xiaohua's figure didn't slow down at all. At the same time as he tried his best to break free from the pressure, he waved his hand again and ignited the true samadhi fire. A wall of fire rolled over and rushed towards the wind and fire blades. True samadhi fire? Seeing this, Qin Kai's expression subconsciously changed. He already understood that his and Zhong Tianyao's techniques were most likely unable to block Xiaohua. Sure enough, the wall of fire of the true samadhi fire surged up violently and instantly engulfed all the wind and fire blades. The entire night sky was ignited by Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerated and was about to rush into the wall of fire. Xiaohua, you are indeed powerful. So powerful that it is beyond this old man's expectations. Zhong Tianyao's voice sounded again. However, if you want to escape from this old man's hands today, it will be extremely difficult. Fellow Daoist Fei, are you still not going to make a move? Following Zhong Tianyao's sneer, the antlers in Zhong Tianyao's hands suddenly waved. A faint green brilliance flashed on the antlers, and dozens of antler phantoms flew out, blocking Xiaohua's head. These phantoms were several times more powerful than the wind-fire blade from before. As soon as they appeared, they sucked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all around. Within the green brilliance, a sharp light that was comparable to a flying sword flickered, piercing straight toward Xiaohua. Hiss! Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and clearly saw the situation of the antlers gradually solidifying. He slightly inhaled and urged his true essence. Wherever the magic power passed, the soaring dragon scissors flew out again. Go! At the same time Xiaohua raised the soaring dragon scissors, Fei Xiqing also had no choice but to make a move. He slapped his hand and a bowl-sized fiery red pearl was taken out from his storage bag. Under the urging of his magic power, it was like the rising sun and smashed towards Xiaohua's back. Compared to Zhong Tianyao's antlers, the boundless heat from the fiery red pearl and the might of a magic treasure instantly enveloped Xiaohua's entire body. It made Xiaohua feel a sense of insignificance, like a moth flying into a flame. With a cry, the phoenix battle form flapped its wings. A gust of wind was generated from its wings, stirring up the 3 waves of pressure. The phoenix battle form took the opportunity to soar and charge towards Zhong Tianyao. Those sharp phoenix claws suddenly grabbed towards Zhong Tianyao. Chapter 21-23. Swoosh! Amidst the phoenix cry, the golden light of the soaring dragon shears swept past the layers of deer antlers shadows. The soaring dragon scissors did not disappoint Xiaohua. It easily split all the deer antlers into two halves. The deer antlers turned into nothingness once again. Of course, Xiaohua also consumed a lot of magic power. The golden light of the soaring dragon scissors was slightly dim. However, the soaring dragon scissors were already exhausted. It was too late to deal with the Lai Pearl. The fiery red fireball was already one zhang away from Xiaohua's back. Rise! Xiaohua was slightly panicked. He waved his right hand again and took out the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua did not have time to pour too much magic power into it. He used the cloud-suppressing seal to block the Lai Pearl. Boom! This was the most earth-shattering collision since the start of the battle between the four of them. The cloud-suppressing seal was sent flying diagonally to one side by Lai Zhu, while Lai Zhu was also sent flying back several feet. Naturally, Xiaohua, who was controlling the cloud-suppressing seal, also paused for a moment. At this time, there was another loud noise. Pang! The deer antlers in Zhong Tianyao hand hit the claws of Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body. The magic power surging on the antlers was like a stormy sea, knocking Xiaohua's dharma body back. Coincidentally, it hit right in front of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's body suddenly fell down again. I'll fight you! Xiaohua tried his best to stabilize his body and dharma body. It seemed that all the magic power in his body was surging into the soaring dragon scissors. The soaring dragon scissors flashed again and slashed at the Lai Pearl. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you think you can overturn this old man's hand? Qin Kai sneered. His body swayed and magic power surged. The Lai Pearl became 3 times bigger and quickly smashed at the soaring dragon scissors. Swoosh! The soaring dragon scissors was like a snake that had its tail stepped on. It was smashed back. The Lai Pearl was not much stronger. It was also sent flying back. What made Zhong Tianyao even more surprised was that Xiaohua's complexion changed rapidly. At the same time his figure fell from midair, Qin Kai, who was a Jindan stage cultivator, actually had his face change several times in an instant. His figure also flew diagonally along with the fierce speed for several zhang. His eyes flashed with an inconceivable expression. Zhong Tianyao, who on earth did you offend? Qin Kai opened his mouth slightly. From the expression on his face, it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. He's a foundation establishment cultivator? How would I know? Zhong Tianyao forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said coldly, even if you're a golden core cultivator, you can forget about leaving my Zhong family alive today. But Qin Kai looked hesitant. He understood that a foundation establishment cultivator might be nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect, but what about a golden core cultivator? Would the Imperial Thunder sect give up? If this disciple's spirit tablet was damaged, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples would immediately come out to search for it. While Qin Kai was hesitating, Xiaohua fell several feet. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's figure suddenly floated up again. Like a sharp arrow, his figure fell rapidly and rushed towards the ground of the Zhongling mountain villa. Unfortunately, Zhong Tianyao seemed to have long known that he had the ability to escape through the earth. Fei Siqing, who had been staying at the side without making a move, waved her hand. A ball of fire sprayed out and blocked Xiaohua's body. When the fire spread out, Xiaohua saw clearly that the fire wasn't real fire, but a fire carpet that was like magma spread all over. That fire carpet isolated Xiaohua's spiritual sense and couldn't see through it. The flames on the fire carpet were several feet long and rushed towards Xiaohua. Damn it, how did old Ghost Zhong know that this young master was going to escape through the earth? Xiaohua was really anxious when he saw that his tactic of creating a diversion to the east and attacking the west, which he had always been undefeated in 100 battles, had been seen through in advance. After all, there weren't many people who knew how to escape through the earth in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua didn't show any signs of escaping through the earth in front of Zhong Tianyao because he wanted to escape when he was caught off guard. But now, he was actually intercepted by a golden core cultivator in advance. He was really flustered and exasperated. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Hua was somewhat at his wit's end. His final trump card was the spiritual fire. That spiritual fire could still only be used twice now. He couldn't judge whether a spiritual fire could kill a golden core cultivator. Go. Xiao Hua didn't give up. Under the situation where his body didn't change, the Tengjiao shears flew out again. An even stronger golden light flashed and chopped at the fire carpet. With a boom, the scarlet flames on the fire carpet suddenly rose. Like several hundred fire snakes, they twined around the Tengjiao shears and blocked the Tengjiao shears' chopping power. Only a small amount of the golden light slashed on the fire carpet. The flames on the fire carpet were reduced by a small amount for a moment, then immediately soared again. Damn it! At this time, how could Xiao Hua not know that this fire carpet was precisely what Zhong Tianyao found to deal with his Tengjiao shears? There's nowhere to run. Xiao Hua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, anxiously looking for a flaw in his surroundings. Unfortunately, not to mention that his entire body was still under the majesty of the three golden core cultivators. Even without their majesty, the three had already sealed off many of Xiao Hua's escape routes. Even if Xiao Hua wanted to escape, he didn't have the slightest path of retreat. Demonic weapon, spiritual fire, flying sword, soul technique. Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly, and at this time, the entire fire carpet suddenly enlarged again amidst Fei Xiqing's laughter. It rolled upwards and wrapped Xiao Hua's entire body in an instant. Ha! Zhong Tianyao laughed loudly. He was very clear in his heart that no matter how fast Xiao Hua's flying speed was or how profound his magic power was, once he fell into Fei Xiqing's magic treasure, he could only be burned to death. But just as Zhong Tianyao was laughing loudly, he saw a burst of flames soaring into the sky from within the fire carpet. Within the rolling flames, Xiao Hua actually went against the flow. Moreover, as Xiao Hua rushed out, a yellow and black figure flew out. Especially the yellow figure, it didn't fear the majesty of a golden core cultivator in the slightest. Like the wind, it rushed into the sky and flew towards Zhong Tianyao. On the other hand, the black figure only flew a foot before stopping in midair, revealing a slightly curled-up divine power centipede. Spiritual beast? Zhong Tianyao groaned in his heart. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua's methods to be so uneven. He even brought out the specialty of spirit husbandry sect. Moreover, this spiritual beast was actually not afraid of the majesty of a golden core cultivator. It was definitely a spiritual beast of the 5th grade and above. How could an ordinary cultivator of the foundation establishment stage raise a 5th grade spiritual beast? Any cultivator with a brain would be able to sniff out something unusual from this. Could it be that the hundreds of lives of my Zhong family are just? Zhong Tianyao felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Just as he was hesitating, Goldie had already flown in front of him. The sharp claws that Goldie extended before Zhong Tianyao's eyes flickered with a blue brilliance. It was obviously extremely toxic. Needless to say, Zhong Tianyao immediately linked this poison to the death of the Zhong family's disciple. Chapter 21-24. Zhong Tianyao's heart ached. He waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind blocked Goldie's front. Goldie waved its claws, and the gust of wind was torn apart. Its claws even scratched Zhong Tianyao's robe. Damn it! Zhong Tianyao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He waved the antlers in his hand again, and dozens of wind blades rushed toward Goldie. However, the situation was out of Zhong Tianyao's expectations. Goldie was actually able to move freely among the wind blades. Some wind blades even pierced its body, but it was as if they didn't pierce it. This spiritual beast is a rare wind attribute. Zhong Tianyao immediately understood. Just as he was about to use another spell, Goldie pounced in front of him again. Zhong Tianyao had no choice but to fly slightly. Just as he was flying, something strange happened. Behind Goldie, in the air where Qin Kai was standing, a palm-sized black shadow suddenly flew out from Qin Kai's sleeve. That shadow was extremely fast, and it didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. At the same time, it wasn't afraid of the pressure of a golden core. In the blink of an eye, it flew behind Goldie. Oh no, this guy actually has a spiritual beast. I'm afraid Goldie will be at a disadvantage. Xiaohua used fire escape to escape from the fire carpet. Seeing that the Herculean centipede couldn't defeat the enemy, he hurriedly put it back into the space. Then he saw the black shadow released by Qin Kai. However, Zhong Tianyao was different. His line of sight was blocked by Goldie's swaying tail, so he couldn't see clearly. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, that black shadow didn't pounce toward Goldie. Instead, it swept past Goldie and pounced toward Zhong Tianyao. Ah? Xiaohua was shocked. A ridiculous feeling of coming back from the jaws of death surged in his heart. However, at this time, Fei Xiqing's fire carpet once again swept up from top to bottom, and it didn't have any intention of stopping. Understood. Xiaohua sneered and thought to himself, these two golden core cultivators are probably plotting something from the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao guards the ancestral hall every day and doesn't easily go out. That thing must be in the ancestral hall. The two golden core cultivators did not dare to enter the Zhongling mountain villa rashly. It was precisely because Zhong Tianyao was dealing with this young master that they took the opportunity to enter. At this time, Zhong Tianyao was concentrating on dealing with young master and little Huang, so this golden core cultivator's spiritual beast was able to take advantage of the situation and kill Zhong Tianyao. If they missed this moment, Zhong Tianyao's vigilance would rise again, and they probably wouldn't have a chance. I believe that the hundreds of lives Zhong Tianyao mentioned were also the handiwork of these two golden core cultivators, right? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Moreover, the golden core cultivator under this young master actually didn't let go even though the sneak attack was about to succeed. This was also because he wanted to silence me and didn't want this young master to leak the news that they had obtained something from the Zhongling mountain villa. However, with one less golden core cultivator, can you trap me? Xiaohua grinned maliciously. He pretended to fly with all his might, but his magic power was exhausted. He was actually wrapped up by the fire carpet again. The phoenix celestial body also let out a mournful cry and shrank back into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was wrapped up by the fire carpet, and that black shadow passed by little Huang and pounced in front of Zhong Tianyao. It was exactly the appearance of a black bat. This black bat not only gave little Huang a fright, but also made Zhong Tianyao so scared that his soul flew out of his body. Ever since he cultivated to the golden core stage, how could he let any person or spiritual beast get so close to him? However, even though Zhong Tianyao was scared out of his wits, since this black bat had already silently flown close, how could Zhong Tianyao still have the strength to fight back? The black bat rushed to the front of Zhong Tianyao's mouth and opened its mouth. 2 rows of sharp teeth that were like human teeth were exposed, and it bit towards Zhong Tianyao's lips. Zhong Tianyao's mind moved slightly, and he activated the light protecting his body, hoping that the light protecting his body could resist for a moment. The spell in his hands had already been formed. However, the black bat's teeth were so sharp, and it was so powerful, how could it allow Zhong Tianyao to cast a spell? The light on Zhong Tianyao's lips flashed rapidly, and it was annihilated in an instant. The black bat's teeth were like a lover's intimately biting Zhong Tianyao's lips. A stream of black blood immediately flowed out. And that black bat didn't stop at all. It flapped its wings slightly, and with an extremely strange glide, it flew to another place. A numb feeling entered Zhong Tianyao's mind, and a shock that came from the bottom of his heart suddenly appeared, as if being bitten by that bat would be the end of his life, as if being bitten by that bat. His soul would fall into the netherworld. Nether bat. Zhong Tianyao immediately thought of a legend and exclaimed. His hands didn't dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, a thumb-sized spirit pill was taken out, and he swallowed it. Looking at little Huang again, seeing that the nether bat had bitten Zhong Tianyao, it actually didn't attack anymore. Instead, it swung its big tail and flew to the other side of Zhong Tianyao. It was actually using Zhong Tianyao's figure to avoid Qin Kai. At this time, how could Zhong Tianyao still care about little Huang? On one hand, he used his spiritual power to activate the medicinal power of the detoxification pill, trying his best to resist the poison of the nether bat. On the other hand, he looked fiercely at Qin Kai, and also Fei Xiqing, who was proudly and leisurely driving the fire carpet. Looks like this old man has wrongly blamed Xiao Hua. Zhong Tianyao's body trembled slightly. The 100 lives of my Zhong family were caused by fellow Daoist Qin. Qin Kai treated Zhong Tianyao as nothing, and only locked his spiritual sense onto little Huang, thinking about how to deal with it. He said, "It's a pity that this old man can't drive the nether bat at will. This thing can only fly out on a moonless night, and it can't directly find you, old ghost Zhong. This old man has always wanted to invite you out, and directly kill you with the nether bat. It's a pity that this old man has asked you out a few times, but you didn't come out, so old ghost Fei came up with this idea. Anyway, the nether bat is also a killer. If it can meet you, wouldn't this old man save a lot of effort?" Zhong Tianyao pointed his finger, but he understood in his heart that Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing's poisonous plan wasn't poisonous, nor was it ineffective. Thinking about the moonless night, this nether bat couldn't be detected by spiritual sense. Even if it really poisoned him to death, it was highly possible. Anyway, the people who died were all from the Zhong family, and Qin Kai and Fei Xiqing would be happy if one more died. As for Xiao Hua, he only interfered occasionally, and really had nothing to do with this matter. As for him, in order to deal with an unrelated outsider, he actually lured his 2 enemies into the Zhongling mountain village. His actions were simply inviting a wolf into the house. And even if Xiao Hua had the intention to kill the Zhong family, he was also an idiot who invited the tiger to drive the wolf away. Old ghost Zhong, don't be delusional in thinking of curing the poison. Seeing Zhong Tianyao activating his supernatural power, Qin Kai said disdainfully, "This old man has already investigated clearly. Your antidote pill is simply unable to cure the poison of this nether bat. Hee, to tell you the truth, even this old man doesn't have any antidote in his hands. If you want to cure the poison, you should first see if there's any antidote secret art in that ancient refining method of yours. Your Qin family and Fei family, don't they have their own refining methods? Why do you still covet my Zhong families?" Zhong Tianyao struggled to stabilize himself in midair, and sighed. Qin Kai seemed to not recognize Zhong Tianyao as he clapped his hands and said, "Old ghost Zhong, you're also someone who has lived for hundreds of years. How can you not know this Qin's thoughts? That's an ancient refining method. If my Qin family and Fei family grasped it, we could directly establish a sect and occupy a place among the cultivation sects in Meng country. Is there still a need for this old man to explain the difference between a cultivation sect and a cultivation family? Didn't you see that a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect actually has so many methods? Even a gold core stage patriarch like you can't do anything about it. If this old man and the others didn't come over, how could you subdue Xiao Hua? However, this ancient refining method, in the end, should be given to the Qin family? Or to the Fei family?" Zhong Tianyao said thoughtfully. Not only Qin Kai, but Fei Xiqing also laughed. "You don't need to worry about this. We naturally have a way to distribute it." As she spoke, Fei Xiqing made a grabbing motion with her hand, and the fire carpet wrapped around Xiao Hua actually gradually shrunk and flew towards Fei Xiqing's hand. As for Fei Xiqing's other hand, it was obvious that she had already formed a seal and was waiting for the fire carpet to enter her hand. Although Qin Kai was talking to Zhong Tianyao, his mind was still on Xiao Huang. However, Xiao Huang was on the other side of Zhong Tianyao, staring at Fei Xiqing with its bright eyes, as if it had already understood something, causing Qin Kai to be really puzzled. Seeing Fei Xiqing's fire carpet enter her hand, Xiao Huang's eyes suddenly moved, as if it was happy. Qin Kai immediately felt that something was wrong, and while controlling the nether bat to attack Xiao Huang, he anxiously said, "Fellow Daoist Fei, be careful." "Be careful?" Fei Xiqing was puzzled and unconsciously swept her divine sense toward Xiao Huang. But at this moment, an extremely dazzling crimson brilliance flashed out from the fiery red brilliance of the fire carpet. It was Fei Xiqing's hand that was holding onto the fire carpet. The scarlet brilliance had already flashed, completely covering the flames on the fire carpet. Wasn't the scarlet flame Xiaohua's spirit fire? It was the spirit fire that had already been tempered by breaking the blood-colored seal in the flame forest swamp. If it encountered other magic treasures, Xiaohua wouldn't dare to rashly try it, but facing a fire-type magic treasure like the fire carpet, Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. Sure enough, in Xiaowang's voice transmission, Xiaohua aimed at Fei Xiqing's hand and used the thread-like spirit fire to burn the fire carpet. The thread-like spirit fire was like a cocoon that covered the sky and wrapped around Fei Xiqing. This is bad. He immediately sensed that Fei Xiqing's fire carpet had been burnt apart. However, before his divine perception could sweep over, the spiritual fire had already burned his left hand. He saw the protective light on Fei Xiqing's body flickering rapidly and was instantly destroyed. It was as easy as how the Hellbat had destroyed Zhong Tianyao's protective light. Ah? This isn't Samadhi true fire. Fei Xiqing turned pale with fright. He was a master refiner. Although he wasn't too proficient in Samadhi true fire, he still had a way to restrain it. Therefore, he didn't care too much about Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire. However, when the spiritual light easily broke through the defensive brilliance protecting his body and nimbly wrapped around him, he suddenly realized he really underestimated this foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 21-25. However, his realization came too late. It was so late that he did not even have time to reveal much astonishment on his face. The scarlet-red spiritual fire had already ignited his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the physical body of a golden core cultivator had been reduced to nothingness. Soon after, another yellow shadow swept by like a gust of wind. Goldie dodged the netherbat's attack and swallowed the bean-sized golden core in the flames. Immediately after, Goldie raised its head again. With a loud hum, white light shot out from its nostrils and sprayed towards the netherbat that was chasing after it. The dark bat came quickly and left even faster. Without waiting for the light to hit it, the dark bat immediately flapped its wings and fled desperately towards the outside of Zhongling Mountain Village. It was as if the light was its natural nemesis. It was incomparably fearful. After flapping its wings a few times, it disappeared without a trace. Looking at the fire carpet that had lost control, it slowly unfolded. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by flames. Like a fire god descending to the world, he revealed his figure from the fire carpet. The moment Xiaohua revealed his figure, he did not stop at all. With a shake of his body, the phoenix celestial body that was previously forced into his body flew out again. A loud and clear phoenix cry sounded again. It did not look like it was on the verge of death like before. With a flap of its wings, it flew towards Qin Kai. At the same time, Goldie's fluffy tail swayed and its sharp claws slashed as it pounced towards Qin Kai. As for Xiaohua, he waved the Tingjiao shears in his hand. A golden light flashed as he also pounced towards Qin Kai. Not good. Qin Kai's eyes flickered. There was some reluctance in his eyes. Obviously, he was extremely reluctant to part with the ancient refining method that was about to be in his hands. However, looking at the pouncing Xiaohua, his magic power did not seem to be exhausted. It was even more vigorous than before. He really did not have the confidence to kill Xiaohua. Go! Qin Kai clenched his teeth and activated his magic power. The fierce pearl suddenly expanded and smashed towards the Tingjiao shears in front of him. With a loud peng, just like before, the fierce pearl was shaken away and the Tingjiao shears were also shaken away. However, at this time, the phoenix celestial body had already closed in. Its sharp claws carried the sharp sound of the wind as it clawed at Qin Kai's protective brilliance. Although the sharp claws were recorded as a defensive skill, Qin Kai's body still felt a piercing pain. Before he could cry out in pain and send the phoenix celestial body flying with his sleeve, Goldie's sharp claws grabbed his other shoulder. The poison on the blue claws actually corroded a crack in the protective light. Damn it! Qin Kai was furious. He still wanted to cast a spell, but in his divine sense, Xiaohua had already taken out the cloud-suppressing seal. Furthermore, a trace of scarlet color was already faintly discernible in his mouth. Hiss! Qin Kai suddenly came to a realization. Even the nether bat was afraid of Xiao Huang. He was afraid that even he himself would not be able to defeat Xiao Huang. Furthermore, although Fei Xiqing was tricked by Xiao Hua and was killed by Xiao Hua's spiritual fire, a gold core cultivator's protective brilliance was actually easily burned away by the spiritual fire. This was something that Qin Kai, a gold core cultivator of the same level, was unable to do. Otherwise, he would not have racked his brains to think of a way to sneak attack Zhong Tianyao. Since Xiao Hua could kill Fei Xiqing, of course, he could also kill him. How could he throw away his life for the sake of the ancient refining method? Thinking about this, Qin Kai no longer dared to continue fighting. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the Lai Pearl. He turned around and fled towards the outside of Zhongling Mountain Villa. The Lai Pearl was blocking Xiao Hua's pursuit. Qin Kai was worried about his gains and losses as he fled. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would catch up because he knew that Xiao Hua's flying speed was faster than his. However, Qin Kai was still thinking too much. Seeing Qin Kai flee, Xiao Hua did not chase after him. He only coldly stopped in midair and called the already sleepy Goldie back. He then put it into the space, took back the celestial body, the Tengjiao shears, and all the other magic treasures. He even took back Fei Xiqing's storage pouch and fire carpet. Only then did he look at Zhong Tianyao. At this time, Zhong Tianyao was no longer standing alone in midair. In fact, he could no longer stand alone in midair. The poison of the nether bat was very powerful. It was specially used by Qin Kai to kill him. Once the nether bat bit Zhong Tianyao's lips, Qin Kai was relieved and boldly gave up his attack. It could be seen how confident Qin Kai was. After Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu figured out the truth of the matter and saw that Fei Xiqing had been killed and Qin Kai had fled, they gathered their courage and flew out from the ground. A few Zhong family disciples who were in the middle stage of foundation establishment also flew up with fear and trepidation to support Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu's expressions were unknown. Although it was not clear in the night, they stood there awkwardly and were really uncomfortable. Xiao Hua. He was an existence that could kill a gold core cultivator. As for the cultivation level of this golden core stage cultivator, the two people who invited them were very clear in their hearts. When the two of them invited Fei Xiqing, they had suffered at his hands, so they knew how powerful Fei Xiqing's cultivation level was. It was precisely because of this foundation establishment cultivator that Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu had spoken ill of, and had even fought. If it weren't for the two of them speaking ill of each other, how could there be today's situation? Zhong Yejing hurriedly flew out from the group of foundation establishment cultivators. She passed by Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu and bowed deeply. She said respectfully, "Junior thanks Senior Xiao. Many thanks to Senior for saving my Zhongling Mountain Villa." Taking advantage of this, Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu looked at each other and bowed together. "Many thanks to Senior Xiao for saving my Zhongling Mountain Villa. Senior Xiao, please forgive us for our previous offense." And Xiao Hua raised his hand and helped Zhong Yejing up. He completely ignored Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu and said indifferently to Zhong Tianyao, "Old Ghost Zhong, you can clearly see that this Xiao has never hurt a single person from your Zhongling Mountain Villa." "Yes." Zhong Tianyao smiled bitterly and said while panting, "This Zhong knows that fellow Daoist Xiao is straightforward and upright. This Zhong was wrong before." As he spoke, Zhong Tianyao clapped his hand and took out 2 pieces of gold foil. He raised his hand and they flew in front of Xiao Hua. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is what you want. You saved my Zhongling Mountain Villa. This Zhong has nothing to repay you, so consider this as my thanks." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. He rolled up his sleeves and sent the gold foil into the space. He sneered and said, The lives of thousands or even tens of thousands of people in your Zhongling mountain villa are only worth these 2 pieces of gold foil? Then, he clapped his hand and several pieces of Qian Mo's secret stones appeared in his hand. He threw them in front of Zhong Yejing and said, "This Xiao does not want to take advantage of your Zhong family. These Qian Mo's secret stones were exchanged for this thing. This Xiao will give them to you now." The Qian Mo's secret stones flew in front of Zhong Yejing. Zhong Yejing didn't know whether to take them or not. She turned her head slightly and looked at Zhong Tianyao as if she was asking for help. Although Xiaohua was no longer angry that the Zhong family had threatened him and even involved Xue Xue, Xiaohua still had this kind of scheme. But at this moment, Zhong Tianyao actually set up such a formation to scheme against her. How could she extend a finger to care about Zhong Tianyao? Therefore, as soon as the Qian Mo's secret stones were thrown out, she turned around and was about to fly away. Chapter 21-26. But at this moment, a familiar figure slowly flew up from the ground. Compared to Xiaohua, that flying speed was like a baby learning to walk. Once that person flew into the air, he waved his hands and shouted. Unfortunately, this person didn't make any sound, only a muted "yeah" sound. Needless to say, this person was Zhong Haoran. Xiaohua frowned. He made Zhong Haoran swear a heart oath that he absolutely couldn't reveal the matter of him giving him the sky-mending pill. Now that Zhong Haoran came out, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak, he probably would have shouted the matter out long ago. "Zhong Haoran, what are you doing?" However, Xiaohua thought of Zhong Haoran's infatuation and still asked in a low voice, "Don't forget your heart oath." Zhong Haoran bent his knees slightly, but he couldn't kneel in the air. With a sincere face, he took out a jade slip and respectfully presented it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it but didn't look at it. Instead, he scanned it with his spiritual will and Buddhist awareness. He saw that among the many foundation establishment cultivators clustered around Zhong Tianyao, Zhong Yuehan was also among them. However, Zhong Yuehan and several other female cultivators were protected by many male cultivators. Xiaohua looked at Zhong Haoran's jade slip and pondered whether he should open Zhong Haoran's mute acupoint. Zhong Haoran fell again. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he knelt on the ground and actually kowtowed again. "Zhong Haoran." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "You're actually not afraid of your heart oath and risked it to plead for your family's head. Do you know how your family's head treated me that day?" Zhong Haoran was startled. Now no one cared about him. He only knew that Xiaohua and Zhongling Mountain Villa had bad blood, but he really didn't know the specific situation. But the problem was that he knew Xiaohua's ability. A cultivator who could take out the sky-mending pill absolutely had the confidence to cure the nether bat's poison. Even if it couldn't be cured, it was also possible to protect Zhong Tianyao's life. Once Xiaohua flew away, Zhong Tianyao would probably die immediately. Zhong Haoran was only startled for a moment. He hurriedly took out a jade slip, wrote a few words, and respectfully presented it above his head. Xiaohua gestured with his hand, probed, and sneered, "Zhong Haoran, although you and I have met once before, you shouldn't take this friendship too seriously." Although Zhong Tianyao did not manage to injure this Xiao in the slightest, that was because this Xiao had the strength to do so. If not for this Xiao having some tricks up his sleeve, I would have probably been killed by him long ago, right? Now that you want me to save you, don't you think you're dreaming? Bang, bang, bang. Zhong Haoran didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly kowtowed. Xiaohua did not transmit his last words through sound transmission. Everyone in Zhongling Mountain Villa heard it clearly. Zhong Peiyuan, Zhong Peifu, Zhong Yejing, and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. Zhong Peiyuan glanced at Zhong Peifu, and without hesitation, he was the first to land on the ground. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, shouting, "Senior Xiao, it was all this junior's fault. Junior kowtows to senior, please save my Zhong clan's patriarch." Zhong Peiyuan's actions immediately woke everyone up. A few people helped Zhong Tianyao to the ground, and everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Senior Xiao, please save my Zhongling Mountain Villa." How could a Zhongling Mountain Villa without Zhong Tianyao be a match for Fan City's Qin clan? If Xiaohua didn't make a move after today, there would be no Zhong clan in Yun City. Xiaohua was not moved by this. Instead, he looked at Zhong Haoren, who was kowtowing on the ground, and he fell into deep thought. If it wasn't for the oath, Xiaohua might not have bothered with him. However, Zhong Haoren was willing to break the oath for the sake of the Zhong clan. This kind of righteousness, Xiaohua couldn't ignore it. If there were many righteous people like Zhong Haoren in this world, there wouldn't be chaos in this world. This Xiao is testing Zhong Haoren here, but isn't this also a test from the heavens? Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Suddenly, his heart moved and he raised his voice. Wait for me. Let me say this first. This Xiao doesn't know if I can save your patriarch. However, if you want this Xiao to make a move, you must promise this Xiao two things first. Remember, whether this Xiao can save Zhong Tianyao or not, you must promise these two things. Senior Xiao, please speak. Zhong Peifu asked without hesitation. And let's talk about the first thing first. Xiaohua nodded, and then transmitted his voice to Zhong Peifu. He looked at Zhong Peifu again, and there was some hesitation on his face. However, he turned to look at the already unconscious Zhong Tianyao, and immediately said, what Senior Xiao said, this junior agrees. Senior, please instruct the second thing. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out a medicinal pill, and threw it to Zhong Tianyao, saying, take this antidote pill first. The second thing is very easy. We'll talk about it after saving Zhong Tianyao. Yes, Zhong Peifu was overjoyed, and took the antidote pill. He looked at the ugly medicinal pill without any medicinal fragrance, then turned and ran to Zhong Tianyao. The antidote pill entered Zhong Tianyao's mouth. Immediately, an extremely foul smell spread out from Zhong Tianyao's mouth, causing all the Foundation establishment cultivators to frown slightly. Xiaohua released his divine sense and locked onto Zhong Tianyao. After a moment, he nodded and said, Zhong Peiyuan, bring your family's patriarch back to the inner room. Wait for him to wake up, then come out and talk. Yes, yes, yes. Zhong Peiyuan saw that Xiaohua was so confident and had long been happy. He didn't dare to be negligent. He supported the still unconscious Zhong Tianyao and ran into the inner room. Wait for me. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, but how could anyone dare to get up? They looked at Xiaohua pitifully. At this time, many low-level Zhong family disciples, as well as family members who didn't know how to cultivate, also knew the cause of this matter. They all gathered and kowtowed, hoping that Xiaohua could save Zhong Tianyao and wake him up. Sigh, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Xiaohua sighed, and when these words left his mouth, it was like a bolt of lightning. A strange, crisp sound seemed to have been heard somewhere before, and a sentence appeared in his mind. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. He wanted to search carefully, but there was no news. You all can rest assured. Since I've agreed to help, I'll definitely do my best. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the dozens of people closest to him couldn't help but stand up. As for Zhong Haoren, he slowly retreated and gradually mixed in with a group of aura-refining disciples. Xiaohua saw this clearly, and a trace of spirit appeared in his eyes. Following these disciples, the other disciples also gradually stood up. Zhong Peifu glanced at Zhong Yejing, and the two of them stepped forward. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, Senior Xiao, please serve us tea in the inner room. Oh, Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, has the inner room been repaired? Zhong Peifu's face was slightly red, and he also smiled apologetically and said, Senior must be joking. Please. He good. Xiaohua descended from the air and followed the two of them to a rather large hall. Xiaohua looked at the seat of honor, and his eyes wandered around. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised and said inwardly, this young master didn't feel it when I was in the country of Shi, but how come in Meng country, whether it's a cultivation sect or a cultivation family, this hall is so big? How come they all have some ancient inheritance ruins? Moreover, inside this Zhong family's ancestral hall, there is actually a secret refining method left behind from ancient times. Could it be that there are many ancient ruins in Meng country? Or perhaps, these cultivation families and sects were built based on these ancient ruins? Senior, please have some tea. Zhong Yejing respectfully offered the spiritual tea and said. And Xiaohua picked up the spiritual tea, took a few shallow sips, and then put it down. Zhong Yejing again said, this junior really deserves to die. This junior clearly knows that senior has a noble character, but unexpectedly I still doubted senior's conduct. If this junior had tried to dissuade senior, I'm afraid there wouldn't be such a misunderstanding. It's fine, Xiaohua said with a smile. Your family's head is so suspicious of me, there must be a reason. Tell me the whole story. Zhong Yejing nodded and explained everything. Finally she said, I don't blame the family head. It's really too much of a coincidence. All of these actions, no matter how you look at it, it's all Senior Zhao's doing. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right, he went out together with the nether bat. The nether bat is good at hiding and can even escape through the earth. No wonder Zhong Tianyao would use such a vicious method to deal with him. Everything was a misunderstanding. After understanding everything, the grudge in Xiaohua's heart disappeared. He waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. Since I know it's a misunderstanding, this Xiao will not pursue anything. Your Zhong family's refining method can't be seen in vain. This Xiao will see if he can help you. Ah? Senior Xiao also knows how to refine? Zhong Peifu was overjoyed. And I know a little. Xiaohua nodded. This Xiao originally wanted to repair the magic treasure by himself, so I might as well repair it in your Zhongling villa. Thank you, Senior Xiao. Zhong Yejing also bowed, but then said hesitantly, but the materials that my Zhong family has been searching for many years have already been taken away. And this Xiao has some here. If it's possible, you can use them. If it's not possible, then don't blame this Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile, right? This Xiao heard that the Changbai sect's disciples came to take away the materials by force. That's right. Zhong Peifu said with a sigh. It's because of that guy's evil deeds that this junior judged others and thought that senior would also do the same evil deeds. Tell me about it. Xiaohua said. Zhong Peifu naturally didn't hide it from Xiaohua and told him the ins and outs of the matter. As it turned out, the Zhong family didn't have many materials to repair their ancestral magic treasures, but there were many varieties, especially materials like the Qian Mo's secret stone, which were even rarer. Just before Xiaohua came, the Zhong family had gathered all the materials with great difficulty. Just as they were about to make preparations, the Changbai sect's golden core cultivator, Hu Guanfeng, came to the Zhongling villa. As soon as Hu Guanfeng entered, he directly took out a storage pouch and asked Zhong Tianyao to exchange the few precious materials that the Zhong family had spent hundreds of years searching for. This magic treasure was related to the fate of the Zhong family's disciples, so how could Zhong Tianyao take it out so easily? After some persuasion, Hu Guanfeng became angry. When Zhong Peiyuan gave an inappropriate answer, he said that if Zhong Tianyao didn't agree to the exchange, he would immediately kill the entire Zhongling villa. Zhong Tianyao was helpless. After all, Hu Guanfeng was also a golden core cultivator and a disciple of the Changbai sect. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to submit and give his several hundred years of hard work to Hu Guanfeng. Chapter 21-27. Alas, then Senior Xiao came. Zhong Peifu sighed. Clan head and third brother were in a fit of anger, so, Hu Guanmu and Zhong Tianyao are both gold core cultivators, and they're in the Zhong clan's territory. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaohua smiled. Think about how you treated me that day. Senior Xiao, you don't know. Hu Guanmu is different from Senior. Zhong Peifu smiled bitterly. Hu Guanmu is a gold core cultivator. Clan head doesn't have the confidence to kill him. Besides, since Hu Guanmu came after hearing the news, someone must have instructed him. That person must know that he came to our Zhong clan. If he disappears, our Zhong clan won't be able to escape responsibility. Moreover, Hu Guanmu is a Meng cultivator. We all know his master. It's the famous nascent soul cultivator of the Changbai sect, Reverend Jing Ru. Do you think we would dare to act rashly? Reverend Jing Ru? Xiaohua shook his head. I've never heard of this name before. However, I've seen Senior Li Cangqing of the Changbai sect. That senior looks very arrogant. He also practices flying swords. I'm afraid he has a good character. Zhong Peifu shook his head and smiled apologetically. I've also heard of Senior Li's reputation. However, this Senior Jing Ran is somewhat protective of his disciples. This Huguan Mu is his personal disciple. If anything happens to him, my Zhong clan will definitely be exterminated. Protective? Xiaohua's heart jumped for no reason. He suddenly thought of Yanyu. If not for Yan Wei, how could Yanyu chase after Xiaohua? How could he die in Xiaohua's hands? Strange, why did I suddenly think of this? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Just as he was about to think carefully, Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically again. Senior mentioned two things just now. Third brother has already agreed to the first matter. Although I don't know what it is, it involves the life and death of clan head. My Zhong clan has no reason to not agree. Senior Xiao, please tell me the second matter so that I can make early plans. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and nodded. It's good that you have such thoughts. If you had thought about it earlier, how could there be so much trouble? As he spoke, Xiaohua removed the storage pouch from his waist and passed it to Zhong Peifu before he said with a smile, the second matter is extremely simple. However, it requires an extremely large number of people from your Zhongling villa to accomplish it. Zhong Peifu was very puzzled. He reached out and took the storage bag. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was even more puzzled. He raised his head and asked, Senior Xiao, why are you giving me so much rice? Zhong Yejing, who was standing at the side, was shocked. She hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Senior Xiao, this junior understands Senior's intention. This rice should be one of those good seeds. Do you want my Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciples to help Senior Xiao distribute it to the people of Meng Nation? And Xiaohua nodded. This Xiao was thinking the same thing. After all, I'm all alone, and my power is limited. If the Zhong family of Zhongling Mountain Village helps, at least the mortals near Yun City won't starve to death. Great! At this moment, Zhong Peifu knew that what Zhong Yejing said about Xiaohua's actions along the way was true. He clapped his hands and said, this junior now knows that Senior Xiao cares about the world. Senior Xiao's cultivation is the blessing of the cultivators of my Xiaoyu continent, and also the blessing of the common people. This junior will distribute this rice to the people near Yun City, and will spread Senior Xiao's name like this good seed to the ears of the common people. There's no need to make such a big fuss. This is also your Zhongling Mountain Villa's contribution. Xiaohua waved his hand. Then he raised his head again and said with a smile, it seems that this Xiao didn't disappoint you. Sure enough, outside the palace, Zhong Tianyao had already walked in. He was wearing a new Daoist robe. Although his face was a little gloomy, his spirit was still okay. However, on the surface, even if the poison of the nether bat was not completely removed, his life was still in good condition. Zhong Tianyao quickly stepped forward and bowed. This Zhong is untalented. It's really fellow Daoist Zhao's fault. This Zhong thanks fellow Daoist for saving my life again. Xiaohua also hurriedly got up and supported him. He said with a smile, everything is a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has already been cleared, fellow Daoist Zhong doesn't need to say any more words. Besides, this Xiao didn't save you for nothing. Zhong Danyao forced a smile and sat on the main seat. He shook his head and said, it's all this old man's fault. I misunderstood fellow Daoist's good intentions. Just now, third brother has already told this old man. Isn't it just the ancient refining method under the ancestral hall? Fellow Daoist Xiao, feel free to take a look. Anyway, fellow Daoist Xiao can't take it away. In the future, it will still belong to my Zhong family. Oh, Zhong Peifu and Zhong Yejing seemed to have already expected this. At this time, they weren't surprised when they heard it. Moreover, Zhong Peifu even said with a smile, Family head, why do you have to do this? Fellow Daoist Xiao even promised that if possible, he's willing to take out his own materials and even help my Zhong family refine magic tools. Oh really? Zhong Tianyao was really surprised. Just as he was about to get up and salute, he sighed and said, "Forget it, fellow Daoist Xiao, great kindness can't be thanked with words. My Zhong family has received so many favors from you. No matter how much this old man thanks you, I can't express my gratitude." As for the second matter, even if you want this old man to give up the position of Zhong family head, this old man is also willing to do it. This old fox. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was obviously an impossible matter. Zhong Yejing hurriedly went up and said the second matter. Zhong Tianyao and Zhong Peiyuan were just as surprised as Zhong Peifu. Zhong Tianyao said, "Second brother has already agreed. His words are my words. When this old man recovers and the situation in Zhongling Villa stabilizes, this old man will immediately take care of this matter." Family head is taking this matter too seriously. Zhong Yejing hurriedly said with a smile, "This kind of matter can be done as long as it's a low-level disciple of the Zhong family. Even disciples who don't cultivate can do it. They aren't the targets of Qin Kai and the others." Family head knows that if this kind of person is sent to Yun City, the secular disciples of Yun City will be able to finish this matter very well. Of course, Zhong Tianyao slapped his forehead and said, "This old man wanted to personally supervise this matter and neglected the secular disciples. This kind of matter is just right for them to do. Jing, you arrange this matter right now. You must complete it perfectly." Yes, Jing understands. Zhong Yejing took the storage pouch handed over by Zhong Peifu and quickly walked out. She had already made up her mind to plant Xiaohua's good name in the hearts of the common people through this matter. Zhong Yejing obviously had good intentions, but when Zhong Yejing's figure walked out of the palace, Xiaohua took a sip of spirit tea and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhong, has your nether bat's poison been cured? I'll let fellow Daoist Xiao know that fellow Daoist detoxification pill is indeed useful." Zhong Tianyao nodded and said, "More than half of the poison in this Zhong's body has been cured. There's still a small part that's a bit troublesome. However, fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to worry. This Zhong will slowly refine this poison with true essence." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhong still doesn't know how powerful the nether bat's poison is. This poison can seep into the soul. If you can use your true essence to refine this poison, why would Qin Kai poison you with it?" Chapter 21-28. Then, Zhong Tianyao was in a difficult position. He had only heard of the legendary netherbat. How could he know that this poison actually went deep into the soul? Forget it. I happen to know an ancient detoxification technique. I can try it on fellow Zhong. Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhong Tianyao was overjoyed once more. He clasped his hands and said, "Then, fellow Daoist, please follow this Zhong to my Zhong family's ancestral hall. We'll study the ancient artifact refinement arts together, and this Zhong will experience fellow Daoist Zhao's ancient detoxification method again." Seeing that Zhong Tianyao was so tactful, Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's great. However, I still have to go out and bring my wife to Zhongling Mountain Villa first." "Okay, I will wait here for Miss Xue." Zhong Tianyao cupped his hands and said, "I have offended you before. I will definitely apologize in person." Xiaohua smiled and turned to fly out of Zhongling Mountain Villa. Not long after, he came back hand in hand with Xue. Seeing Xue, Zhong Tianyao and the others naturally bowed and apologized. Xue was also generous and respectfully returned the greeting. Then, the two were invited into the Zhong family's ancestral hall by Zhong Tianyao. Zhong Tianyao was guarding at all times. Even if Xiaohua killed the Zhong family's disciples, he would not leave easily. The Zhong family's ancestral hall was a few low wooden houses. It was located among the rows of buildings in Zhongling Mountain Villa. It was as simple and shabby as Shang Huaming's ancestral hall. It was quite out of place. When Xiaohua and Zhong Tianyao pushed open the door and entered, They saw that there were many incense sticks and candles inside, as well as many black wooden signs. On the signs, there were some golden words. From top to bottom, from left to right, the entire wooden house was lined up. Cough cough, Zhong Tianyao coughed twice and said with some pride, "My Zhong family has been passed down since ancient times. During this period, I don't know how many times it has been destroyed. These are the famous ancestors of my Zhong family in the recent thousands of years. Of course, compared to the Imperial Thunder sect, my Zhong family is still too small." "It's already very good," Xiaohua said with a smile. "To be passed down since ancient times, this is no small matter. However, I am a little curious. Since fellow Zhong knows that the Zhong family has been passed down since ancient times, why are there no records of it?" Zhong Tianyao sighed. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, look at today. If fellow Daoist wasn't here, my Zhong clan would probably have been exterminated. Who knows when my Zhong clan would be revived again? What fellow Daoist Xiao is seeing now, will it still exist when that day comes? And this Xiao understands." Xiaohua nodded slightly. "Of course, I didn't expect my Zhong family's heritage to be so profound until I discovered the ancient refining method under the ancestral hall." A trace of excitement appeared on Zhong Tianyao's face. Only now did this Zhong know that the origins of my Zhong family can actually be traced back to ancient times. Hee, so fellow Daoist Zhong started to refine artifacts. Xiaohua chuckled. "How many years ago was that?" "Well, it was a few decades ago." Zhong Tianyao wasn't interested in calculating numbers. He brought Xiaohua and Shui to the side of the ancestral hall and came to a corner. He took out a magic tool that looked like a sickle from his storage pouch and turned to Zhong Peifu. "Inscribe the spell that this old man taught you here." "Yes," Zhong Peifu nodded and activated his transcendence energy. A few seemingly cryptic seals struck the artifact, and the artifact emitted balls of green brilliance, fluttering like fireflies. Zhong Tianyao waved his sickle, and balls of green light landed around everyone in an extremely orderly manner. When all the green light dissipated, the space near the green light rippled, emitting a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. This fluctuation rotated like a whirlwind, bringing everyone underground. When Xiaohua's vision darkened, it immediately lit up again. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, good heavens, when Xiaohua saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and shake his head inwardly. Shang Huaming's ancestral hall was admittedly a cave, but compared to this space, it was simply a small thatched cottage. And below this ancestral hall was simply a palace. An underground palace. A gigantic underground palace. Inside this palace, whether it was the pillars, chairs, decorations, etc., they were all several times larger than what they usually saw. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, but all the walls and so on were isolated from divine sense. Xiaohua couldn't see clearly. No wonder this young master couldn't find this place. Xiaohua curled his lips. If it weren't for old ghost Zhong leading the way, this young master probably wouldn't have been able to enter. Zhong Tianyao looked around and sighed. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't look at how splendid this palace is, it's just a facade. This old man has long been clear that apart from some stone chairs and stone tables, there's nothing else. To be honest, it's just a gigantic space. If this old man hadn't found a dozen or so stone walls inscribed with ancient characters in the innermost part of the palace, this old man would have suspected that he was happy for nothing." "Ancient characters?" Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously. "These ancient characters? Fellow Daoist Zhong can understand them?" Hee, Zhong Tianyao clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He smiled and said, "If my Zhong family's patriarch didn't pass down this item, how could this old man understand it?" "Is that so?" Xiaohua reached out and took it, but didn't look at it. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is the Zhong family's inheritance. It's not suitable for this Xiao to look at it, right?" "It's fine. Since this Zhong has already promised fellow Daoist Xiao to comprehend the refining method, if I don't look at this item, how can I comprehend it?" Zhong Tianyao waved his hand. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded and put the jade slip into his bosom. He said, "Fellow Daoist Zhong is so sincere, this Xiao will kindly accept it. However, fellow Daoist Zhong's poison can't be delayed any longer. This Xiao will first detoxify fellow Daoist. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Xiao." Zhong Tianyao nodded and thanked him without any surprise. Thus, Xiaohua arranged for Zhong Tianyao to sit on a stone chair and used the green python's poison and the method of fighting poison with poison to detoxify Zhong Tianyao. However, that netherbat's poison was indeed powerful. Xiaohua estimated that he would need to use 9 drops of green python's poison in succession to completely detoxify the poison. While detoxifying the poison, Xiaohua took a look at the Zhong family's jade slip. To Xiaohua's surprise, this jade slip recorded the inscription of armor. It was a supplement to the inscription of armor that Huang Yi remembered. Seeing this, Xiaohua was very happy. After 9 days, Xiaohua understood all of the inscription of armor, and Zhong Tianyao's poison could be considered to have been completely eradicated. Zhong Tianyao's gratitude was self-evident, but he was even more moved by Xiaohua's aptitude. He himself knew that he had used dozens of years of effort to understand these ancient characters. Xiaohua had completely comprehended them in just a few short days, which really made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Soon after, under Zhong Tianyao's lead, Xiaohua finally arrived at the deepest part of the palace. Everything here was already in tatters, and even incomplete. Dozens of tall stone walls stood there, and the large inscription of armor on them were also damaged. There were many places that were blurred. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is the ancient refining method. Zhong Tianyao looked at these stone walls, and his eyes flashed with a trace of divine light. He said proudly, "To tell fellow Daoists the truth, this old man also wants to rely on this refining method to raise my Zhong family from a cultivation family to a cultivation sect." Haha, Xiaohua looked at the first stone wall and said absent-mindedly, "This burden is too heavy, fellow Daoist Zhong should be mentally prepared." Speaking until here, Xiaohua's face revealed a shocked expression. Then, his eyes no longer looked at the stone wall, and he sat cross-legged, his palms facing the sky, and closed his eyes to meditate. Xiao. Zhong Tianyao was slightly stunned. He was just about to call out to Xiaohua, but looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he immediately understood that Xiaohua had comprehended something. He looked at the stone wall that he had already seen countless times, and the inscription of armor was still there. Where was there anything to comprehend? Zhong Tianyao and the others didn't dare to disturb Xiaohua's meditation, and all of them tiptoed out of the depths of the palace. Then, Zhong Tianyao left Zhong Peifu to accompany Xue Xue in the palace, and he brought Zhong Peiyuan out of the ancestral hall. After all, Zhongling Mountain Villa had such a big commotion, and he was still afraid of Qin Kai's actions. However, more than a month passed in a flash, and it was a moonless night. Zhong Tianyao was ready for battle, but Qin Kai's nether bat didn't appear at all. This wasn't out of Zhong Tianyao's expectations. Since Zhong Tianyao already knew about the nether bat, the nether bat naturally couldn't get close so easily, and Qin Kai was also afraid of the Zhong family's counterattack, so he must be making preparations in Fan City. It was a calm month for Zhong Tianyao, but it wasn't for Xiaohua. The reason why Xiaohua had comprehended something was because of the 4 large inscriptions on the rightmost side of the first stone wall. These 4 inscriptions were none other than "Weapon Refining the World." When Xiaohua saw these 4 A's inscriptions, a mass of text immediately gushed out from his mind. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised, and he hurriedly closed his eyes to recall. The words were also "Weapon Refining the World," but it was the weapon refining the world in Xiaohua's memory. Whether the content was the same as the one in front of him, Xiaohua didn't have the mind to know for the time being. It wasn't until 15 days later that Xiaohua laughed and stood up. In these 15 days, not only did he recall the contents of Weapon Refining the World, but he also reviewed the refining techniques within it. Xue Xue and Zhong Peifu heard Xiaohua's voice and rushed over. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Zhong, this Xiao suddenly had some comprehension. I've caused you to worry." No matter. Senior Zhao's cultivation has improved, This junior is also happy. Zhong Peifu said very respectfully. And this Xiao wants to continue studying the refining techniques. If fellow Zhong has the time, you can ask your family head what materials are needed to repair the Zhong family's artifacts. If this Xiao has it here, I'll give it to you. If it's incomplete, your Zhong family will have to go out and find it. Okay. Zhong Peifu had actually already received Zhong Tianyao instructions. Not only did he have to accompany Xue Xue here, but he also had to wait for Xiao Hua to speak. At this moment, he was naturally happy and turned around to leave. Wife, you should also cultivate. Xiao Hua looked around and smiled. This place is very quiet. It's really a good place to cultivate. Are you all right? Hee, of course I'm all right. What could be wrong? Xiao Hua smiled and said, only good things await your husband. Chapter 21-29. All right. Xue Xue saw Xiao Hua's cocky face and felt helpless. She slowly walked out of the palace, found a place, sat down cross-legged, and continued to cultivate. All right, let this young master take a look. What's the content of this Dawn Rain continent's primordial secret artifact refining technique, refining the world? The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth held a smile. I wonder what's the difference between it and this young master's refining the world. In the following 10 days, Xiao Hua looked through the entire refining the world and carefully memorized them. After that, he carefully pondered over them, and when he combined the contents of this refining the world with the refining the world in his own memories, he realized that the two refining the world did not have any direct connection, they were simply two different things. However, although the two didn't have any direct connection, they supplemented each other. The artifact refining the world in Xiao Hua's memories recorded the refining methods of all kinds of artifacts. The artifact refining the world on the stone wall recorded the general principles and methods of refining artifacts. This method was called the 5 elements refining technique. It was the general principles of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This general principles of refining tools was definitely 100 times stronger than the one Xiao Hua just remembered together with the refining the world. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Great, Xiao Hua was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He almost jumped up. He also looked at a lot of refining techniques and had some gains in his heart. He even wanted to refine tools himself and repair the suppressing cloud seal. However, he didn't go through any systematic learning, so it was hard to avoid some mistakes. Now, this 5 elements refining technique covered all refining techniques. In other words, the vast majority of the refining techniques of Dawn Rain continent could be incorporated into this 5 elements refining technique. No wonder Zhong Tianyao wanted to establish a sect. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. With this 5 elements refining technique, the Zhong family would be able to quickly rise up and transform from a cultivation family to a cultivation sect. Of course, this was on the premise that it wasn't coveted by other cultivation families and wasn't detected by other cultivation sects. And the Zhong family's favor can be considered big. It can be compared to this Xiao's favor of saving old ghost Zhong. Xiao Hua secretly pondered while memorizing the 5 elements refining technique. At the end of the stone walls, Refining the World listed 5 typical examples of using the 5 elements refining arts to refine magic tools. One of them was a magic tool for teleportation magic tablets. Xiao Hua could not help but smile when he finished looking at this example. Isn't this the Grand Universe teleportation token? In his space, there was a damaged Grand Universe shifting token waiting to be repaired. He had never imagined that he would actually obtain a complete forging technique. Then wouldn't repairing the Grand Universe teleportation token be a piece of cake? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua thought of that old case from many years ago. Just what is the background of Changbai Sec's Fan Tong? There were so many good things in his storage pouch. Furthermore, there were actually 2 layers of space. The Grand Universe shifting token was hidden in the inner layer. After the Feather Immortal gathering, there was a cultivator with a higher cultivation than Martial Uncle Zhen Qing who chased after me. Now, it has been dozens of years and there has been no movement. I'm afraid that those people have forgotten about the Grand Universe teleportation token. It's a pity that there are only 5 elements refining arts. There are no 5 elements refining arts that do not belong to the 5 elements refining arts. There is also no 5 elements refining arts that do not belong to the 5 elements refining arts. Xiao Hua sighed with regret. Then he smiled and said, if 5 elements refining arts are so common, then how can it be considered a rare art? If the 5 elements refining arts is so simple, then it can't be a famous magic tool from ancient times. In the following time, Xiao Hua comprehended the new refining the world and quietly waited for Zhong Peifu's reply. On this day, Xiao Hua waved 2 balls of fire in his hands and was trying out the fire refining arts. Then he saw Xue walking over. Wife, is there something wrong? Xiao Hua smiled and said, is there a problem with the technique? Xue smiled faintly. I have already asked what I should ask. Now, it's a matter of the Zhong family. Yes, I know. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, did the Zhong family bring the list of materials? You already know, yet you're still here talking nonsense with me. Xue smiled and handed the jade slip in her hand to Xiao Hua. Senior Zhong brought this morning and asked me to give it to you. Tisk tisk, Xiao Hua smiled and said, didn't I miss you? I wanted to talk to you more. Then he looked at the jade slip in his hand and shook his head again. I'm afraid that the materials used to repair magic tools are too rare. Old Ghost Zhong did not dare to come directly, so he asked you to give it to me. Of course. Xue smiled and turned to leave. Who told you to boast that day? Now you're feeling the pain? Don't blame me. Looking at Xue's back as she ran away, he said in a very low voice, if the Zhong family's magic tools did not involve the awakening of the bloodline, if you did not dare to build your foundation, how could I refine magic tools for them for free? Xiao Hua's voice was naturally very low, so it was impossible for Xue to hear it. Xiao Hua released his divine sense and looked at the jade slip. His face showed a trace of strangeness. This was because there were many materials in the jade slip, and the 6 most precious materials were at the very top. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had collected these 6 materials to repair the cloud-suppressing seal, such as bloodstone, cloud gold liquid, and fragmented gold stone. The Zhong clan did not use many of these materials, so Xiao Hua should be able to take them out. Damn it, if I did not know what was in this space, none of you could see it. I would really think that you were spying on me. Xiao Hua muttered. Then he looked at the materials in the back and curled his lips. I will not take out the materials in the back no matter what. Let the Zhong family's disciples find them. Then, Xiao Hua walked out from the depths of the palace. Zhong Peifu did not leave at all and was waiting in front of the palace. Seeing Xiao Hua walk out with a smile, Zhong Peifu's face became embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said, how is Senior's understanding of the refining method? Xiao Hua returned the greeting and said, this ancient refining method complements what this Xiao learned before. Although I still need to apply what I learned, this Xiao is confident that I have already comprehended it. A trace of surprise appeared in Zhong Peifu's eyes. He was no longer shocked as he said, so, Senior can help my Zhong family repair magic artifacts? Xiao Hua didn't like the fact that Zhong Peifu's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. He took out the jade slip and said, of the items listed in this jade slip, I only have the first 6 items that are the rarest. The rest are too common, so I didn't bring them with me. Ecstasy. Zhong Peifu's face could only show this kind of expression. He hurriedly shouted, recently, there is an auction in my Meng country's Sea City. This Zhong's 3rd brother has already set off. The auction in Sea City has always been attended by the cultivator families and sects in the south of my Meng country. Moreover, people from the islands overseas will also come. Not to mention other materials, there should be a lot of ordinary refining materials. As long as Senior can gather all 7 of the most precious ones, the rest shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 2130. Oh, Sea City's auction? Xiaohua's eyes turn and says, I originally wanted to use these materials to repair my magic treasures. Those ordinary materials also need, rest assured Senior Xiao. Zhong Peifu smiles apologetically. This time third brother brought a lot of spirit stones and originally intended to buy 2 sets. One of them is my Zhong family's gift to Senior Xiao. Very good. Xiaohua is happy in his heart and asks again, is Sea City at the seaside? Why do the islands from overseas come to Sea City to bid? How far is QC from here? What is the situation of QC? Senior Xiao, Sea City is 300 li away from QC. It is the closest city to QC in Meng country and is the foundation of Su family. Zhong Peifu says, Su family's ancestor originally occupied an island overseas. After that island sank, he brought his family's descendants ashore and settled down in Sea City. Thus, he has some connections with the islands overseas. Su family saw that the things on Meng country's mainland are different from the islands overseas. Furthermore, there is no place to trust in the islands overseas. Thus, they used Sea City as the location for the auction and let the various cultivation sects trade with the islands overseas in Sea City. They also benefit from it. As for my Zhongling mountain village, it is not too far from QC. It is about 7,000 to 8,000 li away. My brother has already gone there a few days ago. I am afraid that he has already reached Sea City. Sea City's auction will only last for 3 days. He should be back in a few days. Xiaohua nods. I might go to QC. How is the situation overseas? This is somewhat troublesome. Zhong Peifu shakes his head slightly and says, the islands overseas are rather mysterious. They do not have much contact with our Meng country cultivators. Usually, they would only come to the mainland during the auction. The rest of the time, they are at sea. I just want to ask about the situation of QC. Xiaohua explains, I do not intend to visit any island. Junior understands. However, Junior has only been to the shore of QC and did not go deep. Zhong Peifu came to a sudden understanding and replied, but I've heard the disciples of the Ocean City's Su clan mention that the winds and waves within the 2,500 kilometers area of the QC can be considered to be calm. Even if there are large winds and waves, it's nothing to cultivators like us, but it might be fatal to some fishermen. However, after 50,000 miles, the wind and waves suddenly become fierce, and the weather is also complicated. The strangest thing is that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is also relatively thin. To cultivators like me, it is absolutely dangerous. Therefore, the vast majority of the islands are distributed within 10,000 miles. There are very few islands beyond 10,000 miles. It was said that this sea was boundless. The further one went, the thinner the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became. A spirit-severing stage cultivator once tried to fly to the depths of the sea. However, after flying for more than 2 months, he still couldn't see the end. Other than seawater, there was seawater. Even aquatic beasts were becoming increasingly rare. In fact, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was almost gone. That senior didn't dare to move forward and hurriedly rushed back. However, on the way back, he was exhausted and his Zhenyuan was greatly consumed. He actually encountered a spirit beast in the water. If it wasn't for that senior having some great divine ability and barely escaping from the spirit beast, he would have lost his life in the Kuai-He Sea. Ever since then, no cultivator has attempted to search for the edge of that place. So it's that dangerous? Xiaohua was somewhat stunned and asked again. A 10th grade spiritual beast seems to be only at the late stage of nascent soul, right? That's a spirit-severing stage cultivator. Even if his dermic power was exhausted, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Senior Xiao is a cultivator from the country of Xi. You haven't been to the QC, so you might not know. Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically. The QC is so vast and boundless. There are many sea beasts in it. Oh, senior can think about it. The QC is an ocean and it's extremely deep. There are different sea beasts in every layer of the water. The deeper you go, the more powerful the sea beasts are. With so many sea beasts fighting each other, those who can survive are mostly powerful characters. 10th grade spiritual beasts are rarely seen on land, but there might be some in the sea. And the strength of a 10th grade spiritual beast, I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the 10th grade spiritual beasts on land. Besides, it's impossible for cultivators like us to enter the depths of the QC. Who knows if there's a sea beast more powerful than a 10th grade spiritual beast? Since even a spirit-severing stage cultivator can't resist it, a transcendent grade spiritual beast, it's not impossible, right? Oh my! Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. He smiled and said, if that's the case, this Xiao is also ignorant and inexperienced. This Xiao knows about the 3 countries of cultivators, sword cultivators and millions of Meng mountains, but I never thought that in the south of Xiaoyu continent, in this QC, there's actually such a powerful thing. Senior Xiao isn't in Meng country, so naturally you don't know. Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically. We cultivators can still be called kings on land, but in the sea, the cultivators from the various islands can't be the masters of the sea. Furthermore, it is precisely because of this that the cultivators of the outer sea islands are generally more powerful than us cultivators of the continent at the same cultivation level. It's just that their living environment is more dangerous, and their reproduction is also less. That's why they can't pose a threat to us Meng cultivators. Zhong Peifu continued. In addition, because there are many spiritual beasts in the sea, a lot of the materials used for refining tools and talismans are mostly sent to the land from the various islands. As for us Meng cultivators, because of an unwritten rule, very few people can go out to the sea to hunt spiritual beasts and obtain these materials. What unwritten rule? Xiao Hua asked curiously. The QC is the QC of the various islands. Meng cultivators and even the cultivators from the 3 countries of cultivators can travel to the QC, but they can't make a living by hunting spiritual beasts in the sea. Zhong Peifu explained, even the Su family of Sea City can no longer hunt spiritual beasts in the QC after they fell to Sea City. They can only make a living by bidding. Xiao Hua sneered, what's the point of this rule? Who would be so bored as to go to the dangerous sea to pass their days? Senior Xiao is wrong. According to Junior's knowledge, there are some cultivators, especially the loose cultivators of Meng, who often go to the QC to hunt spiritual beasts in the name of traveling. Loose cultivators? Xiao Hua was slightly startled and immediately smiled. Loose cultivators have low cultivation and no foundation. What kind of spiritual beasts can they hunt? It's fine as long as they don't get eaten by spiritual beasts. Could it be that the various islands also don't allow it? Exactly. Zhong Peifu nodded and said, if Senior Xiao goes to the QC, you will know when you get there. The QC is not like the land. There are many fishes and beasts in the sea, almost uncountable. In this kind of situation, just like the cultivators on the land, there are all kinds of spiritual beasts. Even if you are a loose cultivator, you can still find suitable spiritual beasts to hunt. Oh, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded and said, that's right, the Dawn Rain continent is only a flat surface. Actually, there are countless mortals and many cultivators. Moreover, the Guihe Sea is divided into who knows how many layers and is so big. There are definitely many kinds of spirit beasts inside. Actually, the spiritual beasts that loose cultivators can hunt are not considered much. The various islands might not even put them in their eyes. Zhong Peifu said again, it's just that we can't let loose cultivators break these rules. Otherwise, everyone will go to the sea to hunt. How can the various islands survive? The various islands are too stingy. Xiao Hua said disdainfully, the QC is so big, how many people do they have? Even if all the cultivators of my Dawn Rain continent went to hunt, how many can they hunt? Zhong Peifu scratched his head and said, Junior also had the same idea. However, Junior did not go deep into the QC and did not know the situation inside. However, if it is as Senior said, the various islands don't need to emphasize this rule, right? Perhaps it is because the spiritual energy in the depths of the sea is thin? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua knew that Zhong Peifu also knew very little. The more he asked, the more vague the answer would be. He might as well go and talk about it. Moreover, he and Xue were just going to take a look at the QC. It's not like they went deep, so why should he care so much? In the future, he still had to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and live his life in the Imperial Thunder Sect's myriad Thunder Valley. Who would have the patience to care about the matters of the QC? Yes, Zhong Peifu nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then, Senior Xiao, are you going to continue comprehending the art of refining here, or are you going to my Zhong family's refining grounds to practice?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "This Xiao has already been underground for dozens of days. I better go out. I'll have to trouble fellow Zhong to find a quiet room for my wife. This Xiao will go to the refining grounds." "Yes, Senior Xiao, please come this way." Zhong Peifu very respectfully invited Xiaohua and Xue, who he called over, to stand at a corner of the palace. He took out his magic tool. Under the urging of his magic power, the three of them arrived at the shabby ancestral hall. Fellow Daoist Xiao. The moment Xiaohua appeared in the ancestral hall, Zhong Tianyao divine will followed him. A very humble voice sounded from outside the ancestral hall. "I wonder if fellow Daoist has any harvest inside?" Many thanks, fellow Zhong." Xiaohua walked out of the ancestral hall and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist didn't keep it to himself. "Of course, I gained a lot." At this moment, this Xiao is almost eager to give it a try. "I want to see how this refining art is like." "Ha!" Zhong Tianyao laughed loudly. He pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "Since that's the case, fellow Daoist Xiao, please let this old man experience fellow Daoist divine skill." Xue followed Zhong Peifu to find a quiet room to practice, while Xiaohua followed Zhong Tianyao to the underground refining grounds of the Zhong Ling Mountain Villa. Xiaohua had been to this place before. He saw that this newly opened place wasn't too big, but it was in accordance with the rules. It was precisely the place that Zhong Tianyao had deliberately planned for a long time. Xiaohua followed Zhong Tianyao to a rather large room. Zhong Tianyao pointed at a bunch of things on the ground and said embarrassedly, "These things were all prepared by this old man for refining these past few years. Moreover, this old man also found a hidden earth fire here. It's a pity that the earth fire is sealed with a restrictive spell. This old man can't open it. I can only use these things to refine it." Chapter 2131. Oh! Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel curious. "If fellow Zhong doesn't mind, can you let me take a look? I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the way of formations." Fellow Daoist also understands formations? Zhong Tianyao really didn't know what to say. Any cultivator that could understand a refining technique was already pretty good. Where would they have the time to comprehend formations? Moreover, the essence of formations had long been lost in the Xiaoyu continent. Apart from special cultivation sects, where else could one learn formations? The Imperial Thunder sect wasn't good at formations. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this way please," Zhong Tianyao said and brought Xiaohua to a deeper place. This place was somewhat similar to the previous palace, but it was even more dilapidated. In a place where the spiritual energy fluctuations were very obscure, there was a faint scorching flame emitting from it. This old man first discovered this earth fire, and then there was a strange movement in the ancestral hall. When this old man used the clan's magic tool to enter, only then did I know that there were relics of refining tools here. Zhong Tianyao explained, then this old man made arrangements for the nearby area according to the design of refining tools. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the restriction. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. "If fellow Daoist Zhong believes me, then leave this place to me." Really? Seeing Xiaohua so confident, Zhong Tianyao really didn't know how to express his feelings. Really, a series of pleasant surprises and a series of inconceivable feelings. This was all obtained after he added his malicious words and even had the intention to kill Xiaohua. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, Please go ahead. I'll go out now. If fellow Daoist has any matters, please send a communication talisman. Zhong Tianyao bowed and saluted. He didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly walked out. Not to mention, Zhong Tianyao thanked the heavens for sending Xiaohua to Zhongling Mountain Villa, but when Xiaohua saw Zhong Tianyao slip out so nimbly, he was stunned in his heart. Damn it, this is Zhongling Mountain Villa. If it's not Myriad Thunder Valley, why do I feel like I'm the master of this place? Immediately, Xiaohua released his divine sense and examined the restriction above the earth fire. Ever since Xiaohua set up many arrays in Tianmen Mountain, his array formation skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also recovered some of his previous memories, especially the progress of the rabbit array formation. It could be said that his array formation skills had reached a new height. The restrictions on the Zhongling Mountain Villa's earth fire couldn't help but be said to be formidable. In any case, in the eyes of everyone else, it would probably take a few more days to comprehend the restrictions on the Zhongling Mountain Villa's earth fire. In the eyes of Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and Dharma eyes, the array that already had a flaw wasn't in Xiaohua's eyes. In merely 10 days' time, Xiaohua had broken through the restriction and placed a new restriction. Furthermore, he had also refined the control card and handed it over to Zhong Tianyao. Seeing Zhong Tianyao holding the magic tablet with deep gratitude, Xiaohua laughed inwardly. He himself understood that with the 5 elements artifact refining arts, artifact refinement didn't necessarily need to be restricted to earthly fire. All 5 elements could be used. In fact, it was not necessary to use earth fire in the fire refining technique. Zhong Tianyao definitely had yet to comprehend the entire artifact refinement method, which was why he viewed this earth fire with such importance. Using earth fire to refine artifacts was already inferior. How could it be used to refine high-grade artifacts? Although Zhong Peiyuan had already returned and had even brought back the materials to repair the Zhong family's ancestral artifact, Xiaohua didn't pay attention to these matters. Instead, he sat in the quiet room and spat out the icicle jus flame that he had been nourishing for a long time. The icicle jus flame in his hand was neither fast nor slow as it danced before Xiaohua's eyes like a dancing fairy. Great, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He had always wanted to repair the cloud-suppressing seal, but only today had all the conditions been gathered. It was now time to give it a try. Xiaohua waved his hand and many materials flew to the ground. The cloud-suppressing seal also rotated out with a rumbling sound and steadily stopped in midair. Xiaohua waved his hand again and took out several jade slips. He first glanced at them and pondered in his heart. Soon after, he waved his hand confidently and several wisps of icicle jus flame were separated and burned on the cloud-suppressing seal. Immediately after, Xiaohua methodically threw more than a dozen materials into the icicle jus flame one after another. Seeing the green smoke continuously rising from it, Xiaohua knew that this was the impurities within the tempering materials. Xiaohua's artifact refinement took more than 10 days. Zhong Tianyao and the others were rather anxious in their hearts. However, Xiaohua had already made it clear before the artifact refinement that if he didn't leave the quiet room, no one was to disturb him. Therefore, Zhong Tianyao would come to the artifact refinement area almost every 2 days to check if Xiaohua had already come out. On this day, Zhong Tianyao saw that Xiaohua still hadn't made any movements. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a dragon roar behind him and a swift and fierce aura rushed over. Ouch! Needless to say, Zhong Tianyao already knew that it was Xiaohua who had completed the refinement. Without waiting for him to turn around, he saw a mass of bronze-colored brilliance flash past the top of his head. The extremely dazzling brilliance was like an unfolding lotus, and stopped in front of him. Wu, a dragon head that still looked somewhat mottled above the lotus, suddenly opened its mouth. The abnormally heavy copper seal under the dragon head flashed with veins. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy rapidly condensed, and small hurricanes were actually born in midair. Hiss! Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal's heavy might, Zhong Tianyao unconsciously sucked in a breath. He always thought that Xiaohua was repairing some artifact, but he didn't expect that it was actually a magic treasure. A damaged magic treasure? How could ordinary cultivators dare to have ideas about it? Perhaps only middle-stage core formation cultivators or even late-stage core formation cultivators would dare to attempt it. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xiao. Zhong Tianyao face was piled with smiles as he turned around and cupped his hands. Behind Zhong Tianyao, Xiaohua's body flew out. His face carried a trace of arrogance. Of course, he was very proud of himself for being able to finish repairing a magic treasure the first time. Return, Xiaohua beckoned with his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal gradually shrunk and returned to Xiaohua's hand. However, the majority of the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal had already been repaired. The dragon head was also repaired a lot, but its appearance was still unclear. Xiaohua knew that he didn't have the refining method of the cloud-suppressing seal. These repairs were mostly to repair the edges and could increase the cloud-suppressing seal's might. However, if he truly repaired it completely, without the refining method of the cloud-suppressing seal, it was absolutely impossible. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this magic treasure is truly formidable. When it was damaged, it could still resist a core formation cultivator. Now, I'm afraid it can directly smash a core formation cultivator to death. Zhong Tianyao complimented. Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. I'm just practicing with this thing. How could it have the might that fellow Daoist Zhong spoke of? Zhong Tianyao watched Xiaohua put away the cloud-suppressing seal, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. He smiled apologetically. This magic treasure, this old man thinks it's somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, or perhaps heard of it. Chapter 2132. Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't reply. Zhong Tianyao tactfully extended his hand, opened a storage pouch, and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is what third brother obtained from the auction in Ocean City. There are also the 7 rare materials that fellow Daoist took out last time. Xiaohua extended his hand and received it. He scanned it with his divine sense and took out a jade slip. He smiled and said, "What is this?" It's naturally the refining method of my Zhong family's magic tool. If fellow Daoist wants to help I repair my magic tool, this thing is indispensable. Zhong Tianyao said with a smile. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He didn't examine it, but probed. Could it be that the Zhong family's magic tool is so heavily damaged? What does fellow Daoist Xiao think? Zhong Tianyao smiled extremely slyly. He clapped his hand again and took out a magic tool that looked like a bamboo cane. There was a pigeon-like immortal bird on top of the bamboo cane. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and immediately knew that there was an extremely deep crack on the bamboo cane. Moreover, a small half of the immortal bird was also missing. He could see the inside of the immortal bird's body with a glance. Alas, no wonder there are so many rare materials. Xiaohua sighed. The degree of damage of this magic tool was definitely more serious than he imagined. From the looks of it, the magic tool's array might also need to be repaired. Fellow Daoist Zhong, this Xiao was a bit careless. Xiaohua said with a smile. If I can't repair it, fellow Daoist Zhong shouldn't blame this Xiao. Of course not. Zhong Tianyao smiled apologetically. Actually, to tell fellow Daoist Xiao the truth, although this old man has already prepared for over 100 years, although the materials have already been gathered, the reason why I didn't dare to make a move is because this magic tool is too heavily damaged. If this old man didn't obtain this refining method, I wouldn't have pondered about this matter. However, since there is such a condition, this Zhong naturally has to make a move. However, fellow Daoist Xiao definitely knows better than this old man that to repair this kind of magic tool, I'm afraid that just refining techniques alone won't be enough. This old man has also seen fellow Daoist Xiao's restriction techniques. Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to decline. Even if fellow Daoist Xiao fails in any way, this old man will definitely not say anything. Alright, although Xiaohua's expression was somewhat difficult, he was actually eager to give it a try in his heart. Repairing this kind of magic tool was no different from refining it from scratch. He really wanted to see if he could succeed in refining it. If there are any leftover materials in the storage bag, please accept them, fellow Daoist Xiao. It's more or less a token of my appreciation. Zhong Tianyao smiled again and said, however, because the formation within the jade slip involves my Zhong clan, I hope that fellow Daoist Xiao will keep it a secret. Xiao Hua nodded. I know my limits. Half a year later, in the guest hall of Zhongling Villa, Xiao Hua sat at the head of the table with a smile on his face. Zhong Tianyao's face was even more excited as he sat beside him. He really couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. It was also just a moment ago that Xiao Hua suddenly came out from the place where he was refining artifacts and gave him a completely repaired artifact. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Zhong Tianyao said respectfully, This old man really didn't expect that fellow Daoist would be able to repair my Zhong clan's magic tools so quickly. This is truly beyond my expectations. Fellow Daoist Zhong, did you think that this Xiao would break the artifact? Xiao Hua said with a smile. I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. This old man really did have such concerns that day. Zhong Tianyao nodded and said, however, if fellow Daoist Xiao can't succeed, this old man will definitely not succeed. Therefore, this old man staked everything on this one throw. That artifact, can it be used? Xiao Hua asked. And it can definitely be used. Zhong Tianyao nodded. This old man has already used a special method to test it. There's no problem. That's good. Xiao Hua stretched and said, since that's the case, this Xiao can be considered to have finished dealing with the Zhong clan's matters. This Xiao still has to accompany my wife on her travels. At this moment, in the guest hall, Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu were respectfully accompanying Xue Xue. Their faces were also filled with excitement. Zhong Yejing shouldn't have come, but at this moment, she was also accompanying Xue Xue. Zhong Tianyao glanced at the smiling Xue Xue and said, accompanied by a beauty, traveling to the ends of the world. This old man also had such a refined interest 100 years ago. Now that I'm old. At this point, Zhong Tianyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a question in his heart. This Xiao Hua looks so young. He must have taken something to preserve his youth. How old is he now? Based on his cultivation, he shouldn't be much younger than I, right? Fellow Daoist Zhong has the heavy burden of the Zhong clan on your shoulders. Even if you want to leave, you can't, right? Xiao Hua smiled and then said to Zhong Yejing, I wonder how the fine seeds the Xiao entrusted to the Zhong clan are doing now? Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically and said, this junior has already seen it a few times. The Zhong clan's disciples in Yun City all followed Senior Zhao's instructions and gave these fine seeds to the secular world to sow. There were no mistakes. And that's the best. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He reminded again, these fine seeds will probably be commonly used in my Xiaoyu continent in the future. At this time, the old and the new are replaced, and it's the best way to make money. This Xiao will give this to your Zhong clan. If the secular disciples can make some money, this Xiao won't stop them. However, this definitely can't let the poor people not get the fine seeds because of this. When Zhong Yejing heard this, she was slightly stunned. After thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly understood. She immediately stood up and said, this junior really doesn't understand this kind of secular matter. Since senior said so, this junior will go and supervise. If this happens, this junior will punish severely. Good. Xiao Hua clapped. This merit will also belong to the Zhong clan. Then he stood up and looked at Xue Xue. He said, wife, our matter here has been settled. This husband will accompany you to QC. Good. Xue Xue naturally became happy. Zhong Tianyao urged Xiao Hua to stay a few more times, but he couldn't. Thus, he called out all the Zhongling Mountain Villa's disciples and respectfully sent Xiao Hua off. Zhong Tianyao very reluctantly watched Xiao Hua and Xue Xue fly hand in hand into the blue sky. Zhong Tianyao immediately ordered Zhong Peifu, Zhong Peiyuan, and the others to start the awakening of the Zhong clan's disciples' bloodline. Different from the pleasant surprise of Zhong Tianyao and the others, In the courtyard where the qi refining disciples were cultivating, Zhong Haoren had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Xiaohua happily fly away with Xue Xue. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. During this period of time, Xiaohua didn't come to find Zhong Haoren for some unknown reason. Thus, the good karma between Zhong Haoren and Xiaohua had long been forgotten by the Zhong clan's disciples. And the things that happened in the past few years really made Zhong Haoren feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was only now that he truly understood what Xiaohua had asked him when he received the heavenly mending pill. At this time, he felt how childish and impulsive he was that day. Because, in just a few years, Zhong Xiuhan no longer put this young man who cared about her, loved her, and regarded her as a treasure in her eyes. At this time, because of the heavenly pill, Zhong Xiuhan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already shown her talent among the early-stage foundation establishment disciples and was surrounded by many handsome and confident foundation establishment male disciples. Each and every one of them used different methods to please her. How could she think highly of Zhong Haoren, an qi refining disciple who couldn't speak? Therefore, sympathy wasn't love, and gratitude couldn't repay love. Husband, by doing this, aren't you being too cruel to Zhong Haoren? After leaving Zhongling Mountain Villa, Xiaohua naturally told her about Zhong Haoren's matter. It wasn't that he didn't think about Zhong Haoren. Sometimes he would also release his Buddhist awareness to check the situation in Zhongling Mountain Villa. How could he not know about the twists and turns between Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren? If there were feelings, why would they be together day and night? Xiaohua held Xue Xue's hand and said, but if there were distractions, it would be unfair to Zhong Haoren and Zhong Xiuhan. Alas, that's right. Xue Xue sighed. With so many temptations, even if Zhong Xiuhan wanted to maintain her original heart, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. My wife, don't speak for Zhong Xiuhan. Xiaohua said with a smile, your husband didn't want to deal with Zhong Xiuhan. Everything was Zhong Haoren's choice. Since he has done it, he shouldn't regret it. Moreover, your husband can faintly see my own shadow in him. If he can persevere in his cultivation, your husband's restriction on him will definitely not last for too long. At that time, he will be able to rise from the ashes. With this experience in the mortal world, his state of mind will definitely be perfect, and it will definitely be useful for his future cultivation. My husband now has the demeanor of an almighty. Xue Xue covered her mouth and laughed. I also know that if you have the chance in the future, you will definitely help Zhong Haoren. Your husband indeed has this plan. Xiaohua said thoughtfully, it's really not easy to find an upright and plain-spoken person with a firm mind. Could it be that my husband has other arrangements for Zhong Haoren? Xue Xue suddenly realized. To tell you the truth, your husband has an idea. Xiaohua also nodded and concealed it. Xue Xue said with a smile, then I will wait and see if Zhong Haoren can enter my husband's eyes. Immediately, Xue Xue rolled her eyes and said with a smile, this senior Zhong is also interesting. From what you said, he didn't hold back and handed over the Zhong family to you. When did he become so generous? Xiaohua curled his lips. The generous one is your husband. Your husband gave him the storage bag of Fei Xiqing from Xiqing's Fei family. If he thanked your husband hysterically, would he still have a conscience? It can't be, my husband actually gave him all the spirit stones and other things? Xue Xue covered her mouth and pretended to be shocked. How is that possible? Xiaohua waved his hand disdainfully. I didn't give any spirit stones or pills, but I gave all the tokens and jade slips to old Ghost Zhong. If old Ghost Zhong has the heart, he can get more than Qin Kai from Xiqing's Fei family. I don't believe that my husband didn't leave a share for himself. Xiaohua blinked and said in a low voice, my wife, do you know what it means to take advantage of opportunities? Gidge, Xue Xue laughed like a flower. After that, Xiaohua took Xue Xue and didn't rush on their journey. They didn't travel in a straight line, but like before, they sent countless good seeds to the poor and destitute commoners along the way. Chapter 2133. Alas, your husband's strength is still too insignificant. The more Xiaohua did this kind deed, the more he felt powerless. This Dawn Rain continent was truly too big. Even if Xiaohua traveled every day, it was impossible for him to spread the seeds throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent. Yes, I've also been considering this recently. Shue's heart ached for Xiaohua, and she said considerately, "Husband, you should think of a good idea. Husband alone definitely can't save all the people of Dawn Rain continent." Immortal alliance? Xiaohua suddenly realized. However, just as he finished speaking, he mocked himself. Your husband is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. I don't even know where the Immortal alliance is. What right do I have to find them? It's not just that. Shue shook her head as well. I've occasionally heard masters say that the Immortal alliance only appears when the Dao sect is in danger of being exterminated. They don't care about the life and death of ordinary sects, let alone the common people. Why don't we find the sect master and ask? Xiaohua probed again. Shue hesitated and bit her lips. Although she didn't say anything, her expression didn't show that she agreed with Xiaohua's words. Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand and said gloomily, I have a clear conscience, that's it. While speaking, Xiaohua smelled a salty and moist smell from his mouth and nose. Rather unaccustomed to it, he asked curiously, why is it so smelly? Could it be that some family's salted fish has become smelly? Shue also sniffled and said, Husband, you've made a fool of yourself. We've already reached the seaside. The sea breeze blew the moist smell over. As she spoke, Shue activated her magic power and flew forward. Her fluttering clothes and fluttering hair were incomparably graceful. Female cultivators are truly unfathomable. It's just a sea? Why are they so excited? Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception and had already seen the Gui Sea 100 miles away. The waves beating against the shore practically sent the sound of the waves over. We're finally here. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. He let out a long whistle and chased behind Shue. He grabbed Shue's slender waist and rushed towards the place where the waves came from. This is the sea? Even though he'd already noticed it with his divine perception, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh when he really saw the magnificent and boundless ocean of darkness with his eyes. The magnificence of the ocean was truly too impactful to the eye. Even if it was nether, flame forest, or ink cloud forest, it would absolutely not be as shocking as this boundless ocean. Not to mention, at this moment, it was a gentle breeze. The fine lines were like fish scales, rippling under the golden sunlight. That glittering golden scenery made the money grubber Xiaohua's eyes almost emit golden light. In addition, from time to time, tiny fish would surface from the sea, and the birds that were soaring above the sea would swoop down and devour them in one gulp. On the beach, crabs of all sizes were scurrying around, and fist-sized shells were embedded in the rocks, moving slightly. The combination of movement and stillness was truly a tranquil scene between heaven and earth. Shue landed on a protruding reef and slightly closed her eyes. She didn't have any protective yellow talismans around her body, so she let the sea breeze and the splashes of the waves wet her clothes. At this moment, Shue was wearing a pink dress. Not only did the wind blow her clothes up, wrapping around her curvy figure, even the traces of water that were gradually getting wet also revealed some spring scenery. Xiaohua didn't approach and only watched from afar. He knew that the current Shue was the Shue who had broken away from her shackles, the Shue who dared to love and hate. Even though Shue didn't release her divine perception, Xiaohua felt that Shue wanted to place this entire ocean of darkness into her bosom. I'm afraid that only such a situation can allow her to build her foundation. Xiaohua seemed to suddenly understand the reason why Shue wanted to see the sea. He also seemed to understand why Shue didn't want to build her foundation. Looking at Shue's intoxicated appearance, Xiaohua once again gazed into the distance. The place where the two of them flew over was a bit remote. All around them were steep cliffs. Fishermen rarely came here, and most of them were seabirds spreading their wings. On Xiaohua's left, a few li away, a small fishing village impressively came into view. The first thing that entered Xiaohua's eyes was the fishing net that was spread out on the shore. A wooden frame was set up to spread the fishing net over there. Under the sunlight, it actually had a sparkling luster, looking quite majestic. There was no one around the fishing net, but there were dozens of seabirds gathered in front of the fishing net. Occasionally, they would stick their heads out to peck at something. They should be swallowing the small fish and prawns that escaped from the fishing net. Next to the fishing net, there were several small wooden boats. They weren't big, but they weren't small either. Some were laid flat, some were upside down, and there were even some that were slanted. The boats were covered in moss and were still very shabby. Presumably, they were discarded by the fishermen. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua was puzzled. It's a sunny day now, why don't I see anyone fishing in the sea? Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the fishing village. In the fishing village, there were many women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Strong men were rare. Many of these women, children, the elderly, and the weak had worried expressions on their faces. Although they stayed in the small huts, from time to time, they would raise their heads and cast their gazes towards the depths of Kueha Sea, as if that was where they were concerned. Oh, could it be that the fishermen have all gone fishing in the sea? Xiaohua thought as he released his divine sense towards the depths of Kueha Sea. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the fishing village. In the fishing village, there were many women, children, the elderly, and the weak. Strong men were rare. Many of these women, children, the elderly, and the weak had worried expressions on their faces. Although they stayed in the small huts, from time to time, they would raise their heads and cast their gazes towards the depths of Kueha Sea, as if that was where they were concerned. Oh, could it be that the fishermen have all gone fishing in the sea? Xiaohua thought as he released his divine sense towards the depths of Kueha Sea. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Dozens of li away, two rather large ships were slowly drifting in this direction. On the ships were dozens of men, all of them bare-chested. The decks were piled full of fish. It should be the men of this fishing village returning from a rewarding journey. Hee, no wonder they're all looking towards the sea. They probably know that today is the day they're supposed to return. Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. Smelling the salty sea breeze, his heart suddenly felt warm. It seemed that many years ago, he had also had such expectations, and had also been anticipated by others. To be worried by others and to be worried by others. Although this kind of life is dull, sometimes it's quite interesting. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat gloomy. Although these women and children have worried expressions on their faces, in their hearts, they have faith that their husbands will return today. But what about me? Even now, I still don't know where I was born, where my parents, where my brothers and sisters are. Chapter 2134. However, with Fairy Xianxia and Xue, Xiaohua's gaze was filled with tenderness as he looked at Xue, who was like a naughty child. I can be considered to have a place to settle down in this dawn rain continent. Just like this, Xiaohua casually sat on the fine sand with one leg bent, one elbow on his knee, one hand holding his chin, and the other hand grabbing a handful of fine sand from the ground. With a slight tilt, the fine sand slowly slid down from Xiaohua's hand. Over and over again, Xiaohua did it unintentionally, but after looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua suddenly became pensive. This sand is buried on this beach and no one knows about it. Perhaps it has been here since ancient times, or perhaps it was washed from the bottom of the sea. If I didn't come here, this sand would be silent forever. However, I came. I thought it was because of Xue that I came. I grabbed the sand up high, and it slid down again and slid down again. Xiaohua's thoughts slowly drifted away. He seemed to be thinking a lot, but also seemed to be thinking very little. His comprehension seemed to be very deep, but also seemed to be very little. Xue had long seen Xiaohua sitting there. She liked this kind of free aura, like this kind of fierce sea breeze. Her temperament had always been that kind of intense love and hate. However, Ever since she entered the Imperial Thunder sect, for the sake of cultivation, she cut her feet to fit her shoes. Later on, for Xiaohua, she tried her best to, and she had always been doing it. She wanted to change her personality, to become a gentle and virtuous little boy. She had changed a lot now, but her heart still had some shackles. Now, her heart had merged with the sea breeze, her heart had merged with the boundless sea. She really wanted this leisure, this indulgence, this freedom to come a little more. Hua, a faintly discernible noise came over, slightly disturbing Xue Xue's thoughts. Xue Xue raised her head and saw that in a small fishing village far away, a large group of women, children, the elderly, and the weak were supporting each other as they came out of their small houses. In front of them were dozens of drooping naked little boys, stumbling as they ran. Many of them directly fell on the fine sand. However, these people's faces were filled with joy. Above the boundless sea, two indistinct masts could be seen, like two small sticks that a child was playing with. This mast was no longer a mast, but the hope and joy of all the fishermen in the fishing village. What they welcomed was the man who worked hard for their lives under the mast. Xue Xue felt a sweetness in her heart. She also looked at Xiaohua, watching as he gradually transformed from a powerless loose cultivator into a cultivator with outstanding strength who cared for the common people. Wasn't he the mast in his heart? The tranquility of the Kueha Sea was exactly like this. Everything was under the sunlight. Amidst the sound of the waves, time gradually faded away. The two masts gradually became clear, revealing two dilapidated ships. Xue Xue jumped down from the reef. She didn't urge her magic power. Instead, she walked slowly, step by step, across the beach. Her slender footprints were left on the beach, winding and firm. Xue Xue walked to about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua. She sensed Xiaohua's abnormality again. The sea breeze blew past his body as if it didn't exist. Xiaohua's hand was still constantly grabbing the fine sand, tilting the fine sand. However, the fine sand was lifted up by the sea breeze and passed through Xiaohua's body. At this time, Xue Xue was already accustomed to the strange sight. She knew Xiaohua was comprehending a cultivation method, so she sat on the ground with a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. However, there was some love in her eyes, some reluctance, and even some pain. She knew that now that her feelings had been released, she was afraid she would soon be able to build her foundation. As for building her foundation, Xue Xue had an indescribable feeling. On the surface of the sea, regardless of the distance, it was like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Although the masts were already in sight, by the time the entire ship could be clearly seen, it was already sunset. At this time, the sea's scenery was different. The orange sunlight dyed the sky to the west. Countless clouds formed various shapes, decorating the sky. The waves were a bit big. Fragments of red were accompanied by more and more darkness, sprinkling on the surface of the sea. Many seabirds gradually returned to the tide, carrying the day's fatigue. The slowly moving ship dragged the shadow on the side, also carrying the hard work of the fishing village's men. However, even if dusk came, even if the wind and waves were big, even if it was getting colder, the fishing village's women still held their children's hands in their hands. They allowed the shadow to grow longer and longer, but they still waited on the shore. It seemed that if this was not the case, their worries would not be eased. But at this time, a few miles ahead of the two ships, a fierce rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and a large wave of water soared into the sky along with the sound. Without waiting for the wave to fall, dozens or even hundreds of figures flew out from the sea. They were actually divided into two groups of cultivators fighting. The dozens of cultivators in front rushed out of the Kueha Sea. The water-blue brilliance around them swayed slightly, sending out strange ripples under the setting sun. The cultivators chasing behind them were dressed in all kinds of different colors, and the magic tools in their hands were also strange. In particular, the cultivators chasing after them were all valiant, far from the cultivators in front of them. A loud voice rang out, "Fellow Daoists, why are you forcing us so hard? We are all itinerant cultivators, and we are just traveling near the Kueha Sea. The sea beasts we killed before were all obtained casually. Fellow Daoist, please understand. A forthright female cultivator's voice rang out. A middle-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator with thick limbs and rough skin raised her voice. Boy, why are you acting like a bunch of brats in front of me? I have been watching you for half a year. You said that you were training, but you just wandered around the Kueha Sea every day. I don't see you cultivating, but you caught a lot of sea beasts. You have a good harvest these days, right? Tiske, fellow Daoist Co. A man with bronze-colored skin who was also in the middle stage of Foundation establishment sneered and said, "What's the point of talking to these cultivators with evil intentions? They dare to use the name of itinerant cultivators to hunt sea beasts, so they must be disciples of some aristocratic family or sect. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell with one look. How can itinerant cultivators reach Foundation establishments so easily? Moreover, they are still wandering around the Kueha Sea. Why aren't they cultivating?" Fellow Daoist Yang is right. Another thick man with a big axe in his hand shouted with a big black face full of whiskers, "The women of Xingming Island are too weak. In my opinion, they should have been killed long ago. Why the hell should I care about them? Awakening Island only knows how to kill. Can't you be a little more refined? The reputation of our overseas islands has been ruined by you." A male cultivator wearing a sparse Confucian robe said in a refined manner. "Bang," the thick man spat, "you sure are refined. Do you think the number of sea beasts killed by your Tiger Spine Island is small? I heard that Tiger Spine Island's blood tiger mental cultivation technique requires the blood of sea beasts to reach large success. Who knows how many sea beasts' blood you need to reach Foundation establishment? Damn it, you actually dare to be refined in front of me." The four cultivators from the overseas islands were talking with fervor and assurance. They were Xingming Island's Ko Qinglian, Awakening Island's Xiang Wenqing, Awakening Islands by Min, and Tiger Spine Island's Ding Xuan. They were the leaders of the disciples sent by the four surrounding sects. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to have a card up their sleeves and were not worried at all that the so-called itinerant cultivators would run away. Looking at the itinerant cultivator who was talking with them just now, he actually had a normal expression and did not seem worried at all. Although there were only a few early-stage Foundation establishment disciples among the dozens of cultivators following behind him, they were the same as the itinerant cultivator and even had a sneer on their face. "Don't talk nonsense." Ko Qinglian was a female cultivator after all. She was the first to notice that something was wrong and transmitted her voice. "These dozens of cultivators look unfamiliar. They don't seem to be Meng country's disciples. Moreover, they are too calm. There are only 5 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. They are not a match for us at all. But just now, they clearly had the strength to run away. Why did they stop here? Why didn't they go ashore?" Madam Ko is too cautious. The refined Ding Xuan was no longer refined at this time. He licked his lips and laughed. "In the eyes of mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators like us, these are just children. What tricks can they play? Meng country's cultivator families and sects all know the rules of our Go He Hai. Which one of them did not follow the rules? That even if they are disciples of some family, if they are killed by us, then so be it. What tricks can they play? Good. Since that is the case, let's kill all these cultivators." Hearing this, Bai Min could no longer hold back. He waved his thick arms and the big axe actually summoned a shadow. It flashed with a trace of sharp light and chopped towards an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator dozens of feet away. Seeing Bai Min attack, everyone was stunned. According to their original plan, they still wanted to find out the details of these cultivators and see what they were planning to do. But since Bai Min attacked, they had no choice but to attack as well. They could only wave their hands and order their disciples. The disciples received the order. Regardless of whether they were Qi refinement or Foundation establishment cultivators, all of them activated their yellow talismans and magic tools. Rays of blue light flashed around everyone. Most of the disciples of the overseas islands had a water attribute physique. Their magic tools and yellow talismans were also of the water attribute. The water attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth around Gohi Hai flocked together with the magic seals. It was not a big deal for one cultivator to cast a magic seal. It was also not a big deal for 10 cultivators to cast a magic seal. However, with dozens of cultivators, and even a few mid-stage and early-stage foundation establishment cultivators' magic seals, the amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth absorbed was much more. Following the flow of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, fine winds were produced. And these fine winds were gradually strengthened during the rising tide of the evening. Borrowing the strength of the wind, the rising tides and waves were also larger. "Let's go!" When the rogue cultivator saw this, a trace of nervousness appeared on his face. His eyes looked around as if he was looking for something. Then his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, he flew towards the 2 ships drifting in the wind and waves. To be continued. Chapter 2135. Where do you think you're going? Bai Min and the rest sneered. The Dharma artifacts in their hands had already flown out. Not only did the Dharma artifacts spill out blue light, even the seawater above the Kuai He Sea was drawn into the air by their Dharma artifacts, condensing into water pillars and smashing towards the disciples who were flying. Rise, the several foundation establishment cultivators who were guarding behind the itinerant cultivators saw how powerful the attacks were and hurriedly stopped. They looked at each other and secretly nodded. Then, they waved their hands at the same time and a ladle-like Dharma artifact appeared in each of their hands. The few of them activated the Dharma artifacts in unison. But when the Dharma power reached out, the ladles suddenly disappeared and turned into several black holes. A huge suction force was born from the black holes. Not only did the light of Bai Min and the rest disappear into the black holes, even the water pillars that were drawn by the others also fell into them. Even huge waves were raised on the Kuai He Sea and these huge waves were sucked in by the black holes. Ah? What Dharma artifact is this? Ko Qinglian was slightly shocked and quickly scanned with her divine perception. What kind of itinerant cultivators can this be? Bai Min snorted and clenched his fist. He activated his Dharma power and said angrily, "Which sect wants to go against the overseas islands? I want to see how powerful your Dharma artifacts are." As Bai Min activated his Dharma power, waves of monstrous waves flew up from the sea that was no longer calm and smashed towards the itinerant cultivators. That's right, I also want to see how powerful this Dharma artifact is in the hands of a few foundation establishment initial stage brats. Ding Xuan also cursed and actually gave up on the Dharma incantation that he was good at. Like Bai Min, he activated the waves and poured them towards the few black holes. Alright, I also want to see. Ko Qinglian also laughed. They were all overseas cultivators. It was normal that they didn't know other Dharma spells, but who didn't know the art of controlling water? Who would be worse than who? Instantly, more than 10 water dragons were born on the surface of the water and entered the black holes. It had to be said that the strategy of the cultivators from the outer sea islands was truly impressive. In the blink of an eye, just as the other cultivators shot out a wave of yellow talismans, there was a loud rumble. The top of the head of a foundation establishment cultivator on the left trembled. The cultivator's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was dispirited as he fell into the sea like a leaf and was instantly submerged by the turbulent waves. Above the foundation establishment cultivator, a black and white light flashed and ripples formed in the air. A stream of water gushed out like a waterfall. At the same time, the faces of the other foundation establishment cultivators changed slightly. Useless thing. A light reprimand sounded. In the space about 10 feet away from the crowd, a burst of light flashed and the figure of a middle foundation establishment cultivator gradually appeared. This cultivator had already appeared and immediately formed a strange Dharma seal with his hands. A hazy light flashed and pounced on the water. With a crunching sound, the falling water actually froze. Following the surge of black and white light, the ice was once again submerged into the black holes. Who is fellow Daoist? Seeing this, Ding Xuan's face was slightly startled. He cupped his hands and asked, "Could it be that you're with these rogue cultivators?" Ding Xuan emphasized the word rogue cultivator. Unfortunately, the cultivator didn't pay attention to him and only urged his Dharma Chi to maintain the black holes. At this time, how could Ding Xuan and the others not know that there was a powerful cultivator among them? There was no need for others to say anything. Bai Min waved his hand and the big axe swung out again. This time, there was no afterimage. The huge axe split the water and directly attacked the waist of the cultivator. With such a fierce momentum, no one doubted that as long as the axe struck, not to mention the light protecting the body, even if there was some kind of spiritual armor protecting the body, this cultivator would be seriously injured. The eyes of the cultivators from the various islands were all fixed on the axe, trying to see if the cultivator was going to dodge or maintain his transcendent treasure. Suddenly, from the side, a thin flying sword, like a nimble flying snake, silently pierced towards Bai Min in the midst of the already tumbling waves. Damn it! Where did this shameless person come from? That flying sword was very vicious. Bai Min didn't dare to put his life in the hands of Ding Xuan and the others. He had no choice but to turn the axe around and forcefully chop down. That flying sword wasn't afraid of Bai Min's great strength. It raised its head and was about to stab Bai Min's wrist. Dang! Bai Min's shadow slightly slanted and struck the flying sword. The flying sword was slightly knocked away, but Bai Min's axe had already turned around. As Bai Min's eyes stared at a place in the space in front of him, he activated his magic power and the axe brought up a wave that soared into the sky. Each drop of water contained a very strong force and struck towards that place in the void. With a light laugh, the invisibility talismans of the mid-foundation establishment cultivators who weren't tall were also destroyed by Bai Min's attack. As the cultivators made hand seals, their flying swords flew back to save themselves and turned into rainbows to chop at the big axe. There's something wrong. At this time, a second mid-foundation establishment cultivator appeared. Ko Qinglian and the others felt different from before and increasingly felt that things were not good. At this time, other than the foundation establishment cultivators fighting each other, the aura refinement disciples were trading yellow talismans back and forth. Many disciples had already died. On the surface of the sea, dark clouds suddenly rose. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was disturbed and chaotic, and the waves surged. The cultivators naturally didn't care. They were all flying in the air. The two ships had long stopped and even dropped their anchors. Everyone's faces were pale and they were trembling. They looked up at the people fighting not far away. The entire ship was rocking in the waves. The ship, which originally looked quite big, was now almost like a toy. Looking at the women and children on the beach, everyone had a miserable expression on their faces. Many people were paralyzed on the ground and sobbing silently. The fishermen were admittedly innocent, but when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. They just happened to be passing by this place, so how could they escape? Xue had seen it long ago, but she was an aura refinement cultivator and simply couldn't intervene. As for Xiaohua, he was currently comprehending karma. His hand was constantly grabbing sand and then pouring it down in torrents, over and over again, repeating over and over again. Xue's face gradually became anxious. Because at this time, 5 mid-foundation establishment cultivators had already appeared one after another. They held the 5 black hole-like magic tools in their hands and blocked in front of Xiang Wenqing and the others. Fellow Daoists, why is this? Xiang Wenqing's eyes turned rapidly. He cupped his hands and said, "Could it be that there's a misunderstanding? We Xian Le sect disciples only came to this coastal area to travel, but you're chasing us so relentlessly. Didn't you always want to know why we came? I'll tell you right now." The cultivator in front raised his head and laughed loudly. Xian Le sect disciples? Xiang Wenqing frowned and immediately exchanged glances with Ko Qinglian and the others. Everyone was puzzled. How could Xian Le sect disciples see these small fish and shrimps? Chapter 2136. However, I and the others originally didn't want to reveal our faces. But you all just had to force us like this. That cultivator sneered again. Since that's the case, I and the others have come. I'll let you all see I's true face. Oh, so it's like this. Ko Qinglian smiled and bowed. Since you're fellow Daoists from Immortal Music Sect, then we naturally won't pursue this matter. We'll have to trouble you. That's right, Immortal Music Sect has a very good relationship with my overseas islands. Fellow Daoists, you're only here to travel. We've misunderstood you. This doesn't count as anything. We'll leave now. Fellow Daoists, please do as you please. Xiang Wenqing also smiled. Fellow Daoists, isn't it too late to leave now? That cultivator laughed loudly. My Immortal Music Sect actually values you little sea beasts from Guihe Sea? My Immortal Music Sect discovered. But before this cultivator finished speaking, a cultivator beside him frowned and said, "Third junior brother, aren't you talking too much?" "Yes, little brother understands." That cultivator immediately shut his mouth and waved his hand. Fellow senior brothers, since these cultivators have seen our whereabouts, then we'll do as the seniors said. Leave no one alive. Hearing this cultivator's command, the 5 Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators' bodies flashed with a blue brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth were all absorbed into their bodies. Go. Ko Qinglian and the others didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that they'd already fallen into the others' trap. Hearing everyone's loud shout, they urged their magic power and their bodies overflowed with brilliance. They were about to escape into the water. Rise. Hearing that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators' low rebuke, the 5 cultivators simultaneously sat cross-legged in midair. Their hands formed extremely strange seals. Rays of blue light surged and rushed into the seals. Following that, rays of blue flowers flew out from the seals and rushed into the black hole from before. Moo, 5 consecutive sounds like a bull tearing at something rang out. That black hole suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a small dot to a few feet in size. At this moment, what flew out from that black hole were palm-sized snowflakes. These snowflakes were different from the snowflakes falling from the sky. They were like a torrential downpour, spinning and covering the sky as they fell towards the surrounding space of several thousand feet. In an instant, the temperature within the area of several hundred feet where the cultivators were fighting dropped rapidly. Ice shards condensed in the air and fell into the sea. The surging waves were still moving at first, but in just a few seconds, they froze. Kacha-kacha. Sounds that sounded like ice being frozen gradually spread from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Ding Shuwen and the others had just fallen into the water and were about to escape when the power of the ice was transmitted, freezing the seawater within 1,000 feet. They couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of calculation was this? What kind of great effort was this? However, they weren't in a hurry to think too much about it. They hurriedly turned around and flew out of the frozen sea. One by one, their eyes turned red. They activated their magic tools and fiercely attacked the 5 cultivators who still had their eyes closed and were circulating their magic power. The tall and skinny cultivator who spoke first widened his eyes slightly and waved his hand. 4 rays of light flashed past and pierced towards Ding Shuwen and the others. Wherever the light passed, the ice shards in the air formed along with the light and attacked the 4 of them like 4 slender flying swords. Pang! The ice shards didn't have any resistance against the 4 people's magic tools and shattered upon contact. However, the shattered ice shards flew in all directions. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth around the magic tools turned into ice shards. In a short period of time, the 4 people's water-type magic tools began to freeze. This is bad. Bai Min secretly panicked. He already felt that the magic power inside the magic tools had condensed and couldn't be controlled freely. He knew that in a short moment, the magic tools would lose control. What should we do? Bai Min hurriedly spread out his divine sense and looked around. However, at this moment, the dozens of Qi refinement disciples from the 4 islands who had escaped into the water were unable to fly out of the ice. It was obvious that they were all sealed under the sea. The seawater under their feet had already completely frozen into ice. The dark green ice was as clear as crystal and was extremely beautiful. However, this was far from the end. What was even more frightening was still around them. Within a radius of several hundred meters, strands of blue brilliance flashed, and streaks of white ice formed, gradually condensing in midair. A kind of power that could confine the surroundings was born from the previous 5 black holes. It can't be that everything within a radius of 1,000 feet has been frozen, right? Bai Min came to a realization and still couldn't believe it. Damn it, if we don't leave now, when will we? Bai Min's figure suddenly flew up and flew towards the 2 ships in the distance. At this moment, the 2 ships were still not sealed in the layer of ice. They were only at the edge of the ice seal. Although the 2 ships had already dropped their anchors, how could the waves in the hands of the cultivators be suppressed by the anchors of the mortal ships? One of the ships was already in imminent danger. Now, with the help of the cultivator's divine sense, the frozen layer of ice raised another wave. This wave was even higher and bigger than the previous one. With just a wave, the ship was overturned and collapsed like a small wooden boat. The entire ship immediately fell apart, and the dozens of fishermen on the ship inevitably fell into the water. A series of miserable cries could be heard. If it were any other time, the fishermen wouldn't be too shocked even if they fell into the water. However, at this moment, the seawater was about to freeze. The coldness of the seawater was far beyond their imagination. The moment they fell into the water, their limbs stiffened and they couldn't move. Many of the fishermen began to sink into the water. Of course, although the fishermen on the other ships were so cold that their teeth were chattering, they didn't dare to be negligent. They threw out wooden logs and other objects, trying to save the fishermen who had fallen into the water. Seeing Bai Min escape, the other 3 didn't think too much. They flew in 4 different directions, trying to escape this calamity. Out of the 5 cultivators, 4 of them opened their eyes. With a wave of their sleeves, they each stretched out their index fingers and pointed at the black holes in front of them. With a series of cracking sounds, a layer of pure white ice rapidly formed several feet in front of Bai Min and the other 3, blocking their flight path. Fight! Other than Bai Min, Ko Qinglian and the others all threw out the magic tools in their hands. All the magic power in their bodies surged into the magic tools. They knew that if they didn't do their best now, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Ping, ping, ping. 3 loud sounds rang out. The magic tools hit the layer of ice and broke it. However, when the 3 figures flew into the layer of ice and were about to escape, the layer of ice condensed again. It was extremely easy to freeze the 3 people and their magic tools in the layer of ice. Looking at Bai Min again, he suddenly put his magic tool into his storage bag. He suddenly slapped his forehead and a yellow flame appeared. From his mouth, he actually spat out a fist-sized fire bead. That fire bead emitted a blazing flame and rushed into the layer of ice. Bai Min's magic power wasn't weaker than the 5 strange cultivators. However, he fell into their trap and his magic tool was restrained. Now that he took out a fire-type magic tool, it naturally broke the layer of ice in an instant. His figure also broke out of the layer of ice. Right now, it wasn't just a layer of ice anymore. It should be an exquisite ice palace. Seeing Bai Min escape, the 5 cultivators weren't surprised at all. There was even a hint of laughter in their eyes. However, one of the cultivators on the left sneered and stood up. He slapped his hand and a bottle-shaped magic treasure flew out. A misty watery light came out of the bottle and attacked Bai Min. Bai Min was as anxious as a stray dog. He didn't look back and grabbed with his hand. The fire bead flew out and a raging flame met the attack. With a sizzling sound, the raging flame and the watery light collided. They were both sent flying. That raging flame just happened to hit the last ship. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the ship. Moreover, it began to burn. How could Bai Min and the others care about the life and death of these fishermen? The 2 of them waved their hands, formed hand seals, and began to fight again. Husband, husband. Shue Shue saw clearly from afar. As early as when the first ship was destroyed, she called out to Xiaohua in a low voice. She even used her hand to push Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to her. Shui even pushed the void just like before. What should we do? Seeing the second ship being hit again, the women and children on the shore were crying. Even a few elderly women wanted to rush into the sea to save them. Shui was abnormally anxious. When Shui's gaze fell on Xiaohua's hand, her eyes unconsciously lit up. Shui immediately reached out without hesitation and completely caught the sand that Xiaohua poured down. Shui's move was indeed useful. The seemingly motionless Xiaohua snorted. That sound was like the sound of nature that shook the entire world. Immediately, Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked at Shui. Ah? Shui naturally also looked at Xiaohua. However, when she saw Xiaohua's silver eyes, a faintly discernible hand, and a river that was as bright as the stars in his fingers, she let out a low cry. It was as if her entire gaze and person were sucked into that river. In just an instant, Xiaohua's eyes rolled, revealing human emotions. His bright black eyes returned to their original state. Shui. Xiaohua returned to normal. Looking at the deathly pale Shui, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Shui was grief-stricken. Her eyes were extremely sad. However, within that sadness, there was also a trace of relief and even a trace of pride. Hearing Xiaohua's call, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Pointing at the sea, she said, "Husband, there are people fighting there. 2 ships belonging to the secular world were destroyed. There are probably dozens of lives at stake. This concubine knows that husband is compassionate and would rather delay his cultivation to save them, so..." Okay, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and he immediately knew what Shui was talking about. He immediately said, "This husband will go there right away." "Then husband?" Shui clenched her teeth and said, "Husband, can you give that pink jade slip to this concubine first? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2137. Good. Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He gave the jade slip to Shui and flew into the air towards the ship. Where did this fellow Daoist come from? Why don't I see Immortal music sect disciples here? Xiaohua's divine sense had already attracted the attention of the 5 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. When they saw that Xiaohua had actually flown over and was even flying towards Bai Min, the tall and thin cultivator in the lead stood up and asked coldly. When he asked, the seals in his hands were not completed. In the air, countless ice shards rapidly condensed, blocking Xiaohua's path. Scram! Xiaohua had already seen the dozens of fishermen in a critical situation. Seeing this cultivator blocking his path, he was already unable to restrain his anger. With a wave of his hand, a wall of samadhi true fire was born. That seemingly incomparably beautiful ice palace, which seemed unbreakable in the eyes of cultivators, was like snow encountering fire. It was extremely easy to burn a large passage. Moreover, this ice layer was still burning in the samadhi true fire. Samadhi true fire. That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly waved his hand. The remaining 3 cultivators all stood up solemnly. Each of their hands were about to form seals, preparing to attack Xiaohua. "Wait!" A voice that was filled with joy, doubt, and even hatred rang out. "Yes, sect master." When the 4 people heard, their faces were shocked. Immediately, they all bowed towards the source of the voice. In the air, another person's figure appeared. This person's cultivation was only at foundation establishment, but that incomparably handsome and evil-looking cultivator's eyes didn't seem to be a cultivator of the human world. This person was Zhang Qingxiao. This guy, didn't he die in the ink cloud black forest? How could he come out alive? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. The feeling in her heart was really indescribable. His current cultivation seems to be comparable to middle-stage foundation establishment. If he died, of course I know he has nothing to do with Master's death. However, not only did he not die, but his magic power also advanced by leaps and bounds. He's almost only a bit weaker than me. He was previously a loose cultivator. Even if he entered the Imperial Thunder sect, how could he compare to me? In that case, this guy definitely has nothing to do with Master's death. When she heard the news of Xiaohua's death, Zhang Qingxiao was very sad and cried for Xiaohua. However, now that she saw that Xiaohua wasn't dead, and that his strength was even comparable to the middle stage of Foundation establishment, Zhang Qingxiao began to suspect Xiaohua instead. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't even look at the 4 cultivators. With a flash of his figure, he had already flown to the sky above the ship. Go! Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out with a rumbling sound. A layer of bronze light descended from the sky, and completely covered the wreckage of one ship and the other ship. Furthermore, within that ancient bronze brilliance, there were tiny scarlet-green flames faintly flowing. Under the brilliance of the suppressing cloud seal, the flames on the ship were instantly extinguished, and the ice under the ship gradually melted. Even the surging waves quickly calmed down under the brilliance of this brilliance. It was as calm as the surface of a lake. The panicked fishermen felt warmth and the calm seawater. How could they not know that someone was helping them? These fishermen were all overjoyed, and hurriedly swam in the sea. Some struggled to get on the ship, and some were busy rescuing others. Their swimming ability was excellent, and now that the wind and waves were calm, to them, it wasn't much different from flat ground. Although everyone couldn't get on the ship for a while, it was only a matter of time before they were all rescued. Xiaohua released his divine sense, and knew that all the fishermen, including those who were frozen and fell into the sea, were swimming on the surface of the sea. Only then did he feel relieved, and had time to observe everyone else. When he looked around and saw Zhang Qingxiao, his eyes unconsciously shrank, and his heart jumped. Heavenly Devil Sect Master? Why is he here? However, where his divine sense passed, Zhang Qingxiao wasn't there at all. Why is it Heavenly Devil Sect again? Didn't that cultivator say it was Immortal Music Sect? Xiaohua was slightly surprised, and then he understood. Presumably, this was Heavenly Devil Sect using Immortal Music Sect's name to do some shady business here. This guy's magic power and divine abilities seem to be much stronger than the last time I saw him. This young master actually can't see his cultivation level. It seems this guy's progress is even greater than this young master's. Xiaohua pondered. Last time, there was a devil sex formation, and this time, it took a long time to set it up. Moreover, he also has 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators as helpers. This matter is somewhat troublesome. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, Bai Min, who was fleeing earlier, sensed the movement here. He saw the power of Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal, and he himself was being pressured by that cultivator, so he had no choice but to turn around and return. He shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoist, help me!" Seeing this, the cultivator chasing Bai Min's face changed dramatically, and his flying speed slowed down slightly, secretly looking at Zhang Qingxiao. "Hey, why did fellow Daoist come back?" Xiaohua glanced at Bai Min and said, "If you left, you would have left. Now that you've come back, not only will you drag I down, you'll also lose your life." Bai Min cupped his hands and said, "I am Bai Min from Silicon Island." Obviously, Bai Min also just saw Zhang Qingxiao, and at the same time, he also discovered the strangeness that his divine sense couldn't see. Unconsciously, his complexion was the same as the cultivator chasing him, incomparably pale. That's right, Xiaohua was only one person, and looking at his appearance, he was only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Although his magic weapon was powerful, how could it be compared to a cultivator whose divine sense couldn't see and whose magic technique couldn't sense cultivation? Wasn't he just trying to find a doctor when he was sick? Moreover, Xiaohua's words had a hidden meaning. Although Bai Min looked impetuous, he still muddled his way to the middle stage of foundation establishment in Guihihai, so how could he not understand the meaning in Xiaohua's words? He immediately understood that his escape was deliberately done by these cultivators, and it was a part of their plan. He was so stupid to see Xiaohua, this straw, and actually walked right into their trap. They couldn't let him go even if they wanted to. Bai Min regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. You're actually quite smart. You actually saw the flaw in it with a glance. Zhang Qingxiao said warmly, as if he was giving pointers to a junior. Not at all. Fellow Daoist has always been far-sighted and strategizing. Since I've seen fellow Daoist once and experienced fellow Daoist methods, how could I not know? Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Looking left and right, he carefully answered. Fellow Daoist? Pa. Zhang Qingxiao faced the sky and laughed heartily. He pointed his hand and said, Xiaohua, the first time I saw you, you seemed to have let your fellow disciples escape in order to save them. You were originally the ones who could escape the most, but you fell behind. If I didn't intend to let you go, I'm afraid you wouldn't have escaped so easily, right? And today, you still have this kind of kindness and soft-hearted heart. Chapter 2138. Even now, you're still concealing my identity. Do you think I'll let this boorish person escape? Let me see, your magic treasure has actually been repaired a bit. It's even more powerful than before. However, this magic treasure isn't protecting you right now, but instead protecting some vulgar people who are worse than pigs and dogs. You are really a good person. Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Sect master? Bai Min heard and couldn't help but be stunned. He really couldn't figure out which sect Zhang Qingxiao was the sect master of. Xiaohua ignored Zhang Qingxiao's sarcasm and looked at the fishermen who were saving themselves under the cloud-suppressing seal. He said with a smile, Sect master actually still remembers me. It's really an honor. As for what I do, that's my business. It has nothing to do with your heavenly demonic sect. Heavenly demonic sect? You're the heavenly demonic sect. Bai Min suddenly realized and pointed at Zhang Qingxiao with a trembling finger. My islands have never interacted with your heavenly demonic sect. Why did you scheme to harm us? Who knew that Zhang Qingxiao simply ignored Bai Min and still looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully? She shook her head and said, I've thought for a long time, but I still can't figure out why fellow Daoist Xiao is doing this. Since you can't figure it out, then so be it. People who walk different paths can't work together. Xiaohua said coldly. That's right, these words are wonderful. People who walk different paths can't work together. Zhang Qingxiao clapped and laughed. You're the Dao, I'm the devil. Naturally, it's different. Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao seemed to have realized something and pointed at her nose. You and I can be considered old acquaintances, but I forgot to tell you, my surname is Zhang. Xiaohua waited for a moment, but seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't continue, he could only cup his hands and say, So it's Sect Master Zhang. I just don't know why you don't listen to the name when you have the surname. Hiding your head and tail isn't what a real man does. Real man? I've never claimed to be a real man. Zhang Qingxiao flicked her sleeves and said, What I want to do is also not what a real man does. As for my name? It won't be too late to mention it after you defeat my 5 subordinates. Go kill Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao turned hostile as soon as she said so, and she immediately ordered 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Yes, sect master. The 5 of them didn't dare to hesitate. They looked at each other and rubbed their hands together. Each of them emitted a water-blue brilliance and rushed into the 5 black holes. Poof! A muffled sound rang out. It seemed like the awakening of a hibernating ice dragon. 5 sparkling and translucent ice pillars rushed out from the 5 black holes and smashed toward Xiaohua. Bai Min was close to Xiaohua. He saw that the ice dragon was like a real dragon, possessing a terrifying might. Moreover, wherever the ice dragon passed, the air would be frozen. A huge force pressed down from afar, completely imprisoning him and Xiaohua. Bai Min did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to the side. The ice dragon did not care about Bai Min and completely sealed off Xiaohua's surroundings. I'm afraid that just relying on something like this won't be a problem for me. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Similarly, he also rubbed his hands together. Several streaks of green and red light flew out. They were precisely the fire threads of the Samadhi true fire that were like 5 small snakes. At this time, the fire threads in Xiaohua's hands were vivid and lifelike. They had a snake head and a snake body, but their features were not clear. Go! Xiaohua raised his arms, and 5 fire snakes roared as they rushed towards the 5 ice dragons. In a moment, they collided. Hiss, Bai Min, who was not far away, saw this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fire snakes and ice dragons collided, but there wasn't much of a sound. However, the strange thing was that the thin fire snakes were not annihilated by the huge size of the ice dragons. Instead, when the two came into contact, they immediately ignited the ice dragons and quickly burned towards the back of the ice dragons. In addition to the fact that the Samadhi true fire was not afraid of this ice magic, more importantly, Bai Min had already seen that the magic power contained in the fire snakes was far from what the ice dragons could compare to. In other words, Xiaohua's magic power far surpassed his opponent. No, it was far beyond his opponent and magic formation. If Bai Min could understand, how could Zhang Qingxiao and the others not understand? Hee, it's getting more and more interesting. The smile on Zhang Qingxiao's face became wider, and hatred flashed in her smile. She secretly said, "Little junior brother, you actually have the cultivation of late-stage foundation establishment? It's only been a few years. If you didn't get some benefits from me, Shang Huaming, how could you cultivate so fast? If it wasn't related to me, Shang Huaming, how could you improve so much?" Idiot! Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed and she waved her big sleeve. 5 rays of light flew out and hit the ice dragons at the roots, cutting them off and preventing the fire snakes from continuing to burn. Other than fighting against ice, you don't know anything else? When the 5 cultivators heard this, they immediately flew up from their original positions and clapped their hands. 3 magic tools and 2 magic treasures were raised in the air. Since ancient times, fire has been able to subdue ice. How about I try it today? Xiaohua waved his hand again and dozens of fireball talismans and fireball techniques were shot out, hitting a range of 100 feet. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Since ancient times, evil can't prevail over good. I'd like to see who will have the last laugh. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and took out the blood-red flag again. It shook slightly, and this time it was even more powerful. A few faint wisps of blood-red light that were almost inaudible flew into the air and formed a net of blood threads. The net of blood threads directly covered the fireballs that Xiaohua used his magic power to create one by one. Xiaohua's fireballs were mixed with true Samadhi fire. Others were helpless against it, but when they fell into the net of blood, they were immediately and silently extinguished. Seeing this, Xiaohua was not surprised. The devil sex methods had always been unexpected. His true Samadhi fire last time seemed to have no effect. However, seeing Zhang Qingxiao extinguish the true Samadhi fire so easily, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Clearly, Zhang Qingxiao's progress in cultivation was also beyond his expectations. Xiaohua paid a bit of attention to Zhang Qingxiao and didn't pay much attention to the attacks of the 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out. A magnificent golden light flashed within 100 zhang radius. Xing xing xing, sounds rang out. 3 magical artifacts that had just gathered the spiritual energy of the water element of heaven and earth were sliced apart by the soaring dragon shears. The other 2 magical artifacts were also knocked flying into the air. The 5 balls of light that had just condensed were instantly dispersed. Wonderful! The 5 middle foundation establishment cultivators turned pale with fright. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with it, they heard Zhang Qingxiao clap her hands and laugh. Xiaohua, I've really underestimated you. I thought that having a late foundation establishment cultivation was already pretty good, but I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, you can control two magic treasures at the same time. It's really wonderful. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and the bright scenic bell flew out from her storage bag. This bright scenic bell was clearly different from the first time Xiaohua saw it. Unexpectedly, it also had a dazzling golden brilliance, and that brilliance was like a golden lotus. But as soon as the golden lotus came out of the storage bag, it immediately produced an enormous suction force. The nearby spiritual energy of heaven and earth flocked towards it, giving rise to a small whirlwind. Hiss, seeing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The might of this bright scenic bell's magic treasure was clearly more powerful than the cloud-suppressing seal. Moreover, that brilliance had already taken shape, and the degree of completeness of the magic treasure was also higher than the cloud-suppressing seal. Although his soaring dragon shears were powerful, it was also damaged. He didn't know if it could match up? Then let this Xiao experience sect Master Zhang's methods. Xiaohua didn't say anything further and urged his magic power. The soaring dragon shears flashed with golden light and flew towards the bright scenic bell. With a dang sound, it seemed that the ice shards in the air were swaying. Xiaohua immediately felt his vision blur for a moment, and the soaring dragon shears' golden light immediately stopped. Quick! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and slightly shook his head. He felt that his head was as heavy as 1,000 catties. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately urged the soul-piercing technique. Zhang Qingxiao's Naiwen palace suddenly felt like it was being pierced. He couldn't help but hold his head. His body also wanted to fall a little bit. And taking advantage of this moment, the soaring dragon shears swiftly flew over. With a schwa sound, like the sound of silk being cut, the bright scenic bell's golden brilliance and the lotus-like luster within the brilliance were all cut into two halves. Quick! Zhang Qingxiao reluctantly endured the pain in his Naiwen palace and pointed his finger. The bright scenic bell's brilliance greatly increased, and the brilliance flocked over to block the soaring dragon shears. That golden light took the form of a faint lotus and surrounded Zhang Qingxiao. The two martial brothers of the past, the moment they met in life and death. When the lotus had just surrounded Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and the flag that he had previously put away in his sleeve waved again. The bewitching blood-red color appeared again, and unexpectedly, it transformed into a large rock like fog and pounced toward Xiaohua. Granny, you have quite a lot of secret techniques. I'll let you see what the secret techniques of the devil sect are. Zhang Qingxiao said, not venting his hatred. Don't you know secret techniques? I'd like to see who's stronger. Seeing the blood-red rock, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. Needless to say, this was definitely the method of the devil sect. If he had the mighty Vajra Dharma body, he would be able to break it. But right now, his Buddhist Dharma body was gone, and only the Phoenix Dharma body was left. He didn't know whether it would be useful or not. But how could Zhang Qingxiao give him time to think? Although the rock didn't have any power, a dense, bloody, and austere aura had already enveloped Xiaohua. Rise! Xiaohua's body shook, and a phoenix cry rang out. The Phoenix Dharma body rushed out, and the power of heaven and earth filled the entire area. Zhang Qingxiao was completely dumbstruck. However, Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly revealed a sinister expression, and a real killing intent arose. He sneered and said, Xiaohua, which cultivation sect are you from? You actually have the true blood of the phoenix. This young master is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not some cultivation sect. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. This young master has already told you. Why are you so interested in this young master's background? Instantly, Xiaohua's face also revealed a sinister expression. His eyes slightly narrowed and he secretly said, could it be that this guy is related to the cultivator who sealed me? Immediately, Xiaohua's killing intent also rose. Right now, he still didn't have the strength to break the seal. He absolutely couldn't let Zhang Qingxiao expose his strength. Chapter 2139. Looks like I have to use the spirit fire. Xiaohua's phoenix body fluttered, the wind on his wings faintly sounded. His sharp phoenix claws could actually tear a piece of the blood-colored rock, steadily gaining the upper hand. But if Xiaohua wants to kill Zhang Qingxiao, it's absolutely impossible without the spirit fire. Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed, the magic power in his whole body surged. He was already prepared, the bright thunder escape was about to be activated. That wisp of spirit fire already passed out from his Buddhist heart. As long as he gets close to Zhang Qingxiao, he will definitely spit out the spirit fire without hesitation. He believes that under the scarlet spirit fire, Zhang Qingxiao will definitely turn into ashes. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes also emitted a cold light. He had already regarded Xiaohua as a murderer who harbored evil intentions. Zhang Qingxiao also activated his secret technique. All the blood in his body rushed to his head. The bright scenic bell shook violently, and the invisible sound waves gradually expanded. Based on Xiaohua's reaction just now, Zhang Qingxiao also has the confidence that her full strength attack can make Xiaohua instantly lose consciousness and kill him in one strike. The two people's killing intent suddenly appeared, the whole place sensed it. Not only was Bai Min shocked, even the 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators and the dozens of aura-refining disciples scattered around the sea panicked. They have never seen the sect master with such great fanfare. It seems the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was about to be ignited. A real biting cold wind came out. At this moment, there was suddenly a change in Xiaohua's storage pouch. A dark green brilliance unexpectedly flew out from his storage pouch, straight into the air, and immediately rushed to the right side of the sky. And immediately afterwards, a tyrannical divine sense swept over like a waterfall. Who? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked. This divine sense is not something she can compare to. This person's divine sense is far superior to hers. Yang Yang. Xiaohua stared blankly again, then immediately became overjoyed. That dark green brilliance was the token that the mysterious Nyang Yang gave him, telling him to check it after he built his foundation. After Xiaohua built his foundation, it's not that he didn't think about it, but because he had to accompany Xue to gain experience, he didn't have the time, so he temporarily put it in his storage pouch, waiting to send Xue back to the mountain. Who knew that he would actually meet the Nyang Yang at this time? Seeing Xiaohua's joy, how could Zhang Qingxiao not know the severity of the situation? She no longer cared about fighting with Xiaohua and waved her hand, ordering, "Let's go." Everyone bowed and waved their hands, hurriedly tidying up. Sect leader Zhang, don't you think it's too late to leave now? How could Xiaohua let Zhang Qingxiao go? He activated his avatar and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. His sharp phoenix claws flickered and blocked Xiaohua's attack. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Zhang Qingxiao smiled maliciously. She raised her hand and flicked her finger. Ding! A bell rang. The phoenix battle form trembled rapidly and fell from the sky. Xiaohua felt the space around him shaking again. He couldn't stand steadily. A clear and melodious sound rang out. The sound penetrated the bell and resounded in everyone's ears. Xiaohua's ears immediately became clear, and his avatar also stabilized. Then, he withdrew it back into his physical body in an extremely dispirited manner. Can't I stop you? A rainbow-like brilliance flashed in the distance and landed in the sky above everyone. The Empress revealed her figure and coldly said, Junior Zhang Qingxiao of Heavenly Demon Sect greets Senior. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare to be negligent. She pointed at the bright scenic bell and it immediately flew into her hand. She then bowed and greeted. Oh, so it's a sect leader. The Empress's beautiful eyes swept over and said, No wonder your tone is so arrogant. Hee Xiaohua. Dyer's cute appearance appeared beside the Empress. She looked at Xiaohua and blinked her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao announce her name in front of the Empress, this name was like thunder in Xiaohua's mind. It was even more powerful than the bright scenic bell from before. Isn't this the name of second senior brother? This guy? Could it be second senior brother? How is that possible? Although second senior brother flaunts himself as outstanding and elegant, he's still far from this guy. Moreover, although second senior brother's corpse isn't seen and we can't determine whether he's dead or alive, master and eldest senior brother are both dead. How can second senior brother live alone? Even if second senior brother is alive, it's impossible for him to have such a high cultivation. A gold core cultivator, master? That's what he dreams of. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes were moist. He didn't care about Daoist's appearance. I don't dare. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically and said, Junior is only talking to Xiaohua. Senior is a cultivator with profound magic power. Junior is not your opponent. I absolutely don't dare to say these words in front of you. What are you waiting for? The Empress did not take Zhang Qingxiao seriously at all. As her divine sense swept over, she saw dozens of disciples frozen in the ice layer. Senior, please no. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Junior was looking for something here. Who would have thought that these cultivators would see it? Junior was afraid of leaking the news, so I had no choice but to, Senior. Seeing this, how could Bai Min let go of this opportunity? He hurriedly stepped forward and said, This guy is the sect master of the heavenly demon sect. He intended to provoke the conflict between our outer islands and Meng country's cultivation sections. That's why he set up an ambush and used the name of Immortal music sect to kill us outer islands disciples. He even wanted to let Junior escape and spread false news. If fellow Daoist Xiao didn't appear in time, this thief's plan would have succeeded. Senior should know that if our outer islands fought with Meng country's cultivation sects, tens of thousands of cultivators would die. Senior, you must uphold justice for us. Don't let this bastard escape. The Empress's expression didn't change at all. She said indifferently, I also don't know the art of divination. Who knows who is telling the truth? It's normal for cultivators to fight each other. How can one cultivate without dying? Senior's words are correct. Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes and said, Junior is looking for? Qiu Yinlu. How is it the ambush that this guy said? Qiu Yinlu? The Empress seemed to have heard of this name before. She asked curiously, how did Devil Monarch Qi Feng's weapon end up in Dawn Rain Continent? Empress knows of true Monarch Qi Feng? Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly and immediately said respectfully. How could the Empress answer him? She said indifferently, if it's for this weapon, it's normal for you to seal the news. However, do you think that this Foundation establishment cultivator would know of your devil cultivator's weapon? Hehe, it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically. In order to not leak any information, Junior can only do this. Then, that's reasonable. The Empress's brows didn't crease as she said it as a matter of course. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao smiled apologetically again. Since Senior has already distinguished right from wrong, then can Junior leave? Senior, you must not let him go. His hands have taken the lives of many cultivators. Bai Min said anxiously. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.